Test, test, 1, 2, 3. Can you hear me all right? Let me know how everything looks and how everything sounds as we jump right in to our coverage here on the Ryan Hall Y'all channel. Welcome. It's going to be a long stream today. We're starting off here at 11:41 Eastern with a tornado warning. We've been waiting for a tornado warning to come through. We had a couple earlier. We wanted to wait until another one came through to kind of start the coverage because it looks like we're going to be here for a while. The main event is looking to me like it's going to be in the afternoon and evening. So we're going to be here for quite some time. And of course, as is tradition, your friendly weather dude here is coming down with some sort of sickness. I've been perfectly healthy, perfectly fine for months, and now here we are. Big day, big severe weather day, and I start sniffling. So I was trying to, conserve my voice as much as possible, but we're good to go. And we've got a tornado warning once again, just to the north and west of Houston, Texas. This is for Waller and Harris counties in Texas. This is going to be for a potential tornado. It's radar indicated. The velocity honestly doesn't look incredibly intense, but there's definitely a mesocyclone there. There's definitely some rotation moving up towards Beckendorf Road. All right, so we want to keep you updated on that. We got a considerable severe thunderstorm warning that just came through. We've also got a destructive severe thunderstorm warning up to the north and east that I want to tell you about right here in a second. But just to go over this, we do have a tornado warning here northwest of Houston, Texas. This is going to be over Patterson and Brookshire real soon. It's moving northeast at 30 miles per hour. You want to get to the lowest, most interior room of your home now. Stay away from windows, and if you're in a mobile home or a vehicle, get to a sturdy building immediately. So, yeah, stay tuned for updates on this one. It's moving up towards Cypress, Texas. Now, let's go give you an update on our destructive severe thunderstorm warning up here in Arkansas. This one is for Chickett and DeShaw counties in Arkansas. This is moving up towards Arkansas City, McGee, Benoit, right here on the border between Arkansas and Mississippi, north of Greenville. This is a destructive severe thunderstorm warning. Treat this as if it was a tornado warning if you're up there near places like mainly rural areas in Chico County. I hope I'm saying that right. And this is going to be moving over there towards the Dermott Municipal Airport once again as it moves up towards Arkansas City. Baseball size hail and 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts are going to be our biggest problems with that particular storm. We got a couple of considerable severe thunderstorm warnings surrounding that. So this pretty much impacts the entire area from Jerome up past Arkansas City up towards Beulah, Arkansas. So make sure you are taking shelter now if you're in those areas. And, of course, if you're in the tornado-warned storm there, in Houston, or near Houston, to the west of Houston, I should say. Here's what we've got going on. Moderate risk of severe weather today. We've got traffic cameras galore. We've got some of the best storm chasers in the world working with us. We're going to keep you updated throughout the entire thing. Currently, I mean, it's already busy. It's been busy all morning, but I'm telling y'all right now, it's going to get a lot more busy as the day goes on. Let me just kind of refer to the graphic above my head, and I'll show you this as well for context. Give me just a second. Here's the moderate risk. This is a significant severe weather outlook from the Storm Prediction Center indicating a dangerous severe weather setup across the southeastern United States. Today, December 28th, 2024. This is a moderate risk, so it's a 4 out of 5. The only thing above this is going to be your high risk. And actually, this update that just came out, the forecasters that made it noted in the outlook that they considered upgrading this to a high risk, a level 5 out of 5 for parts of Louisiana and Mississippi, but maintain the moderate risk after consulting with other, forecasting offices. So this just suggests that they have really high confidence in a significant severe weather event. And we've already got an update from Elijah. Go ahead, Elijah.
Hey, Ryan. Law enforcement confirms that tornado is on the ground and there is a debris signature on radar.
Okay, that's the one northwest of Houston. Okay. All right. Thank you, Elijah. So, as you can tell, we're already getting started here. I'm going to go over the full outlook right here in a second, but I do want to give you another look at this on radar because it does sound like we've got a tornado down here. We'll probably see it be upgraded by the National Weather Service here soon to an observed tornado warning here in Waller County, Texas, and Harris counties in Texas. We should have a chaser near this storm in about 5 or 10 minutes, so we should have a visual on this very soon. All right, so this right here is how we can tell that we have a tornado, even without, relying on, what we're hearing from these police officers. You can tell very well that we have a lot of rotation here. This is our velocity couplet. We've got winds blowing towards the radar here and away from the radar, very close together. That indicates some tight rotation, and apparently as well, if we switch over to the correlation coefficient, this right here shows us, stuff in the sky that maybe shouldn't be there. If it doesn't correlate with the raindrops around it, then what we'll get is this drop in the correlation coefficient indicated by blue here, and that tells me that because it's right over the velocity couplet, that's probably debris being lofted up by a tornado. So that's what we've got going on there. A tornado is down over here near Bridgeland and Cypress in Texas. This is a large tornado, more than likely moving over there towards Bridgeland. I'm seeing some images of it now. Jeff Linder on Twitter there has a very nice image of it. So this is a tornado. It's down on the ground right now. The precise location is going to be somewhere near Longbaugh Road, moving up towards Bridgeland. All right. So let me open up something here real quick. Let me open a few things. Give me just a second. We're getting started early here. Okay, so if you're just now tuning in, we have a tornado on the ground. Jeff Linder on Twitter here has got a great photo of it. I just asked if I could show it. We'll see what he's got to say. But this is moving up towards Bridgeland and Cypress. We've got to get to shelter now if we haven't already. Looks like it could be doing some pretty significant damage as it is about to go over West Road right now. Highway 99 is the next in line here for that tornado as it comes over towards West Road. Highway 99, it'll cross near the Houston First Baptist Church. If you know where the Houston First Baptist Church is, over here in this vicinity near Cypress and Bridgeland in Texas, in Harris County, Texas, then you know around where that tornado is right now. My guess is that it's going to cross over, if it's still on the ground, it's going to cross over Highway 99 between Tuckerton Road and the Houston First Baptist Church there, and then continue to work up towards Bridgeland and Cypress, potentially going by the Josie Lake Park Bird Sanctuary, and then eventually, if you guys know where the Adventure Kids Play Care is, Great Clips, that little shopping center over there by the Primrose School of Bridgeland, that's the general vicinity where the tornado could go on its approach to the greater Cypress area. Get ready over there in Oak Meadow. This looks like a pretty large residential zone, mixed with some commercial stuff as well, especially in the space between Bridgeland and Cypress. So we've got a lot of people here. A lot of people need to be running, not walking to shelter. So yeah, we're already getting started here with a tornado in Texas. Okay, we've got a storm chaser on this. Bob Pack, is he close? He's in Anderson. Don't know exactly where he is, but he is apparently close to the storm. All right, give me just 1 second, y'all. All right, if you're just now tuning in, we've got a tornado warning here. Weather spotters reported a funnel cloud. That's the official note on the warning text here. However, we've got really high confidence right now that this is continuing to be on the ground producing damage. You can see here from the correlation coefficient near West Road that we've got a tornado that was at least producing damage just moments ago here to the south and west of Cypress, Texas. I say we assume that it's still down, and we get underground over there in Cypress and Bridgeland. This is an extremely dangerous situation. Once again, some more landmarks out here that are in the path: Lakeland Village Playground, Turtle Bridge, the BDH Landscaping and Design Company. If you know where Lake Bridgeland is and where the Chick-fil-A is right next to that, this is the general area where I'm concerned that the tornado is going to make a beeline towards. Now, it's not going to hit those exact places, or it's not 100% certain that it's going to hit those exact places. I'm trying to give you a general idea of the trajectory that the storm's taken. So that little blue dot there indicates our correlation coefficient, the debris signature, showing us that there is a tornado sucking up things into the sky that shouldn't be there. That's how we know that's how we're pretty sure there's a tornado there. Police are still reporting being able to see it. And guys, it's not just on my end. This is still this is not observed, like it's not been upgraded yet per the National Weather Service, right? Okay. Yeah, if you're just now tuning in, we've got a tornado warning here for Harris County, Texas. This is a small part of our coverage today. We're going to be talking about Louisiana, Mississippi, Texas, Alabama, probably Arkansas, portions of Florida, maybe even up there towards Tennessee. This is a very large-scale event, but we're starting off with one specific storm that's got our attention down here to the north and west of Houston, Texas. Moving up towards Cypress, we've got a tornado on the ground. Funnel cloud was spotted by weather watchers out there, but since then, we've gotten, more indications that more than that's happening. Cypress has a population of 200,000, so there's a lot of people in the path here. And I did the picture that Jeff took of that storm. I've got it retweeted over there on Twitter or X, whatever you want to call it nowadays. Still waiting on permission to share it on the air. Don't have that yet, but it's a very, very mean-looking storm, that's for sure. Oh, yeah, there is one more storm that we should probably go check on really quick. And that's our PDS severe thunderstorm warning. That's going to expire about 5 minutes from now, but we continue to have a considerable severe thunderstorm warning for places like Arkansas City, up there towards Bude, in portions of Mississippi and Arkansas here. This is for Boulevard, DeShaw, and Chico County in Arkansas. I know I'm saying those wrong, but we just got another considerable severe thunderstorm warning for those counties here. Boulevard, Mississippi, and DeShaw, Arkansas, for 2-inch hail and 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts coming up now into the Benoit, Rosedale area. Also, if you know where the Walker Sillers Memorial Park is, get ready for close to baseball-size hail coming in with this monster storm. This will eventually be working up there towards Cleveland, maybe Shelby and Clarksdale, Mississippi as well, so you guys get ready. All right, we're going to wait on one more radar frame update here. And then we're going to go back to try to give you an update on the on the full outlook. What I was trying to do before we were rudely interrupted by this tornado on the ground over here in Texas. Give me just one more second. All right, so the rotation, in my opinion, looks a little bit less robust than what it did when we first started tracking this storm. Also, the debris signature is a little bit less intense as well. We've got less concentrated debris at least, so there's a good chance that at this point this tornado has lifted, but we want to stay in our safe spots in Bridgeland and Cypress and all of the places that I was talking about, okay? Stay in your safe spots. All right, now let's go ahead and let me give you the full update here on our moderate risk. I know we got a lot of people tuning in. Hopefully we've got a lot of people tuning in, and we're getting ready to get a lot more. What I need you guys to do, if you're watching this right now, this is going to be a big time storm. This is likely going to be a tornado outbreak. People's lives are at stake today. This is going to be a dangerous storm, and we're in that part of the year where a lot of people tune out. The time between Christmas and New Year's, some people call that the waiting room of life. You know what I mean? So some people aren't paying attention to the news. Some people aren't waking up till noon. You know what I mean? So, and rightfully so. It's what we're supposed to do during this week. However, what we need to do is make sure that everybody is hyper aware of the situation that's going on here, because it's going to be an extremely dangerous day. So share this on Facebook. Share my stream on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, TikTok, whatever it is, so that we can get this vital information out to as many people as possible. What was that, Allie? Okay, so what we've got going on here is we've got a moderate risk of severe weather, a 4 out of 5. We're going to be here for the entire duration of this event, commercial free, 100% free, relaying warnings as they come out. We've got the best storm chasers on earth helping us on the ground. And basically what we've got is a moderate risk that covers parts of Mississippi, Louisiana, and Alabama. This includes Jackson, Monroe, and Hattiesburg, about 7.9 million people. An enhanced risk, which is a 3 out of 5, that includes Baton Rouge, Shreveport, and Mobile. That's another 4.1 million people. Slight risk extends to New Orleans, Birmingham, Montgomery, Alabama. That adds another 13 to 15 million people that are going to be impacted.
Tornado warning has been issued.
And we just got a new tornado warning. That's going to be associated with the one that we were just talking about. We will go back and look at that right here in a second, but it's still radar indicated. It doesn't look to me like we've got a new tornado on the ground, but now we need Cypress and Tomball and Klein in Texas to take shelter. All right, so let me give you a couple more details about what this means. Our big time, storm that's happening today. It's going to be a long day. We've got a 15% hatched risk of tornadoes. That means we've got the potential for strong EF2 long-tracked damaging tornadoes widespread across this region here where you see the red. And then just slightly less widespread, I guess, or slightly less probable in the yellow. The hatched indicator there indicates that we've got ripe conditions for those strong tornadoes. The greatest risk is going to be from late this afternoon through the evening for central Louisiana and into central Mississippi. We've got a strong, 80 to 90 knot jet wrapping around the bottom of a trough here. That's going to help kick things off, and that's only going to get worse, and that's only going to become more effective at producing storms this afternoon and evening, right when the sun starts going down, and we get that increase in our lower level jet. Okay. So we're going to have rich moisture as well. We're already seeing some places in the low 70s. Which is crazy for this time of year. Severe weather in December is not unheard of, right? A lot of people are like, whoa, what are we talking about? Tornadoes in December? That actually happens quite a lot, especially in this portion of the world here. However, 70s dew points, even for, a place that would expect a pretty volatile environment for severe weather at some point in December and January. That's pretty high. So the parameter space is up there today. And we're also going to have around 2,000 joules per kilogram of CAPE. So that's also really interesting as well. There's going to be a lot of energy out there for storms. So yeah, that's basically what's going on. And the main threats today are going to be the tornadoes, but also we cannot forget about the hail, which is what we're seeing right now up there in Arkansas, and the wind. We've got a 45% probability of seeing damaging winds today out here in a similar area that will be experiencing the tornadic threat. So let me show you the models here in just a second as we get an update on our tornado warning. And give me one more second. I'm sneaking over here to blow my nose. One second. Nobody prepares you for having a toddler in preschool, boys. All right, so here's what we've got going on. I'm gonna put the multi-view on here. Not yet, y'all, but and I'm going to update you on our tornado warning here. Once again, it's back to radar indicated rotation. The rotation to me doesn't look as impressive as it was before, but we do have the Genesis Medical Group and the Loyd Star Behavioral Health Center in the space between Cypress and Tomball in Texas in the path of this storm that could produce a tornado. So we really need to let those people know that, we might have an emergency situation here at those hospitals if another tornado were to drop down in their region. So hopefully we've got somebody watching from that neck of the woods there. By the way, who is watching? In chat, let us know. Where are you from? Or do we got a lot of people watching today from Louisiana and Mississippi? I sure hope so, because once again, that's where things are going to be most intense a little bit later. Yeah, the DWH airport is also in the warning area here, south and east of Tomball, for that tornado warning. Okay, we got a lot of people watching from Mississippi, Louisiana, a lot of people watching from Texas. Remember, y'all, you guys can help save lives today by trying to express the importance of staying weather aware. Let everybody know that if they live in this area, it's not just another severe weather day. This is a special day where extra attention needs to be paid to the weather forecasts. And I think that we're going to be here for... who knows, honestly. It's going to be a while. I'll try. I'm going to try to show the models real quick. Just to give you an idea of what we could be looking at here. Unfortunately, the timestamp up there is not working, but you guys can see about what we're looking at here. This is the 12Z. I'm going to go ahead and show the 15Z. Give me just a second. So this is what the radar it looks like right now, essentially. Okay, we've got strong storms up here in Arkansas. We got a bunch of storms starting to pop up over here in Texas. What's it going to look like 1 2, 3, 4 hours from now. 4 hours from now, we're talking about 3 p.m. Central or so. This is where things are really going to start to pop off. Okay, I think that if this is correct at this point, around 3 p.m. today, we will be experiencing a tornado outbreak. As you can see, we're going to have isolated convection out in front of the main, forcing there. We're going to have potential well ahead of the frontal boundary. We're going to have prefrontal supercells, and we're going to have this monster line of storms capable of producing damaging winds and QLCS tornadoes over and over and over again that will dance across the Deep South well into the evening tonight. So this is close to about 10 p.m. Eastern, 9 p.m. Central. I mean, I'm telling y'all right now, this is going to be intense. Talk about having 13, 14 severe thunderstorm warnings at the same time, potentially an equal amount of tornado warnings at the same time. It's going to be quite overwhelming. So that's why it's important to go ahead and prepare now. Go ahead and have your exact plan of what you're going to do lined out so that when the warning is issued for your area, you know how to take action and you're not scared and you're rather prepared. Go ahead, Riley, or go ahead, Elijah.
Hey, Ryan. So that tornado warning has been upgraded to a confirmed tornado warning, and it is back on the ground according to the National Weather Service.
All right. Thank you so much. Elijah, updating us that we've got ourselves a confirmed tornado warning here for the Cypress area. This is the one that we've been talking about. Velocity doesn't look great to me. However, the public has apparently confirmed this tornado. If there is still a tornado down, it's likely going to be somewhere over here around the village of Cypress Lakes. So take shelter immediately if you're up here in places like Longwood Village, Hayden Lakes, Village of North Point, Village Creek, Korthville, Lakewood Forest, Willow Falls, Auberty Trails Estates, and Tomball. This is also going up there towards the Field Airport and the DWH Airport as well. So very strong storm. Make sure you are taking shelter, as this is now a public confirmed tornado. All right. As you can see, we've already got on the board here Bob Pack, who's in, what is that, Baton, Texas? Where is that? For some reason, I don't see his dot. Oh, okay, I see. So Bob Pack is, if I'm not mistaken, that's Bob Pack right there. But we've got Bob, we've got Jason, we've got, who else do we have here? We've got Brett Adair, Brad Arnold, and a lot of other storm chasers as well that are going to be out there a little bit later, giving us the latest on everything here. Also, by the way, production, I don't know if we've heard from Brett yet or not, but man, there's a lot of really well-placed has cams out here as well. If you're just now tuning in, we're just getting our feet wet here with the coverage that's going to last for a long time today. Our most important warning right now is the confirmed tornado warning over here in Harris County, Texas. We've got a confirmed tornado on the ground right now northwest in northwest Harris County. This is located over Cypress, or 10 miles northwest of Jersey Village. It's moving northeast at 30 miles per hour, right up there in the vicinity of the Lone Star Behavioral Health Hospital and the Genesis Medical Group. The touchdown was reported at Highway 290 near Spring Cypress Road at about 10:55. A quarter-sized hail has also been reported with this storm. Locations in the path include Tomball. You guys should expect this maybe within the next 10, 15 minutes or so. The biggest threats are going to be flying debris. Mobile homes will be damaged or destroyed, and you can expect potential damage to roofs, windows, vehicles, and trees. Take action now. You want to get to a basement. Get away from windows. Mobile homes are not safe, man. The risk area today, there's a lot of mobile homes. We've driven through this area a lot. There's a lot of mobile homes. Just know that when you get under a tornado warning today, it's important that you have another option. Get out of the mobile home. Get to a sturdy shelter. A neighbor, a family friend, something like that. A sturdy, like maybe a public shelter. We've got a link in the chat that goes out that shows where those are. But yeah, mobile homes are not safe during tornado warnings. Keep that in mind. If you're driving, get to a sturdy building immediately. Protect yourself from debris. And this specific warning is going to expire at 11:30 Central. A huge shout out to Jackie. Thanks for the support. Thanks for the generous super chat. Says, thanks for all you do and your faithful attitude for others. We appreciate it. Thank you. Shout out to Robert for the gifted. Raven, thanks for being here for 8 months. Guys, thank you so much for being here. Once again, at some point, I'm not going to have time to say it. But just another reminder, please share, please get us out there. And if you don't want to share, or if you've already done that, hit the like button on this live stream, just like you would for a regular YouTube video. And that's going to put us in the algorithm. And hopefully we'll get in front of some people who otherwise wouldn't have adequate coverage. And we can potentially save some lives today. This is the kind of day where live coverage could potentially save lives, because it's going to be overwhelming. It's going to be hectic. The warning polygons are going to be overlapping. There's going to be conflicting information out there. It is going to be a wild day. And having a nonstop commercial-free source of rapid-fire information like this is a really good resource, I think. So we want to make sure we're reaching as many people as possible. Go ahead, Elijah.
Hey, Ryan. So for those who are in the warning or near the warning, do not go outside to try to see the tornado. Based on some of the videos and photos I have seen, it is an uncondensed tornado, which means only the funnel cloud you can actually see, but there is debris circulating on the ground. So the tornado is on the ground, but you can't actually see it. So do not go outside to try to see it, because you can't see it.
Great point there, Elijah. We've got a message from Brad. Let me listen to it.
Hey, Ryan. Hey, this is Brad. When you get a chance, hit me up.
Hey, Brad. Sorry. Can you hear me now? I've got everything set up now.
Hey, I was just making sure that you could hear me. I was watching your stream as well. I just wanted to reach out to you. So our plan right now, we're headed to Natchez, Mississippi. I do want to bring your attention to one thing. If you want to take a look at the 16Z HRRR model, noticing a lot, I think it's starting to show its hand a little bit, but we have one isolated major supercell near 6 o'clock this evening, east of Jackson, and numerous prefrontal supercells now that are in front of the main QLCS line in Louisiana. So I think the models are starting to show their hand now, which is not a good thing for folks in Louisiana and Mississippi. But I just want to let you know that the 16Z is running, and it is trending in a dangerous direction.
All right. So Brad was cutting out a little bit there, but I think we got it. Also back there, we might have to shut off some streams. We might have to shut off the stream that we have going out, showing the cameras or something, just to preserve bandwidth, because I think that might also be a problem. But yeah, we got Brad out there. Who else is Bryce Shelton chasing today? I see him online here. And we got Brett. Brett, we're live on YouTube. Just whenever you get a chance, if you got time to give us an update, go ahead. So yeah, if you're just now tuning in, this is what we've got. Tornado warning for Tomball. It is now no longer, it's back to a radar indicated warning, so that's good. Yeah, this considerable severe thunderstorm warning up here, 2-inch in diameter hail and 60-mile-per-hour gusts. That's moving up towards Shelby, Mississippi. Get ready. Billy Haley, thanks so much for the very generous super chat. Says, thanks for all your hard work and unparalleled coverage as always. I appreciate the very kind words. And I know that the number for the weather intensity score is bleeding in. There's nothing I can do about it right now. Probably should have thought about that. If there's a tornado warning and we're up there near the extreme side, it's going to be red on red. I'll change it before the next stream. Lots of good video out there of some of these tornadoes.
An important weather update has been issued.
Darren Heck, welcome. It's going to be a long day today. So far, we've already had at least a couple tornadoes. I don't know the exact number, but we at this moment, we don't have anything on the ground. We've still got a strong storm capable of producing a tornado moving up towards Klein and Tomball in Texas. But I'm taking this moment to try to see if we can't get some other stuff lined up out before things start popping off here. All right, so Dr. Quentin here it took this video not too long ago. This is a video of the funnel near Katy about 20 minutes ago. This was posted about 20 minutes ago. So this was approximately 40 minutes ago. This was the storm that we are currently tracking in Harris County, Texas. So we know that it's produced a couple tornadoes, and now we know that it was also produced a lot of funnel clouds as well. In fact, this could have been making contact with the ground here for all we know. We don't have a good, approximate view of it. But you can see that this is the same storm that is moving up right now towards Hayden Lakes and Villages North Point. It's right on the doorstep of that hospital that we've been talking about, the Loyd Star Behavioral Health Center. So, this is what's coming your way. As of right now, from what I can tell on radar, it doesn't look to be down anymore. However, it could come back very soon. So make sure you're getting to your safe spot up there in Klein and Tomball in Texas. Tornado in January. I'm telling y'all, it's not that crazy. It's not that crazy. This is normal. This is a little bit abnormal. This is a higher end event than maybe what you would typically expect to see in December. But man, every single tornado season down here in the Deep South is from November to May. Okay, it actually would be more weird to see this down here in June or July. Let's see here. Badger, thanks for that. Thanks for the very generous super chat. Renee, thanks for becoming a member. Sorry we didn't get to do a member-only live stream before we started today. I was just trying to preserve my voice as, once again, unfortunately, I'm a little sick. It happens every time we've got to go live. So update on our considerable severe thunderstorm warning up here for Bolivar, Mississippi, and DeShaw County, Arkansas. This is still moving up towards the Marigold area in Mississippi and Shelby, still producing 2-inch hail. So get ready for that. We got another severe thunderstorm warning back here for Benton, Minden, and Spring Hill in Louisiana. This is going to be 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. How about you down here in Shreveport, right on your doorstep in Shreveport? We got a strong storm coming in, producing 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts as well. I don't know if we've got a camera over there in Shreveport, but we might be able to show you some of the winds coming in right here in a moment. Somebody holler in my ear when we get that up. You can put it in slot 6, and I'll just pull it up full. But down here a little bit farther to the east, once again, we've got this considerable severe thunderstorm moving up towards Shelby, Mississippi. And then outside of that, it's just, right now, it's just it's the tornado warning. That's the main things that we're keeping an eye on. Also, some current observations out there. The convective available potential energy that's kind of building up out in front of this line is exceeding expectations. We've got more than 3,000 joules per kilogram of CAPE potentially going to be interacting with some of these storms here soon. And I just, everybody in the industry is going to say something similar to this today, but it's an uneasy feeling knowing what could be potentially about to happen. I really do think it's going to be a pretty unfortunate situation here as these storms get going. Well, Riley, it looks fine now. Maybe we just need to restart it ever so often if it starts getting a little glitchy. So Riley, 100%. We should never be utilizing all of the slots. Like, clear every slot except for the ones that we really need to be watching, because that's probably what's doing it. The big one, the one that's just like a full screen array of different live streams that we can see, that should only be used by people who are not on that computer. Like if Allie's got it open, or if you've got it open, you know what I mean? So you really think it's going to be bad? I think it could be bad. Nobody knows if it's gonna. Here's another picture of the tornado that we had earlier over here west of Houston. The first, well, honestly, this is probably the third or so of many today. Hey, Nicole, thanks for the 10 gifted. Congrats to everybody that got a free membership there. Sandy says, just remember Mayfield. Yeah, Mayfield was a December tornado. That one was a little bit more weird because it was a little bit farther north. The farther south we go here, the more common it is to see tornadoes this time of year. So not necessarily unheard of, but certainly still something that a lot of people down here probably aren't expecting today. That's for sure. That's why I hope that we're sharing and getting the word out there and all that good stuff.
An important weather update has been issued.
Sometimes during, hurricanes and stuff like that, we'll have a couple 100,000 people watching. And I wish that the same thing would happen during these Dixie Alley events, because these are where the stuff that we do, having the storm chasers on the ground, having the communication, having all these cameras, it's most useful in this part of the world, I think, because it's just a really dangerous place down here in the heavily forested areas. We're going to have a lot of rain-wrapped, grungy tornadoes. We're going to have a lot of them are going to happen overnight. So what we do here is most useful, in my opinion, whenever we have a system exactly like this. So I'm just hoping that we're getting out to as many people as we can, even though it's not necessarily as populated of an area, maybe, as some of the other storms that we've covered. Nicole, thanks. Oh, yeah, we've got Liquid IV on deck. We've got this. One of you guys sent me this, I think. It's been helping a lot. Singer's Professional Singer's Throat Spray. And I've got a big old humidifier in here. We've really pulled out all the stops to make sure I'm going to make it through this whole stream. Where's Andy? So Andy is here with us, and I believe that he's going to be able to chime in from time to time, either through Elijah or through Zello. And he's not 100% locked in. He's at the airport. So remember, guys, it's Christmas, right? Everybody is at their grandma's house or wherever they are, and it's taken a lot just to get us all together for this. Andy, he's got a flight that he booked 25 days ago or whatever that he's got to catch to go home today. So he's not going to be in his normal setup, but we still have Andy watching the radar, and we still are going to get updates from him if something happens, okay? Just from an airport.
A new tornado warning
All right,
has been
here
issued.
we've got a new tornado warning. Let's go fly over there to it. This is associated with our same storm, the same one that we've been watching today that has produced tornadoes, multiple tornadoes today. Now this is going to be a warning for Montgomery County as well as Harris County in Texas. Klein, Spring, the Woodlands, Woodlook, all these places, you guys are all under a tornado warning. Take shelter now. This tornado warning is going to last until 12:15. Get to the lowest floor or basement of a sturdy building, all right? There's your rotation. Just past the Genesis Medical Group, which is something that we've been talking about a bunch. Next in line, DWH Airport here, Klein. Areas between the Woodlands and Spring. Also, Moore Hospital. This is a very There's a lot of hospitals here. You guys notice that? Woodland Specialty Hospital, Nexus Children's Hospital, St. Luke's Health, and the Nexus Specialty Hospital, all in the path here of a very dangerous storm capable of producing a tornado. If you're in a mobile home or vehicle, get out and find a sturdy shelter immediately. This storm's near the Hooks Airport and the Tomball area. It's moving northeast at 25 miles per hour. It has a history of producing a tornado, so we've seen a tornado come out of the storm not too long ago. It's showing rotation right now. It's going to be going up towards Spring, the Woodlands, Oak Ridge, Shenandoah, Chateau Woods. Maybe, about 20 minutes from now, it could get up there towards Woodlock and Porter Heights. Watch out for damage to roofs, windows, vehicles, and trees. This is a dangerous situation. Stay tuned for updates. And here's that, once again, this is the storm or the tornado that was produced by this storm not too long ago. Debash, thank you for the 5 gifted. And Zachary says, get a handheld nebulizer and saline packets. God. That's probably what we need to do for sure. I did a lot of steam. Did essentially a sauna before the stream today. So we've got it. I mean, honestly, I feel fine. I hate that I even brought it up. But like, I am going to go blow my nose every once in a while. So I don't want you to think that I'm just like gone. But I'm fine. Yeah. Gatorberg, thank you for the very kind words and the very generous super chat. I'm glad we could help. Once again, I think that today is the kind of day that we are most useful. Go ahead, Elijah.
Hey, Ryan. So one of our analysts, Nick Hay, created a possible track map from radar data, looking at where that possible tornado just occurred. I put it in the stream text channel. You can pull it up on stream. We also have damage at a mobile home that was reported by either the EMS or fire department. I could not exactly tell which one was talking at the time on the scanner. But as I get new information, I will let you know.
All right. Thank you so much, Elijah. It looks like that storm that we tracked over there near Hidden Forest Estates might have went just to the west of that area, and Katy Prairie Estates. So thankfully, a lot of the places like the Chick-fil-A and stuff that I was talking about were a little bit farther to the south and east than this potential projected path. So hopefully it did miss a lot of this stuff down here because there's honestly less stuff for it to hit on the northwest side of the area there. Dallas, the worst of the storms are over for you. We had a couple storms this morning. The threat is moving to the east now. Yeah, I think that we just got so much going on, especially now with the Y'allbot stream. We're not going to be able to look at like 87 cameras on our network here. So it'd probably be best if Riley's able. It'd probably be best to have Riley and Caleb monitor in the background, and we'll distribute that to more people in the future. Yeah, the parameter space, very high today, very high. We almost got a high risk from the Storm Prediction Center. And for those of you who are just tuning in, I do want to show you this again. Moderate risk, level 4 out of 5 for parts of Mississippi, Louisiana, and Alabama, including Jackson, Monroe, Hattiesburg. In that area, about 7.9 million people. Enhanced risk includes Baton Rouge, Shreveport, Mobile, 4.1 million people. Tornadoes, including the potential for strong EF2 or greater, long-tracked, potentially even violent tornadoes, are going to be possible today with also widespread damaging winds on top of that, especially in the moderate risk area. This is mostly going to be happening this afternoon into this evening. We've got a strong mid-level shortwave and a very strong low-level jet's going to kick in this evening, especially around sundown, and all heck could potentially break loose, to put it lightly. We're going to hope that it doesn't, but this is the kind of system where talking like that is not, unwarranted. Sometimes you got to say stuff like that to get people to take it seriously. Additionally, some of you guys will probably be interested in this as well. We've got a continued severe weather threat for tomorrow, Sunday. Right now, it doesn't look quite as intense as what we've got going on today. However, Greensboro, North Carolina, Charlotte, Columbia, South Carolina, Atlanta, Tallahassee, all you guys are going to be in for at least some damaging winds and some hail tomorrow, and the tornado threat is going to persist a little bit as well. I'm not sure if we'll be live for this, but it'll be close. We'll definitely be standing by. Yeah, the intensity score is hard to read. It's red on red. Unfortunately, I can't change that right now. That's something that I honestly, since we've made it, I don't think we've seen it this high. So we just didn't know. I'll change it to where it's yellow or something whenever there's a tornado warning. Well, then if there's a severe thunderstorm warning as our highest. I don't know. I'm going to have to think about that. We might just turn it white. Yeah, we'll probably just do white. Earlier today, just moments ago, honestly, this tornado warning down here, when it was closer to Cypress, produced this tornado. Dr. Quentin there on Twitter is letting us show this so that we can give you a visual cue as to how intense the weather is going to be today. It's proven scientifically that you are going to pay more attention to the warnings if we can show you that real tornadoes are happening associated with the storm system here. So here you go, just northwest of Houston earlier. No major damage reports coming in just yet, but definitely lots of sightings of funnel clouds and tornadoes. The weather intensity score is a number that represents how intense the weather currently is in the United States. There is no scale. There is no top. There is no bottom. It's just a number. And it's 135 right now. If 10 minutes from now it's 145, what that means is that the weather is more intense 10 minutes from now than it is right now. It's a composite parameter that takes a look at all of the active warnings, all of the active mesoscale discussions, all of the active watches, how many storm chasers are live right now. It just looks at a lot of different things to try to determine how active the weather is currently in the United States. On average, it hovers around 8, like on a normal day. So it's pretty high right now because we've got a lot of chasers out there. We've got a lot of warnings and watches in place, and it'll get even higher than that today as more warnings are issued. The reason it exists is it helps us do a lot of stuff here internally. It helps us make decisions about like what we're going to do, when we're going to do this, when we're going to do that, when we send storm chasers out, when do we monitor for maybe a y'all squad nonprofit deployment. Like there's a lot of stuff that we use it for, and I just thought it would be interesting to include here on the stream to give you some perspective as to like what's going on in a very short flash. If you tune in right now, it's 135. Maybe you have to go away for a couple hours, you come back and it's 170. About how active it was when it was 135, and now it's more active, if that makes sense. It's really not that important, but I figured it was a good thing to show here. Go ahead, Elijah.
Hey, Ryan. So I have some updates on the destructive hail warning we had earlier today. About a mile north of Haley, Arkansas, there was reports that car windows were destroyed from a storm chaser. And then the fire department in Dermott, Arkansas, reported that large hail was in the town to at least baseball size. Some were possibly larger. They're going to update with additional information in the future, but that destructive hail warning was a very much confirmed destructive hail warning with lots of very large hailstones and damage occurring in those towns.
Thank you very much, Elijah. Yeah, we've got a lot going on. When we started the stream, we had a destructive severe thunderstorm warning, and that's what he's talking about there. We had baseball-sized hail. That storm has since weakened a little bit, but it's still producing severe conditions in Bolivar and DeShaw counties in Arkansas. Or Deshay, I'm not sure. How would you pronounce Desha County in Arkansas? Pronounce it like the locals.
That's Deshay County, pronounced like Deshay. Back to you, Ryan.
All right, you guys let me know. Was she right? Because a lot of times she's wrong. Go ahead, Elijah.
Hey, Ryan, I am relaying a message for Andy here. So no warning yet, but west of the KHDC radar is Pikeville. That is worth mentioning. That Andy is spotting something there, so I needed to relay that message to you.
All right. Thank you. Thank you so much, Elijah. So as you can see, we are still hearing from Andy, even though he's not necessarily here right now. Can you give me more reference? Which radar? I've already forgot. Daggone it. What did he say? Okay. All right. I got it. So this is one of the areas that we talked about when we looked at the models earlier. We've got two, in my opinion, we've got three areas to watch as we go forward. The big area that's already sparking warnings right now back here, the space between that, and then this area of convection that's going to continue to cause problems over here. Andy's got his eye on these storms over here between Baton Rouge and New Orleans. And it's worth taking a look at some of these storms right now as they are getting their act together. They're going to be in a pretty favorable environment for producing tornadoes as well. This is a perfect example of kind of an isolated storm that could at some point produce a tornado. So there's no warnings or anything. Don't worry too much about it, but just know we've got our eyes on you in Baton Rouge, Hammond, St. George, Prairieville, in areas west of New Orleans. These storms will probably mature quite a bit as they approach places like Roseland, Kentwood, and Magnolia in Mississippi up there. So that's going to be something that we keep a very close eye on. We just got a new severe thunderstorm warning for Burleson County, Texas, Lee and Washington counties in Texas. Let's go check it out. This is going to include College Station. 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. And once again, this is kind of like the big line right here. So everybody behind this line, you're good. For the most part, I think we're done for the day. Like in San Antonio, Austin, up through Dallas, the severe weather threat has moved to your east. Give me just a second. However, if you are east of the line, you still got some severe weather to go, right? College Station, 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. Some other things to note here would be that we've got a severe thunderstorm warning in effect till 12:45 p.m. There's 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. That's enough to damage property. Some places in the path here other than College Station include Bryan, Texas, Caldwell, Somerville, and the Lake Somerville area. Trees could come down, possible roof and siding damage as well. You want to move to the lowest floor of your home, get away from windows. And if somebody happens to be on Lake Somerville out there, you got to get out of the water now. Lightning threat extends 15 miles in front of the storms with these. And remember, this area is under a tornado watch until 5 p.m. Dangerous storms, okay? Yeah, lots of severe weather is going to be likely across the deep south today. The radar is already looking pretty much exactly like you don't want it to look. We've got a huge open warm sector. We've got confluence bands developing with supercells across Louisiana. This is a classic look for a major Dixie Alley tornado outbreak. I can't stress this enough. Right now, we've just got the one tornado warning, but we've got a bunch of severe thunderstorm warnings. And the reason why the weather intensity score is so high right now is not just because of the tornado warning, but it's just because of the amount of severe thunderstorm warnings that we have, the amount of coverage that we have with our tornado watches. And also, man, there's a lot of live storm chasers right now. So that adds a lot to the weather intensity score. It's kind of like a predictive parameter. So if there's a lot of storm chasers who are live, it means something is either happening or about to happen, right? So that plays on the weather intensity score quite a bit. A worst case scenario may be unfolding in Louisiana and Mississippi as the open warm sector is even more open than what we maybe originally thought. Just tuned in. What's going on? I'm going to share that with you right here in just a second. Let me just get some talking points prepared here. And I'm going to show you this latest mesoscale discussion, which really highlights a lot of the stuff that we're going to be talking about over the next little bit. All right. So here's the latest from the Storm Prediction Center. This is affecting eastern Texas into western Louisiana, valid until 1:15 today. This is related to the active tornado watches that are currently in effect there. All right. Current temperatures and dew points are in the 70s right now. Okay.
A new severe thunderstorm
which is crazy. We've got over
issued.
2,000 joules per kilogram of ML CAPE, convective available potential energy out there, indicating significant instability. We've got very little capping going on here. However, there is a little bit. So, we're not seeing like a giant explosion of convection, which is actually worse because this is going to allow for maybe some of the more discrete convection to take advantage of the environment out here before too long. We've got a low-level jet expected to intensify beyond 40 knots later this afternoon and evening. Supercells are kind of coming together along a confluence band near Walker to Matagorda County in Texas. We've got a developing QLCS line to the west of that, and at least one tornado producing supercell right now. Here's the primary hazards within the next couple of hours. Damaging wind gusts, large hail, tornadoes, including the potential for strong tornadoes. The greatest tornado risk is going to be with supercells in these confluence bands that are popping up. And the increasing threat is going to increase as the day goes on because the environment's going to become more favorable. What was that, Chandler? Okay. All right, so that's what's going on right now. We've got a lot of stuff going on. This is a pretty dangerous situation, and we're monitoring it closely. I've got people, if you ever hear me like just stop myself and be like, what was that? I'm not talking to myself. I've got people in my ear. We're talking to Andy. We're talking to everybody. And our attention is being kind of drug up here back to Texas. Let's take a look at this storm. We do have a severe thunderstorm warning for San Jacinto and Montgomery and Walker counties in Texas. And it is developing a pretty robust mesocyclone here. And that looks like it might be our next tornado warning, potentially. Go ahead, Elijah.
Hey, Ryan, I am relaying a message for Andy. He is pinging about the new Waverly, Texas storm. It is north of the current tornado warning. He said rotation has intensified a lot.
All right, thank you so much, Elijah. So that's the one. That's the one that we've zoomed into here. You can see here that we've got rotation picking up just south and east of the town of New Waverly, near Hawthorne and Maynard and Pumpkin, moving up towards the Big Woods Trail Camp. New tornado warning could be possible here very soon. So we're going to keep an eye on this. Our closest storm chaser to this is Hazcam number 27. Brett Adair and his Hazcams out there, wonderfully placed on behalf of Live Storms Media. So we're watching this storm closely as it looks like it might be our next tornado warning. And there's going to be a lot of those today. So it's pretty cool that we can still kind of focus on one at a time here. That's not going to be the case later. That's for sure. Let me pull up the details for this so you guys can see it. The reason why we're kind of zoomed in on this one right now is because it's rotating. There is another rotating storm just to the south of this that does have a tornado warning for it. We might see a new one for the areas out in front of this as well. That might include places like Grangerland and Splendora, Texas. Get ready for that. But specifically, we're keeping a really close eye on this one as well. For Montgomery and Walker counties in Texas. Severe storms are near Willis right now moving northeast at 35 miles an hour, packing dangerous 60-mile-per-hour winds, and the potential for a tornado is there. And let me show you something real quick, just on the national radar here. Let me show you what I'm talking about with that open warm sector, right? All of our warnings and stuff are back in here. You see all those polygons? That's our severe thunderstorm warnings. Our one tornado warning right now is right here. But look at this. All of this space right in here is mostly clear. All right, we've got some places where the sun's trying to come out, between Beaumont, Baton Rouge, Monroe. And basically what's happening here is the atmosphere is becoming really unstable, as not only is the sky clear, allowing for the sun to heat up the surface, but we've got an incredibly strong pool of Gulf of Mexico moisture coming up into this corridor. And what's going to happen is that moisture is going to feed into these tiny little storms here, and some of these are going to likely become mature supercells capable of producing big-time tornadoes, all right? But let's say that that doesn't happen, or let's say that there's more moisture left over. What happens with it? Well, it's going to fly on past those supercells and into this main line, and we're going to see a destructive line of very powerful storms rake across the deep south as we go forward, with an essentially untapped, unstable air mass in front of it. This line right here is going to cause significant damage this evening in the form of damaging winds and those embedded tornadoes. And then we have to watch every single one of these little storms that are popping up here for potential tornadic activity. This is exactly what you would, if you opened up a textbook and you wanted to learn about a deep south tornado outbreak, this is what they look like right before they start. An unbelievable good parameter space for tornadoes is setting up out here. And the weather intensity score just goes to show how intense it is out there. 164. That's probably one of the higher. That's the highest I've seen it, I think. And we only have one tornado warning right now. This is the kind of day where at some point we could have 10 at one time. Eric, thank you for that. Thank you for the generous super chat. Car Cool Boy, thank you as well. Never underestimate a blip. This right here is the perfect use for that. You see all these little storms here? They look like just little blips. Like, they look unsuspecting. But never underestimate a blip. Oh no. Hold on. It's been a while. My blip button is it's broke. Yeah. My blip button's broke. I'll fix that. For those of you who know, you know. If you don't know what I'm talking about, you're probably very confused right now. But the blip song is not going to be playable at this moment. I still need to step away for just 1 second. Give me just a second. If you're just now tuning in, we have one tornado warning. That's what we're zoomed into here. And we're waiting on several other storms to start rotating enough to have more than that, which will happen very soon. Current tornado warning is for Montgomery County in Texas. Our next warning on the list that we need to keep an eye on is the San Jacinto, Montgomery, and Walker County, Texas area.
A new tornado warning
and now,
has been issued.
We've got a new tornado warning for Montgomery and Liberty counties in Texas. That is going to be an extension Okay, that's an extension of the warning that we just talked about. So this is for this area of rotation right here, which is actually intensifying. We've got a very broad mesocyclone here coming up towards Splendora. So take shelter if you're in Oak Tree, Country Village, Patton Village, Splendora, Bella Vista, Williams, Nimrod, or Cleveland in Texas. Yeah, that's coming together quite concerningly. Tornado warning until 12:45 for parts of Montgomery and Liberty counties. Right now, the storm's near Porter Heights, and it's showing pretty intense rotation on radar. It's moving northeast at 35 miles an hour. This storm has already produced a tornado today. Thanks to Dr. Quentin, I can show that to you. This is what that looked like earlier today as it went near Katy about 20 minutes ago. Well, I'm sorry, this is about an hour and 20 minutes ago at this point. But that's right there is the tornado that this storm produced not too long ago. It could produce a much bigger tornado than that, as at this point it looks like the mesocyclone is getting larger. And it's not quite producing tight rotation yet, but it could as it approaches places like Splendora, Patton Village, Plum Grove, and Cleveland. It could be up there near Cleveland by 12:20 or so. Get to the lowest interior room or basement that you have in a sturdy building near you. Stay away from windows, and if you're in a mobile home or a car, find a sturdy building ASAP. We've got the Cleveland Junior High School in the path. Splendora Elementary, Aiken Elementary is also in the path. And the rotation is coming together nicely right here near Country Village and Oak Tree. Right here over Porter Heights. Hazcam number 27 and Jason Cooley are in Cleveland right here, giving us a live view of that storm as it comes in. Yeah, the rotation just continues to get stronger here. I would say that we'll get an upgrade for this warning before too long. This is a very tight couplet coming together. Would be surprising to me if we didn't have a tornado soon on its approach to Patton Villa and Splendora in Texas. Y'all get to shelter now. Once again, that live view down there from Jason Cooley. He's really close to the storm now. He's not right up on it, but he should be close enough to give us a visual of it pretty soon. If you're just now tuning in, we are very concerned about the town of Splendora, Texas, as now I can say with pretty good confidence that we've got a tornado on the ground here just to the west of Roman Forest, moving up in the general direction of Splendora. This is over Country Village and Porter Heights right now. You see this blue area on the map? That is a tornado debris signature. The correlation coefficient looks at the air and it says, okay, how much does everything correlate? All of this yellow and orange is raindrops, likely. All right, it all correlates. It's about the same size. However, inside of that, we've got this blue area where stuff doesn't correlate, and that is right on top of the velocity couplet, which tells me that there's something spinning and sucking up there, and it is putting stuff in the sky that shouldn't be there. And that's a tornado. So we'll get an upgrade from the National Weather Service here soon, indicating that this is an observed tornado. But even before that, I would definitely take shelter, if you haven't already, along State Highway 242 here in Montgomery and Liberty counties in Texas. This is actually potentially a strong tornado coming together here as well. Right now, the central area of rotation is near Country Village, in a pretty remote zone, to be honest. However, as it moves off to the north and east, it'll cross Highway 242 around that bend there near the Harrington Trails Recreation Center. And then it's going to go up towards the Splendora High School. If you know where the Splendora High School is, that's right in the path here. Latest update from the correlation coefficient shows a strong debris signature now. I am very surprised we've yet to receive an update from the National Weather Service. This is a big tornado on the ground causing big time damage right now near Country Village. It's getting ready to cross Highway 242. Keep a close eye on Jason's stream down there. He's getting close. He's going to be able to give us a view of this soon. This is a very dangerous situation for our folks out here near Splendora. Once again, tornado right now is approximately near the Houston, Texas Bar and Grill, potentially doing damage right now to the homes down here near Lord Drive, Dry Creek Road. If you know where the Performance Mechanical office is down there near Kinder Morgan Compressor Station, tornado is doing damage right now near that area, moving up in the general direction of the Harrington Trails, the Big Rivers Water Park, and then eventually Splendora High School. You guys got to take shelter. Downstream, we've got to be concerned about Cleveland and North Cleveland, Texas as well. If you're just now tuning in, we've got a tornado warning here for Montgomery and Liberty County, Texas, with a very clear sign that we've got a big tornado down producing debris. And it's right on the doorstep of the Big Rivers Water Park and the Harrington Trails Recreation Center and the Splendora High School. If you were in downtown Splendora right now and were watching the approach of the tornado as it came in, it would come in on the side of town where the Kennedy Fabricating plant is. Hopefully it doesn't last that long, but it very well could. All right, there we go. We got an official upgrade to a PDS tornado warning. Radar confirmed tornado here. We have a PDS tornado warning. That's a particularly dangerous situation. We have a big tornado on the ground. We've got a large, dangerous, confirmed tornado on the ground right now in Texas. Montgomery and Liberty counties in Texas are under a PDS tornado warning. This is moving towards Splendora and Cleveland, Texas right now. Wow, look at the weather intensity scores now over 200. A large, dangerous tornado is confirmed on the ground. It's located near Wood Branch or 10 miles north of Kingwood, moving northeast at 35 miles per hour. This is a life-threatening situation. This is not a normal tornado warning, okay? This is going to hit Splendora, Patton Village, Roman Forest, and Plum Grove within the next 5 to 10 minutes. The Cleveland area, it could be there between 12:20 and 12:30. This is also affecting the New Caney area. Here's what you're going to want to do. You want to take shelter now, get to the lowest floor or basement or storm cellar. You got to stay away from windows. And of course, if you're in a mobile home, find a sturdy shelter now. Mobile homes are going to be destroyed by this. Flying debris is going to be deadly to those caught without shelter, and vehicles and homes will be heavily damaged, and complete destruction is possible in the direct path. We've got some schools in the path here. Cleveland Junior High, Splendora Elementary, and the A.M. Aiken Elementary. We got to get those guys, if there's anybody near the schools, get them into their safe spot. This is a particularly dangerous situation. Tornado warning. This is as serious as it gets, folks. All right. And we need to make sure everybody down here is aware of the severity of the situation. So if we can still see it, yeah, the correlation coefficient drop here is still very visible. The blue indicates where we have debris floating in the air that's been picked up by the tornado. So right now we've got a PDS tornado warning that expires in 32 minutes. That's our main focus at this moment. We are still covering all of the other storms that are going on out there, and there's a lot of them, but we've got to make sure that we get the word out about this specific one right now. Go ahead, Elijah.
Hey, Ryan, I have a message from Andy. I would go ahead and talk about the storm to the south of the PDS tornado warning. Watch for the big merger and now an accelerated of inflow into the storm. Right on the spot where you'd expect for it to be a tornado event.
Thank you so much, Elijah. Meteorologist Andy Hill is chiming in from an airport right now, going ahead and saying that we should also pay attention to this area of rotation, this convergence that's likely going to tighten up as it crosses highway or Interstate 69 here near Kingwood. Y'all watch out in Kingwood and Mills Branch. This is likely going to be another tornado-producing storm down here, as it's going to be in the same environment as our PDS tornado warning that is ongoing right now, just to the north of that. Velocity still shows a strong tornado up here, maybe occluding a little bit to the north, just crossed State Highway 242, now going up towards Daw Collins Road. Let me try to give you a better idea. So that's near the Loveland Ranch. If you know where the Loveland Ranch is, that's about where the tornado is right now. If it continues to kind of occlude off to the north like this, we could maybe see it approach the Caney Creek Cowboy Church, the Tequeria La Panza Feliz Mexican restaurant, Air on Time AC, and Spring Branch Crossing. Take shelter now. Also, if you know where the Photon Solutions 20K solar power plant is, that's in the general vicinity of where the tornado could be going as well. So there's a pretty large area here because of the erratic motion that the tornado could be taking. There's a pretty large area that we're immediately concerned about that includes the old Security Flea Market, includes Splendora High School. It still includes downtown Splendora. Take shelter now. This is in Texas, yeah. Jason Cooley is over there in Cleveland, Texas, so he's still kind of far away from the storm right now, but we should have a visual on it at some point here. This is a life-threatening situation. Seek shelter now if you're out here in Montgomery or Liberty counties in Texas. We got a confirmed and extremely dangerous tornado west of Splendora, Texas. Yeah, if you can do so safely, feel free to send pictures and videos of what's going on near you on Twitter, but only if you can do so safely. Are our gifts not working, Kenzie? They're not, are they? Wow, what the heck? Have Allie refresh that web page over there on the triple monitor computer. All right, if you're just now tuning in, we are kind of hyper-focused right now on Liberty and Montgomery counties in Texas, as we do have a PDS tornado warning. We had a tornado down on the ground producing significant damage moments ago. I'm hesitant to say, but I'm growing more confident in the fact that we might have seen an occlusion here and we don't have a tornado at the moment. However, a new one could form very quickly in a situation like this, so we need to stay sheltered in Splendora, Midline, Williams, and Nimrod, and all these places near Cleveland, Texas. But let's hope that it continues to downtrend here. We're also watching very closely the storm just to the south of that. You see this area of convergence right here. This could turn into a tornado very soon. Meteorologist Andy Hill drew our attention to that not too long ago. PDS tornado warning continues, at least for the next few minutes, though, for Cleveland in Texas. We're seeing on the correlation coefficient as well, if you take a three-dimensional slice, if you take a look at the height that the debris is reaching, it got up somewhere near 15,000 feet. So it takes a really strong storm to throw things in the air 15,000 feet. So that's the kind of environment that we've got today, and that's this kind of storm that's approaching Cleveland, Texas right now. Maybe even close to 20,000. So we'll be monitoring, we'll be listening in to see if we hear any damage reports, and Elijah will relay those if we get them. Oh yeah, look at this. Texas doesn't, as far as I know, Texas does not have live traffic cameras. They've got these that take pictures. Please, somebody prove me wrong and send me a link. But that's why we don't have them up on our system right now. But this one took a picture at just the right moment near Cleveland. This was just moments ago. You can see the tornado right back in there. This is taken on Interstate 69, or near 69, I should say. Moments ago when we had the clearer velocity couplet. You see it right back in there. Now, I do expect that they will allow the PDS tag on that warning. I think they're going to allow that to drop. But until they do, we want to respect the polygon, right? Make sure you are staying underground and staying in your safe spot up there in Cleveland, Texas, Splendora, Williams, and Nimrod. But I'm hoping that we just saw a brief, strong tornado and it's not going to cycle back up here. Yeah, I've got a cold today, guys. It's apparently going around. Yeah, sure. No. If you're just now tuning in, we are watching an ongoing PDS tornado warning. The rotation's let up a lot, but we're keeping an eye on it. Debris reached 20,000 feet in the latest 3D slice. This was a strong tornado, so we're waiting now to hear if we've got any damage reports coming in. And the storm that produced that strong tornado is still moving up towards Cleveland, Texas, so stay in your all safe spots. And now our focus is not going to shift too completely, but it's going to kind of meander a little bit because we've got other storms going on. We've got other stuff going on. This severe thunderstorm warning down here for Kingwood, if we take a look at the velocity on this, there's a large area of convergence here that might try to tighten up into a tornado as it crosses Interstate 69. So get ready for that over there near Kingwood. You might need to take shelter here soon. This also includes Mills Branch and Lake Houston Wilderness Park. And that's not all we've got going on. We've got a ton of severe thunderstorm warnings out here. Here's another one that's probably about to be allowed to expire, but we've got a strong storm coming into Livingston there. Huge severe thunderstorm warning for up to 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts moving into College Station. This is Brazos, Lee, and Washington counties in Texas. Another very large severe thunderstorm warning for Claiborne, Bossier, Columbia, and Lafayette County, Arkansas. The rest of those are parishes in Louisiana. We've got another severe thunderstorm warning out here in more south central Texas near LaGrange. This is a really strong storm, quarter-size hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds, and a little bit of rotation. So we've got to watch the Round Top area of Texas as well. You guys might need to take shelter at some point, as this could eventually be a tornado-producing storm. So that's what's going on there. A ton of special weather statements as well. Let me refresh our radar here, and I'll show you the broad overview of everything that's going on. Right here's all of our warnings, right? All those severe thunderstorm warnings are right up in this area from about Pine Bluff, Arkansas, down through Shreveport, Louisiana, down here into areas just east of Austin, Texas. This right here, where we've got our tornado warning right now near Houston, this is what we call a confluence band. Okay, so you've heard me talk a lot about confluence bands today. These are kind of line segments or broken line segments that are forming out in front of the line. And these are really dangerous during setups like today. We might have several of them trying to form here out in this open warm sector. So Louisiana, Mississippi, you guys are going to be in for a long afternoon and evening. It looks like this is going to continue for quite some time. Remember, we've been talking a lot about Texas today, and the storms haven't even made it into the moderate risk yet. The areas in the red are where we expect to see the strongest storms today, and the greatest chance for tornadoes. And our storms are still way back here. So they're going to continue to get stronger, and they're potentially going to wreak havoc over this area right here this afternoon and evening. Lots of clear skies out in front of the storms, even really close to the confluence bands. Even like right here where Bob Pack is, you could see some breaks in the clouds in Texas. So really interesting stuff. It's going to be a long, long, long day. Let me try to pull up a satellite view. Oh yeah, this is great. This is great. So this is a great visual representation, I should say. So here's what I'm talking about with that open, warm sector. Literally sunny in certain parts of Louisiana and Mississippi right now. All of this very unstable air is just going to feed into these little mini supercells and eventually the big line of storms. And my goodness, we're going to have ourselves one heck of a tornado outbreak today. Yeah, we no longer have a PDS tornado warning. Thank goodness. It's still a confirmed tornado warning in Liberty and Montgomery counties in Texas, so stay in your safe spots. Observed tornado warning for Cleveland and Splendora in Texas. That's Liberty County. That tornado was quite large, at least 15 to 20,000 feet in the air. Debris was being lofted there for a moment. JKC, thank you for the very generous super chat. Says Mountain Brook, Alabama here. I appreciate you keeping us informed. Absolutely. We'll be here likely until the storms get to you. Meteorologist Andy Hill is here with us today, but he's kind of in and out. He's at an airport. It's Christmas. You know, everybody's traveling. It was a miracle that we were all able to be together in this capacity today. But he's watching the radar, and he's still feeding me information. So don't you worry. Andy Hill's still with us, even though he's not necessarily in his normal environment. Yeah, one more call out here, just in case anybody missed this earlier, because you know there's definitely not a lull right now, but it's very active out there. I'm getting ready to go through all of the warnings again, but before we have another PDS tornado warning, please take this moment to share our stream. Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, YouTube, TikTok, wherever it is. Send it in a text message to a family member or a friend. Let them know that we're going to be here, commercial free of charge, for the duration of this event. With our storm chasers, our live cameras, our radar, you know, and everything else, just relaying information as quickly as possible, just in case somebody out there doesn't know. Thank you for helping us reach people. We know that it works. We know that it saves lives. Every time a big tornado hits a town, we go there and we help out. And we hear, hey, Aunt Sally shared this on Facebook. I never would have known. So help us reach people. Thank you. Derek says, important reminder, areas with sunshine increases the chance for formations of severe storms, but dangerous weather can even move into areas where it has been cloudy. That is true. On a day like today, even if there was no areas of sunshine, even if there were no breaks in the cloud, we would still have a tornado outbreak. So the fact that we are seeing those breaks in the clouds, and we are seeing the environment become more unstable, just means that it could be worse. Allie, thank you. there was a report near the Splendora High School. Tornado spotted near. This was earlier when we were talking about the tornado near Splendora. We called out the Splendora High School way ahead of time, and there was a report that came in near FM 2090 in the Splendora High School. There was a lot of debris, and Elijah's working on getting a damage report put together. Today we've got a moderate risk of severe weather in the red. If you look above my head there, that's the latest Storm Prediction Center outlook. Moderate risk of severe weather, a 4 out of 5 for parts of Mississippi, Louisiana, Alabama. This includes Jackson, Monroe, and Hattiesburg, about 8 million people. The enhanced risk, which is the small sliver of orange around the red, includes Baton Rouge, Shreveport, and Mobile, an additional 4 million people. And in there, we've got the primary threat of strong tornadoes, EF2 or greater, long track tornadoes, and widespread damaging winds. Large hail. The greatest risk is going to be from late this afternoon through the evening, so it's still early. It's 1:30 on the East Coast. It's 12:30 Central. We might not have peak tornado action until 4, 5, 6 p.m. So we're still several hours away from the peak of this event, and we've already seen a couple of damaging tornadoes. Not a good sign. Not a good sign. So yeah, it's going to get a lot worse the farther east this goes. We've got a strong mid-level shortwave with 80 to 90 knots of strong winds in the mid-levels, in the upper levels of the atmosphere. And then at the lower levels, we're going to have a really strong lower-level jet kind of working alongside that, especially around sundown, that is going to allow for these storms to produce even stronger tornadoes, and that we're really concerned about that specifically in Louisiana and Mississippi. The moderate risk today is a 4 out of 5, but they did consider issuing a high risk, a 5 out of 5, a very rare risk category for severe weather for parts of Louisiana and Mississippi, but they maintained the moderate risk after talking about it for a little bit longer. So it just goes to show how high confidence these guys have in a significant severe weather event today, and I'm right there on board with them. Kyle, thank you for that. My car is currently reading 66 degrees here in Kentucky. Yeah, I bet it feels wild. It's December 28th. How does it feel out here in this open warm sector? I bet it's quite nuts. If you're outside right now in Louisiana or southwestern Mississippi, if we've got anybody watching, just what does it feel like out there? If you didn't know it was December 28th, could we trick you into thinking it was April? I just about bet we probably could. Go ahead, Elijah.
Hey Ryan, so I have a damage report now. So Porter Heights did take a direct hit from the tornado. An emergency command center is currently being established. There are at least 5 homes that I'm aware of that have extremely heavy damage to them. Fire departments were actually unable to get to those homes due to downed power lines, so they are having to get there on foot. If you know, based on some of the locations I have, if you know around where McShannigan's is or the Maple Heights by Century communities, the tornado crossed right in that area. I'm trying to get additional information, but there is a lot of damage, it looks like. We also do have a 4-story home that has damage according to the scanner, but I did not get a location specifically for that home. Yep.
All right. Thank you, Elijah. Unfortunately, it looks like that tornado that we just covered there with the PDS warning has done significant damage. This is a good time to remind you, Y'all Squad, the y'allsquad.org. Places like Porter City are going to be some potential places that we go help out if we're requested, if the local officials there deem it necessary. We've got a lot of resources already thanks to you guys, but if you want to help us have even more, you can go submit a tax-deductible donation to our nonprofit organization, the Y'all Squad, which, we're going to go, if there's places that need food, water, supplies, if there's individual families that need a check written to fill in the gap between insurance and FEMA and whatever else is cutting up short, we're going to be there to help fill those gaps over the next couple of weeks for any place that gets hit today at a significant level. So once again, the y'allsquad.org. Go submit a tax-deductible donation if you want to. You don't have to, obviously, but it helps. All right, if you are just now tuning in, we're doing a little tour here of all of the warnings that are out. You can see that the radar's moving around. We've got a bunch of warnings right now. We've got quite a few severe thunderstorm warnings. We've got a ton of special weather statements. There is one flash flood warning in Navarro County, Texas, and there is one tornado warning. Okay? And right there it is. It's a confirmed tornado warning for Liberty and Montgomery counties in Texas. This is the storm that produced the tornado that caused the damage that we're talking about now. But it is no longer producing that caliber of a tornado from what we can tell. It is going to be capable of doing it again, though, as the storm moves off to the north and east. And also, as the storm to its south moves off to the north and east, I'm concerned about places like Colony Ridge. A new tornado warning
has been issued.
Okay? And we just got a new tornado warning. And that's exactly what it's for. It's for the storm to the south. So we're watching this area of convergence right here to the south and east of Roman Forest. We could have a new tornado forming here near Plum Grove and Colony Ridge, moving up towards Carter Settlement and Macedonia and Trinity River Estates. Take shelter now. This one looks pretty concerning. I ain't going to lie. We've got a pretty well-defined supercellular structure here. We've got lots of warm, moist air coming into the storm. We've got storms back here nudging the rear flank downdraft. So like everything's kind of coming together for potentially another significant tornado to kind of come through the Colony Ridge, Carter Settlement, and Jacob Settlement area. Please take shelter. And if you know anybody out here, let them know the severity of the situation. The tornado sirens are likely going off. But sometimes people don't hear them or they ignore them. This is not one of those situations that you need to be doing that. Weather with Gary? No. I think that we're going to stick with the moderate risk, but I don't think that matters. I think that, we were just a couple of parameters away from having a high risk, and there's going to be a bunch of tornadoes today regardless. They don't have any tornado sirens out here. In Colony Ridge, they don't have any tornado sirens. Well, honestly, tornado sirens are outdated. You really don't need them in today's world. You just need internet connection. Hopefully, obviously not everybody has one, but like if everybody had a NOAA weather radio, that would be great. Right here, out in front of this storm, we've got Jason Cooley and Bob Pack. So down there at the bottom of your screen, you can see Jason and Bob. They're going to be able to give us a pretty good view of this storm. Also, what is Hascam's 25? Somebody tell me in ear, like, what is this? I keep seeing it. It's moving. It's not a stationary camera. And it's a chaser. Can we show it? And also, if somebody is talking to me in ear, I can't hear you. I don't know if my thing's dead or what. And we can't use that or what? All right, so we do have Jason Cooley out there, so keep your eye on his stream. Yeah, the warm sector is still wide open. You're starting to see it feel with clouds because there's actually supercell starting to form. And you can see the wind shear so clearly here. Look at how the lower level winds are coming in like this. And then just above the surface, you can see them like this. And then even higher than that, you can see how everything's kind of getting blown this way. So you can see the curved photograph just by looking at the satellite imagery. All right, this storm right here is becoming increasingly concerning now. Velocity doesn't show a lot, but it does show a decent surge of inflow getting ready to come into the storm. And what we're going to see here is this little hook right here maybe take advantage of that and potentially produce a tornado near Colony Ridge. Get ready. Twenty-five. Go ahead, Elijah.
Hey Ryan, I have a relay message from Andy. Watch Bonnie, Texas, southwest of the Houston radar. Strong appearance on reflectivity. Velocity is working up.
All right, tell me the location again.
Bonnie, Texas. It's southwest of the Houston radar.
All right, thank you so much, Elijah. That's coming from Andy, who is drawing our attention southwest of the Houston radar down here near Bonnie. An area that we might have to watch here for a new tornado warning at some point. This storm right here, very obviously a supercell embedded in this confluence band, could be coming up towards Liverpool and Chocolate Bayou. Get ready to take shelter. Okay, cool. Thank you, Drew. Chandra, it's just a duplicate dot. I see it now. Drew explained it. So yeah, we currently have one tornado warning right now. That's correct. Go ahead, Elijah.
Hey Ryan, so I have a very quick damage update here. So there is several homes and trailers trailer homes that were damaged from that Porter Heights tornado. And then the Storm Prediction Center also has a report that unsettling is right on top of the Splendora Junior High School of a tornado sighting there from earlier. So that area is actually a complex. It is the Splendora High School, Splendora Junior High School, and Piney Woods Elementary School, all right there. I don't know if the schools took a direct hit or if the tornado was spotted right next to them, but the exact damage report that the Storm Prediction Center noted is directly on the junior high school there.
Okay. Thank you so much, Elijah. We're continuing to watch this storm down here. Try to organize south of Cleveland, north of Dayton, moving over towards Jacobs Settlement and Colony Ridge. There's not a lot of organization happening with the velocity that we can tell so far, but on reflectivity, it just looks like one of those storms that is going to be a big problem. And we're continuing to watch the storm south of Houston as well. Yeah, tornado warning for Liberty and Harris counties continues in Texas. This is south of North Cleveland. There's likely another tornado developing south and east of Bonnie, Texas. Here's another shot of the tornado earlier that happened north and west of Houston from Admire. Anthony says, I don't know if this is bait. I don't know if this is a joke. But just in case it's not. He says, are these storms only affecting Ohio? These storms are not in Ohio. They are in Texas right now. We're focusing on Texas, Louisiana, Mississippi, and a little bit of Arkansas right now. Ohio, you're in the clear for the most part right now. Ryan, which way is the Bonnie one heading? Let me go back down here to the Bonnie storm. We'll take a closer look at it here. So it's a very small and discrete area of rotation, which actually looks a little bit less impressive now than it did. But it's moving northeast. It is essentially going to eventually impact places like Hillcrest and Chocolate Bayou. It might come up later down the road towards Santa Fe. But right now, I do want to emphasize that this has no warning associated with it or anything. We're just watching it just in case. Jason's got a live view here of our tornado-warned storm. Which looks like it's coming together really good, even in person. Look at all those mobile homes. Once again, the risk area today, there's a lot of mobile homes out there, and I just want to make sure I'm saying this as many times as possible, just to make sure I'm getting the message out there. If you're in a mobile home and you're under a tornado warning today, you don't need to be there. You need to get out. You need to find a more suitable shelter. And Bob Pack is really close to that one as well, or Jason is. So that's what we're looking at there. I'm going to pull him up full just in case there's something going on in there. I can't really tell from this vantage point. But honestly, if there was, the velocity's kind of shrouded in rain, so it might be rain wrapped at this point. When will Mobile, Alabama be seeing storms today? Much later this afternoon into the evening. I would say there's going to be some storms intermittently throughout the day, but the stronger storms, the big part of the storm system won't be coming through until like 11 to 1 a.m. And it is important to note that you guys are not in the hardest hit areas. We're not expecting to see the worst of the storms in your vicinity. The worst of the storms will be in places.
Hey, Ryan, it's Brad. When you get a second, hit me up.
Will be in places like Vicksburg, Mississippi, for example. And this is probably around the time they'll be at their worst, anytime between 4 and 7 p.m. Let's hit up Brad. Go ahead, Brad.
Hey, just a heads up, we may have a tornado developing near Kirkwood, Louisiana. That's north of Leeville. We will intercept that storm. We're about to go through Jenna here in a second, but it's moving northeast in between Jenna and Winfield. So got a developing possible tornado near Kirkwood, Louisiana.
All right, so Brad's on a storm in Louisiana. Gosh, there's so many people out here. I don't know which one of these is Brad. There he is. Right in the middle of a radar hole. So Brad's over here between Alexandria and Natchez, Louisiana. He's watching these storms, and man, there's a lot. There's a lot of these storms that are starting to become more mature. Okay, you see these storms popping up over here near Leesville. That could be a big tornado producer here soon. The storms that Brad's on are over here near Natchez. These could be tornado producers soon, like Brad just said. We've got some storms over here even near Baton Rouge, which is where Jordan Hall is. These could be tornado producers soon. So we've been focused pretty heavily on Texas, but we could be switching over to Louisiana and Mississippi here soon. All right, we got a tornado warning here for Brazoria and Galveston counties in Texas. This is for the storm that we've been watching, where there wasn't a warning. Now there is. This includes places like Alvin. Take shelter now. Rotation's very tight. It's very small, but it is definitely something that looks like a tornado producer here. So let me read off some more information for you. The tornado is going to be, the warning here is going to be in effect for Brazoria County and Galveston counties in Texas until 1:30 Central. This affects Galveston and northeastern Brazoria County. The storm is near Liverpool right now, moving northeast at 30 miles per hour. We've got a rotating storm capable of producing a tornado. It's not, as far as we know, but it's capable of. And it's going to potentially cause flying debris, being a major hazard. Mobile homes are at serious risk. Expect damage to roofs, windows, vehicles, and trees. Some other communities in the path include League City, Friendswood, Alvin, Santa Fe, Hillcrest. All of these will be hit around 1 p.m. So take shelter now. Move to the lowest floor or a basement. Put as many walls between you and the outside world as possible. And if you're in a mobile home, get to a sturdy shelter immediately. There's a couple of airports in the warning area. There's multiple schools as well, including Passmore Elementary School, and the Renwick and Newman Parks are also in there. This is a life-threatening situation. Take shelter now. Wow, look at that. Latest scan shows really tight rotation there. It's small, but that is certainly looking like a tornado to me. Let's check the correlation coefficient, and boom, wouldn't you know it? We've got what looks like a debris signature already from that tiny little rotation that we're seeing north of Liverpool. So I personally We haven't gotten official word yet, but I personally believe we've got a tornado on the ground here near Highway 172 north of Liverpool in Texas, very close to the Menard Pegasus Airport. How close is that, Chandra? Okay, I see. All right, let me pull up the mesoscale here. It's a pretty intense area of rotation there, but it is tiny. But it's likely doing significant damage wherever it's on the ground. Yeah, so right now that tornado is going to be near the Macora Ranch. If anybody knows where the Macora Ranch is, that's around where the tornado is. This is approaching League City, okay? So we need everybody in League City to get ready. You're not included in the warning, but you could be at some point. Let me push this back and forward a little bit. This will cross Highway 38 somewhere near the Oak Ridge RV Resort. Look at this. This is the kind of stuff that we're looking at here, right where the tornado is about to cross Highway 46. All right. So once again, if you are in a mobile home, you've got to get to a more sturdy shelter. Next frame just came in. It looks even more intense now. Tornado on the ground right now over Highway 192. They just upgraded it to a confirmed tornado warning. It's a confirmed tornado warning now. Radar confirmed, okay? And the way that we know, once again, there's a tornado down on the ground right now just to the north of Menard Pegasus Airport. The way that we know for sure is that we've got this little blue dot here indicating that there is debris in the air. The correlation coefficient has dropped. The stuff that's in the sky right here does not correlate with the raindrops around it. It's different size. And then we can double check ourselves with the velocity here. We've got tight rotation indicated by the velocity couplet here. A tornado is ongoing right now, approaching a fairly populated area to the south of Alvin. Take shelter. If you're between Chocolate Bayou and Alvin in Texas, you're in a very dangerous spot. Yeah, it just went over an area where there are some houses. Once again, I expect this to cross over Highway 35, really close to that airport. Potentially around the shop or the CLS Industrial Purification area. So if you know anybody over there, have them take shelter. Or if you're in over there, take shelter yourself. As it is a damaging tornado. Getting close to Houston, Labradors, Belzona, Houston. Now here's the hope is that this doesn't last very long. Storms like this, especially with how small the velocity couplet is, there's a good chance that this will be a short-lived tornado. We're going to hope for that anyways. But let's say that it continues on the trajectory that it's on right now. It's going to go right into Hillcrest, and it'll enter in on the side where Smash Design is, Top Mulch, the Walt Disney Elementary School, and the Sal Godfrey Attorney at Law offices, and the Grind Sportsplex. So if you know where that stuff is, that's where we would expect the tornado to come in if it continues on its current trajectory. So once again, tornado warning in effect for Brazoria and Galveston counties in Texas. Tornado is on the ground right now. Take shelter now. I'm hoping that the next frame looks a little bit less intense. So if I go back a frame, it was a lot more intense there. You see how it kind of blooped up and now it's blooping down? If that makes sense. I hope it continues to bloop down. That's the trend that we're seeing. Talk about oversimplification. Blooping up and blooping down. Got a confirmed tornado on the ground right now located near Liverpool and Alvin in Texas. It's moving northeast at 30 miles per hour, quarter-size hail. Take immediate action now, especially in Alvin, Santa Fe, and Hillcrest. Take shelter. Try refreshing it.
A new tornado watch has been issued.
Okay, well, you can try. If you can see what's going wrong, you can try. Yeah, you can really clearly see the structure of the cell here. So it's a strong storm. The velocity couplet is just small. But that doesn't mean that it's going to do small damage. Radar confirmed tornado. Ryan, we're in Dickinson, a bit north and east of Alvin, and the thunder is quite loud up here. Yeah, Radar Omega, actually, we've got a camera there in Dickinson. We can see the storm coming in. I'm hoping that the tornado doesn't make it that far, but the storm that's producing the tornado is moving right towards Dickinson. It'll be about 30 minutes or so before it gets there, but definitely y'all watch out in League City and Dickinson. All right, so the new scan is in. We still got a confirmed tornado here. Velocity actually looks more intense now. So it looked like it was going down. Now we're blooping up again as it crosses Highway 35. It's likely getting really close to Hillcrest now. If we switch over to reflectivity, we can see something that resembles a debris ball as well. So now that's a third thing that we have to consider. We've got velocity couplet indicating strong rotation. We've got our correlation coefficient showing debris being lofted into the air. And now we've got a debris ball indicative on radar reflectivity. So this is moving into the Hillcrest area now. Currently, the tornado is likely
a new tornado warning has been issued.
The east of I-35, or Highway 35, I should say, over there near the Pico propane and fuels area. If you know where top mulch is, that's about where the tornado is. It's going to go into Hillcrest over here near Laurel Court, the Godfrey Attorney at Law office, village at Alvin. This could go right into the middle of Hillcrest. We got to get everybody in that town underground. Put as many walls between you and the outside world as possible. And we've also got a new tornado warning, by the way, that on a completely separate storm. Very large tornado warning here for Hardin, Polk, and Tyler counties in Texas. Large area of rotation now going up towards Warren, Texas. Take shelter immediately. You can see how the cell here has that little curve to it. It's got a nudger behind it. And it's got a wide open, warm air mass out in front of it. The National Weather Service expects that it will take advantage of that as it goes up towards the Willwood Airport. So once again, this is Hardin, Polk, and Tyler counties in Texas. Take shelter immediately. Rotation was spotted on radar near Thicket. Quarter-size hail is also possible here. It's going to be over there near Wildwood around 115, Village Mills around 120. It's also going to affect areas like Ivanhoe and Hillister. Get to the lowest and most interior floor, get into the interior room. Stay away from windows and evacuate mobile homes if you can to a more sturdy shelter. Has there been any photos of this yet? It's in a pretty populated area. We haven't seen anything. That's wild. Definitely a big tornado ongoing right now, moving into Hillcrest. I can't express enough how serious of a situation this is for our folks here in Hillcrest. If I zoom in really far here, you can see all these little cul-de-sacs, all these little streets. These are people's homes that the tornado is about to go over. It's happening. This is real. A big tornado is moving into Hillcrest, Texas right now. If you know somebody over here, call them, text them, FaceTime them, whatever it is, to make sure that they're in their safe spot, because I guarantee you, once again, it's the day after Christmas, or it's a couple days after Christmas. People aren't paying attention to the weather. Somebody is going to get caught off guard out here. And we don't, like, with the amount of weather coverage that we have, with the amount of tools that we have to spot these things out nowadays, never again should we hear on the news the next day, oh, we didn't know it was coming. It came out of nowhere, because no, it didn't. This has been a very well forecasted event, and the only thing that we got to make sure that we do is make sure that we get the message out to the right people. So everybody in Hillcrest should be in their safe spot. Algoa, Bayou Safari Wildlife Park, everybody in Alvin, Texas needs to be heeding this warning, as this is a very dangerous storm. Big tornado now going through Hillcrest, Texas right now. Specifically, tornado is located near the village Alvin, which once again, this is what it looks like. Just trailer parks, trailer park after trailer park, huge area of mobile homes here. So hopefully we've done a good job today of explaining the risks of staying in your mobile home during a tornado warning. But we've got lots of, even downstream here, we've got lots of multifamily homes. We've got a lot of condos. This is a very heavily populated area here where the tornado is continuing to rip through right now. Latest scan on velocity does show a little bit of a less concerning signature, so hopefully that continues. But we're going to go ahead and assume that the tornado is still down, and everybody in Hillcrest is going to stay underground until further notice. And we really need to be watching out up there in Dickinson now. So the debris ball really isn't visible much anymore on radar. The velocity couplet looks a little bit less intense, and the correlation coefficient is still there. But this, out of all the products that we look at, this one is the one that's most delayed, right? So think about it. A lot of times you'll see a tornado first through the velocity. And then only after it picks up debris will you actually see that on the correlation coefficient. And then the tornado could literally lift and you still see a huge debris signature on the correlation coefficient, because, you know, the tornado sucks stuff up 15, 20,000 feet into the air, and it's going to hang out there for a while, even after the tornado subsides. So hopefully what's happening is the tornado is dissipating. However, we cannot assume that that's the case because we have this big debris signature right here going through Hillcrest. And we've got to assume that we've got a tornado continuing here as it goes up towards Algoa. So take shelter in Algoa. Currently, the tornado is somewhere near the Humbird Taxidermy facility, the B3 Resources Bella Moon Barn. If you know where that stuff is, you know about where the tornado is right now. It's moving up towards Highway 6. Highway 6. It's going to go over Highway 6 here in just a few minutes between Alvin and Santa Fe, probably near the Petrochem valve plant, the Red Dragon, and the Tequila El Alacran Mexican restaurant there. This is also going to go right up towards the WM Coastal Plains landfill as well, if it continues. We're starting to see a big uptick in lightning here. So this is the storm. This is a live view thanks to Radar Omega, the app we all know and love. This is a live view of the top of the storm, okay? So Dixon, this is a live view from Dixon, Texas. The storm is coming towards you. We can't see the bottom of the storm. We can't see where that tornado is, but we can see where the debris is being flown up to right now. And you can see that there's a lot of friction in the air there because of the amount of lightning that we're seeing. Lots of cloud to ground lightning, but we're also seeing a lot of flashes, which is not very common in broad daylight. So that just says that there's a lot of lightning happening in there, and the amount of lightning is upticking. So the storm is still strengthening, and we've still got a very concerning situation on our hands here for the folks over here closer to Dixon, Texas. You're not under a warning yet, but y'all watch out. My goodness, the rotation looks more impressive now as it approaches Algoa. Looks like another breath of inflow is coming into the storm, which if there was a moment there where we lost our tornado, it's going to likely reform right as it comes into Algoa, Texas. And once again, it's crossing the Highway 6 there near the Mexican restaurant. Let me see if I can't see how to say that. Hey, what's the correct pronunciation for down there in Texas, the Taqueria El Alacran Mexican restaurant?
That's pronounced Taqueria El Alacran. Back to you, Ryan.
All right, awesome. There's a tornado right now moving up towards the WM Coastal Plains landfill. So there's also a place out here called Algoa. Algoa, am I pronouncing that right in Texas?
Yes, that's pronounced Algoa. Back to you, Ryan.
Thank you. All right, so yeah, right here near Algoa, we're getting ready to cross Highway 6, moving up towards the Bay Colony and Bayou Lakes. Take shelter now if you're anywhere near the El Tejano Airport. This is a very dangerous situation. I do want to pull us away from this just for a moment because we got a lot of people watching from all over the place. There's another tornado warning. It's been about 7 minutes since we've checked in on it. It's up here for Hardin, Polk, and Tyler, Texas. The rotation with this one's not quite as intense, but it's still a concerning storm. If we're in places like Wildwood, Village Mills, or Hicksball in Texas, let's get to shelter. We've also got a bunch of other storms starting to pop up. We've got a lot of severe thunderstorm warnings and special weather statements. Nothing quite as intense yet as what's going on down here in Texas. That's why we're focusing on this right now, okay? I promise we will get to everything. And if we're not talking about your area currently, that's a good thing. You don't want us to talk about you. That means that you're currently in the worst case scenario. So what's happening right now is our area of let me show you. This is quite interesting. Our area of rotation started off as this really small, compact tornado, right? And then it kind of fizzled out a little bit, and then it recycled with a larger couplet, right? And now the same thing is happening. It's happening again, but with maybe potentially a much larger couplet. We've got a much more broad area of rotation now. So either the area of vorticity is kind of widening out, and maybe that's a good thing, or we're getting a new breath of inflow into the storm, and we're about to see a much larger tornado form here as the storm goes past Algoa. So take shelter immediately if you're in Algoa. This is an extremely dangerous situation. The warning's going to last for another, 12 minutes. Hopefully it continues to fall apart. Hopefully it doesn't strengthen any. But if it does, it's going to produce another big tornado here somewhere past Highway 6 as it approaches Dickinson, Texas. And we do have a live view from Dickinson down there, thanks to Radar Omega. In slot 3. Matt, thank you for that. We can't do that right now, but I promise I will before the end of the stream. Oh yeah, this is not good, y'all. So once again, the velocity is becoming more broad, less compact, but there's just more of it there. There's more energy, I guess you could say, for the storm to take advantage of as it goes right up towards Dickinson. And this is, once again, a live look at downtown Dickinson. We're up on top of some cell tower or radio tower or something. I think you can see hailstones falling there. And you can see the hail core back in there. So we're the tornado, if there's a tornado down, we would see it on the left side. All right, you can see the hail core. We can see the forward flank of the storm. That's where all the lightning is, right in front of us. On the left side, that's likely where the rear flank downdraft is, and that'll be coming into view here within the next couple of minutes. Dickinson. I'm sorry. I've been saying Dickinson. My bad. We're starting to hear preliminary reports of damage coming in from Hillcrest. So as we get more details on that, I'm sure Elijah will let us know, but it definitely looks like Hillcrest took a hit there. We still have a tornado, or we have another tornado developing now over Highway 6 near the WM Coastal Plains landfill, moving up towards Barber's Nurseries Incorporated. And eventually, League City and Dickinson, Texas. Oh, wow. Oh, yeah, you can see the base of the mesocyclone coming into view on the left side of your screen there. This is an incredible view of the supercell, once again, from Radar Omega Cyclone Port in Dickinson, Texas. Yes, this is a pretty populated area right here. Go ahead and put that one that you just loaded in 2. Radar Omega number 38. So we've got another vantage point here from a little bit farther away. This is from Texas City, Texas, looking to the west. And then this is closer to the actual storm right here. My goodness, look at that. Just a incredible view of the mesocyclone as it approaches Dickinson County or Dickinson, Texas. Once again, there is not a tornado warning yet for Dickinson. However, it could be coming very soon as the rear flank downdraft, the very strong winds, the rain-cooled winds are bracing out into that warm air, and that's what we're seeing there, the big shelf on the front side of the mesocyclone there. The good news is so far I don't see anything making contact with the ground, but it looks like we're about to see it because we just got an observed tornado warning now that does include Dickinson, Texas. So if you're in Dickinson, Texas, the tornado sirens, if you guys have got them, should start going off now. Did that make a noise? You guys, did it say tornado warning whenever that came through? Okay, it did. All right, good. All right, for some reason I'm not hearing that. I just want to make sure you guys can hear it. But yeah, we've got a confirmed tornado warning now for Chambers and Galveston counties in Texas, and this is a live look at it. Go ahead and switch Jason and Radar Omega 24. Put 24 in 1. So I'm going to keep the camera above my head here, but we need to take another look at the radar as our huge supercell is getting a little bit obstructed by the radar here. However, we can see very tight rotation starting to come together here near Bayou Lakes. This is going to be moving, honestly, right up towards our camera here, which you can see in the Radar Omega app. So, yeah, incredible stuff happening right now in and around Dickinson County, or Dickinson, Texas. This is Galveston and Chambers County. National Weather Service has issued a confirmed or observed tornado warning. This is radar confirmed. Surprisingly, I still don't think we've seen any pictures or videos of it yet. This is not a public reported tornado. So likely what's happening here is there's a lot of rain in behind that shelf there, and it's kind of shrouding the actual tornado. But there's definitely a tornado in there. I'm almost certain of it. So once again, we've got a tornado warning here. A tornado is on the ground near Santa Fe, and it's moving northeast at 20 miles per hour. You want to some locations in the path include Eastern League City, Texas City, Dickinson, Lamarck, Kemah, Clear Lake Shores. You want to take cover now, get to the lowest floor of a sturdy building, stay away from windows. If you're in a mobile home, get out and find strong shelter. Don't wait to see the tornado. You might not be able to see it. It might be hidden by rain, and take shelter right now. It's going to hit League City in around 1:30. That's going to hit Kemah around 1:35, and expect significant damage out there, okay? This is a massive one. Holy smokes, y'all. Yeah, it's likely rain wrapped. So what we're looking at here is just the overall front side of the it's essentially this. You see how this right here is kind of bowing out right here? That's what the camera's looking at. The tornado is inside of that a little bit, and it's likely shrouded by rain. We're not able to see it. But the closer that gets to our camera, the more likely it is that we will actually see it. Yeah, very dangerous rotating storm coming into Dickinson, Texas right now. We are getting reports from Hillcrest that that area was hit. And this is the same storm, so we've got to take it incredibly seriously. It's going to cross Interstate 45 somewhere. Oh my gosh, this is an incredibly populated area. Look at this. Tornado, if it's down right now, which we don't know for sure that it still is, but let's assume that it is. The tornado somewhere in this general vicinity right here. And it's about to go through like just an incredible collection of subdivisions. Right here where the Walmart Supercenter is, Target, Bass Pro Shops. Right here along Interstate 45 is around where this thing's going to cross the interstate if it stays on the ground. If it stays on the ground, remember, it went through Hillcrest, Algoa, now coming up in this direction. Right in here is where we're expecting to see a tornado soon. So take shelter if you haven't already.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We just got a new tornado warning. Let's go check in on it real quick. This is up here for Tyler and Jasper counties in Texas. Radar indicated rotation. Nothing confirmed yet, but take shelter now if you're in Tyler and Jasper counties. This includes Hillister, Oldham, and Town Bluff. Take shelter now. It also includes the Steinhagen Lake and Dam B there. Unbelievable shot here from the Radar Omega Cyclone Port camera in Dickinson, Texas. In Dickinson, Texas, there are no designated public tornado shelters. Local emergency management advises residents to identify a safe place within their home, such as a small windowless interior room on the lowest floor, and take shelter. Yeah, still showing very strong rotation right here, coming across Bayou Lakes now. It's, I mean, it's really close to crossing the interstate there where we were talking about. Somewhere between the Tanger outlets and the Walmart there. That's where I'm expecting this to cross the road. Now, we know that we've got a huge rotating mesocyclone. We know that we've had a tornado. We don't know if there's a tornado right now, but we're assuming there is one. You want to get into the lowest floor, most interior room of your home. Here's an awesome graphic from Kinsey. Kinsey's reminded me to show this right now. This is a great time to do this, especially in an area where there are no designated public shelters. Nowhere to go when sheltering from a tornado. You don't want to go to the top floor. You don't want to be on these upstairs rooms. You certainly don't want to be on the upstairs outward-facing room. Theoretically, you want to be in a room where you could punch through all of the walls and your hands would just go into another room. You never want to feel the outside on your hands, you know what I'm saying? So these are going to be your best places, preferably whichever one has the least amount of windows or glass. Yeah, so we've got an incredible view here from that Radar Omega camera there in Dickinson, Texas, of the rotating mesocyclone as it crosses right over our camera. I don't think we're going to be able to see the entire thing because it's literally going to go right over our camera. The strongest part of the storm is just going to kind of wallop the exact spot where the camera is here soon. So it'll probably, from the left, you'll see the rain curtains starting to come in, and then we'll just lose complete visibility here soon. But you can see how the whole thing is rotating there. This is not sped up or anything. The tornadic part of this is still a little bit out of view and to the left there. Also, a lot of these other storms that we've been watching are really starting to ramp up as well. Yeah, the radar continues to look very impressive. The rotation honestly continues to look very impressive. Man, this camera, if there's a tornado, this camera might get hit by that tornado. And I believe, oh no, it's still going. I thought it froze there for a second. I was like, it might have already happened. All right, you can see it now. You can see the rapid movement there on the bottom left side of your screen. Those are some of the rain curtains coming around. The more tight rotation there. Wow. So once again, right now, if there's a tornado, the rotating part of this storm is crossing Interstate 45 near Bay Colony Point. Really close to the radar. Oh, wow. It's really close to the radar, and it's also very close to this camera, which they've just flipped it around. Yeah, look at that. The big area of precipitation at the base of the supercell is literally coming right towards the camera. The camera is in the bullseye. So I can say pretty clearly now that this is rain wrapped. We're not going to see a tornado here, I don't think. But like if there's a tornado on the ground, it's shrouded in that big area of rain that you see behind the camera there. And that's coming up to Dickinson. It's coming up into Szechuan Garden. It's coming into Dickinson. Right there where the Walmart is and all that good stuff. Look at how quickly it's coming in too. You see how fast the rain curtains are moving? Holy smokes, y'all. Some other places that need to be getting ready here. Once this gets past Dickinson, it's going to cross over the Interstate 45 literally moments from now. If it's actually it's crossing Interstate 45 right now, essentially. It is going to continue to move over towards the St. Edmunds Green. It's going to move over there towards Bayview, HEB. Get ready along the water there near the Kemah Boardwalk. You guys are in the path, okay? Man, I hope this camera holds power because it's going to be intense whenever that hits. Remember, there's a big wall of rain and wind coming towards us right now, and inside of there's probably a tornado. This is why these kinds of storms are so dangerous. Just imagine how many people are going outside right now and looking at that, and they're like, wow, that's a big storm, but I don't see a tornado. Well, you can't see it. It's hidden. It's literally cloaked behind the rain. So if there is a tornado in there, it's a very dangerous situation to people who might get caught trying to look. So don't be looking around out there in Dickinson. Make sure you are in your safe spot, your tornado safe spot. Here comes the rain now. Hopefully they flip us around so we can see out in front of us here. Very strong wind. So this is a severe thunderstorm even without a tornado. I just saw a power flash. So there actually might be a tornado on the ground just a couple hundred feet in front of the camera here. It's amazing that we still have power. This is a live look at what may be a tornado here in Dickinson, Texas. What was that, Chandra? All right, yeah, so this is an intense storm. We've got
Important weather
damaging
update
winds
has
here.
been
We've got
issued.
power flashes. We've got a tornado hidden somewhere in these rain curtains. Hopefully everybody is in their safe spot right now in Dickinson. It's loud, and it's going to be loud for a little while. Do not come out of that safe spot just yet. And also, if you haven't gotten there yet in Hidden Lakes, Coastal Point, or Clifton Beach, you've got to get there. Holy smokes. This is nuts. Even without the direct hit from a tornado, this is definitely capable of snapping trees, doing significant damage. These are 60, 70 mile per hour wind gusts right here. Once again, this is a live look at Dickinson, Texas, from the Radar Omega Cyclone Port Camera Network. So we're going to stay locked in on this, all right? But I do want to make sure we look at the radar to show you how much rotation we have right here. This is a very strong storm still, likely producing a tornado in there. And it's going to continue to do so as it approaches Clifton Beach. It's going in this direction. Okay? Coastal Point, San Leon, get ready. Additionally, we've got another tornado warning up here for Warren, Texas. This one is coming together quite nicely. It's actually looking a little bit more concerning now. So get ready up there in Warren and Woodville. This is Tyler and Jasper counties in Texas. Also, this severe thunderstorm warning, the rotation in here is starting to ramp up as well. So get ready in Warren for another round right after that initial one. All right, let's come back over here to the Dickinson camera. So far we still have power. We did see a power flash a couple 100 feet in the distance. So if there was a tornado, maybe it went in front of the camera. Maybe there wasn't a tornado. We still don't know. We're going to assume that there is a tornado and it's still on the ground, though, for all of our folks up there near Coastal Point, okay? I personally, I don't have controls over the camera, or I would turn it around for us. I think the place we need to be looking now is out in front of us. But still, incredibly strong storm coming through Dickinson now. I believe that there's a very, very good chance that we've got a tornado ongoing here, going really close to Dickinson High School, moving up towards Galveston Bay Brewing. Okay. Actually, I would be pointing that in the direction that the flag's pointing. So that's actually a really interesting piece of information there. You see how the wind's now blowing towards the camera? It was blowing obviously away from the camera when the big field of wind first came through. That just goes to show the massive amount of rotation that we have here with this storm. Very strong rotation, damaging winds now coming up into Coastal Point. There's probably a tornado in there. All right. So we're going to stay locked in on this. This is going to continue to produce a big tornado for quite some time, unfortunately. The good news is it's about to go over the big bay here to the south and east of Houston. So it has time to weaken before it gets over into more populated areas. But before it gets out there over water, it's going to go right over the rest of Dickinson and then Clifton Beach. Take shelter now. We've got a new mesoscale discussion I want to talk about. So bear with me. Give me just a moment, y'all. All right, so we've got a new tornado watch likely coming out soon, and this might be one of the main tornado watches of the day. Areas affected here are going to include parts of eastern Texas into Louisiana and western Mississippi and extreme southeastern Arkansas. We've got a tornado watch likely. There's a 95% chance that they're going to issue this tornado watch soon. We anticipate a primary round of storms, which we're experiencing right now. That's going to take place soon. We expect to see lots of supercells. And then we're going to have a QLCS tornado event happen after that. So there's going to be multiple rounds of tornadoes in this red zone. In the area outlined in red there, we expect to see a supercellular mode followed by a linear mode, both modes capable of producing tornadoes, strong ones. Here's where it gets pretty concerning, the wording that they're using here. Several hazards expected. We're expecting several EF0 to EF2 tornadoes, and a few EF3 or higher tornadoes are likely. That is incredibly strong wording from the Storm Prediction Center there. A particularly dangerous situation tornado watch will be issued within the next hour to address the increasing severe weather threat. So we're about to see a PDS tornado watch be issued, which is very rare. And if you are somebody that lives in this area right here, this is going to be one of the more dangerous situations you will ever find yourself in. Being under a PDS tornado watch is never a good thing. All right, so once again, we've got a lot of ingredients in place for supercells and tornadoes, and everything is just kind of falling in place for a worst case scenario here, where we're likely going to see a significant tornado outbreak over the next couple of hours. Once again, a PDS tornado watch is about to be issued for this area right here, which is something that we very, very rarely see, especially in December. So once again, another good reminder. Please share. Please help us get the word out here. This is going to be a long night. Millions of people are in the path of extremely deadly storms this evening. We're going to try to be here throughout the entire thing for free, commercial free, all that good stuff. If you're just now tuning in, we've got a confirmed tornado warning here. We just watched a tornado pass by our camera in Dickinson. We couldn't really see it. It was a little bit out of view. But now it's continuing downstream here towards Clifton Beach. It's going over the Galveston Bay Brewing area right now. We can actually see a little bit of a CC drop now. And it's going to continue to go up over Highway 146, and then eventually it'll hit Clifton Beach and the B&S Ultralight Airport, and then it'll be over water. PDS stands for particularly dangerous situation. So we've already had one PDS warning today. Now we're about to see a PDS watch, which may precede several PDS tornado warnings, unfortunately. All right, so things are about to get really busy here. Okay? I want to remind everybody, if you're watching this and you're from the affected areas, We still got some time. We obviously we've got some tornado warnings right now, but we've still got some time before this gets to the hardest hit area. Please take this time right now to get a go bag together, to figure out where you're going to go whenever you need to take shelter. Figure out where your shoes are, right? We want to have shoes nearby so that we can take shelter in our shoes. And if we have to walk over glass when we evacuate our homes afterwards, we don't cut up our feet or, ruin our Crocs, whatever it is. Put on closed-toed shoes and just prepare whatever you would take with you to a hotel. If you was going to a hotel for a night or two, put that in a bag, get it ready now. Get your family together, get the kids in the living room, go over the plan. Okay, guys, this, not everybody's going to get hit by a tornado today. It's very unlikely that our family here specifically is going to get hit by a tornado today. But if we do get a tornado warning, here's what we're going to do. Go over that with everybody. And then, have the shoes and have the bag and have everything in the safe spot. Charge up tablets, charge up phones, and then just kind of wait. If you've got plans today, cancel them. If you've got anything going on today, no, you don't. Stay put. If you are in this area right here, there's nothing more important than this. Nothing. All right? Stay put and pay attention to me, your local National Weather Service, your favorite dude on TV, whoever it is, and make sure you're ready to go whenever that warning comes through. It'll start getting really intense here within the next couple of hours, and this is going to last through 7 or 8 p.m., and then the threat will continue, but it'll move east of this particular area. So the tornado that we just watched go through portions of Dickinson is still ongoing, and it looks like to me it's about to go up into the Clifton Beach area. We've been hooting and hollering about this town for quite some time. Nothing's changed. Stay in your safe spot. We've got about 5 minutes until this thing's out to water, and we don't have to worry about it for a minute. But right now it's still potentially doing damage over here near the B&S Ultralight Airport, okay? So stay sheltered, and then this is going to be over water, and then we'll move our focus to some of the other storms. So the new SPC outlook did just come out, and the moderate risk is maintained. No big changes to the risk whatsoever. So we're still expecting a significant tornado outbreak today. Thank you all for sending stuff in on Twitter. It does help. I'm just taking this brief period of time here where things are slightly slower than what they will be to get stuff in order. Give me just a moment. Go ahead, Elijah.
Hey Ryan, I have a message relay from Andy. I'm fine. I'm ready to relay Montgomery, Louisiana, north of the KPOE radar. Its hook is beginning to push forward again into clean inflow, and I think this can be a successful push and becoming tornadic. It's failed twice already, but this time it's mature enough now.
All right, thank you. So once again, meteorologist Andy Hill is with us. But he is just not with us in the same way that he usually is. It's Christmas. Everybody's, traveling. He is on his way home. He's at the airport. But he's still watching. He's still watching the radar. We're still getting updates from him. So we're watching all of these storms. By the way, but I'm going to go around to all of the different radars, including the one that Andy just talked about, because I have yet to look at this. We've been so locked in on the storm back there near League City. Holy smokes. We've got a lot of little mini cells popping up. And this is the this is one of the storms that we're watching right here. Coming up towards Winfield, Louisiana. Additionally, we've got to keep our eyes on this storm that just came out of Warren. That's going up towards Highway 1013 near Spurger. Spurger, you guys need to be taking shelter if you haven't already. And yeah, this one right here looks like it's going to be a concerning storm here soon. So this is a severe thunderstorm warning for Natchitoches, Wynne, and Grant counties in Louisiana. Tornado possible. Velocity starting to come together. The hook's starting to look a little bit more plausible to warrant a tornado warning. We might see that soon. We do continue to have a tornado warning down here for Jasper and Tyler counties in Texas for that other rotation that we were just talking about. Oldham, Town Bluff, and Oak Hill, Texas, you guys need to be taking shelter. And then last but not least, we just went through some craziness here with this big storm that's producing probably a large water spout now just off of Clifton Beach. So the tornado, I think, is off land, and it's now over water, so we can stop worrying about this one for a while. We just watched it go through Dickinson. We called out all of the locations between Dickinson and Clifton Beach. All we can do at this point is hope that people heeded the warning and took shelter. Looks like there was probably a little bit of an uptick right before it went out to sea as well, or out over the water, because we're seeing a little bit more of another drop in the correlation coefficient. So we're gonna continue to watch this sail down here, but remember, it's going to be over water. Let me just show you the map here. The tornado is going to go over this entire bay, and then we won't really worry about it again until it gets over here near Monroe City and Anahuac. However, there's a good chance that at that point it might not even be a problem. You know what I'm saying? So we're going to shift our focus to some of these other storms. All right, I'm gonna show the latest SPC outlook, and then go over that again. Let me just get the text. Yeah, it is gonna be quite wild in just a moment. So bear with me. All right.
Hey, Ryan, it's Brad. When you got a second, hit me up real quick.
Let's go ahead and hear from Brad first, and then we'll get into this. Go ahead, Brad. Brad?
Likely tornado developing just to my west. We're just south of Winfield right now on US Highway 167 headed north. Obviously a lot of trees, so it's going to be tough. So we're going to try to get as close as we can and try to get it crossing the road. Also going to try to put the drone up just to get confirmation. Not tornado warned just yet, but I would say that's pretty much imminent.
All right, that's Brad Arnold. He is he's out there in Natchez, Mississippi, and we're going to be keeping up with him. And this is our latest look at the SPC outlook right here. So nothing's changed. We still got a huge moderate risk, okay? And this is for a dangerous situation developing across the southeastern United States today, December 28th, 2024. Parts of East Texas, Louisiana, central and southern Mississippi, and southwestern Alabama are in a moderate risk, a 4 out of 5. That's about 3 million people. Primary threats are some potentially strong EF3 or greater tornadoes, severe wind gusts, and large hail. We already are seeing several tornadic thunderstorms, but we expect things to actually get worse this afternoon, 4, 5, 6, 7 p.m., that time frame. Because we're going to have a really intense lower level jet come in and just add insult to injury with the current situation that we have with these storms. The most critical timing does appear to be in the late afternoon through the evening, particularly in a corridor from central Louisiana into central Mississippi. This is where the highest risk category is. And once again, there was a consideration to upgrade this to a high risk, but they decided against it for whatever reasons. But the thing is, they wouldn't mention that in the text if they weren't really confident in this system. All right. So I would, if I lived out here, I would treat this as if it was a high risk event. We've seen already what it's capable of. And I unfortunately think we're going to see a lot worse tonight as the storms enter the moderate risk area. We've got some of the best storm chasers on earth helping us out today. We've got an incredible, thanks to the Department of Transportation in Louisiana, thanks to Cyclone Part Radar Omega, thanks to HazCams, thanks to the Department of Transportation in Mississippi and Alabama. We probably got 20, 30, well, probably like 10, 15,000 cameras to choose from. And that's on top of the storm chasers. So we should be able to show you this tornado, wherever it is, ends up being later today, or these tornadoes, as well as not just through radar, but also through visuals, which is proven to make you take it seriously, which is our main goal here. So all of our tornado warnings have been allowed to expire. We're in a brief moment here where we don't have any tornado warnings. That's not going to last long. Enjoy it now because it's going to get crazy here in a minute. Go ahead, Elijah.
Hey, Ryan. Andy is wanting you to take a look at the storm that is just north of the KPOE radar. It is wrapping up pretty nicely. That is the one that is in north central Louisiana.
All right, thank you. We're going to do that now. I don't see anything. Okay, I'm going to go over to that now. So this is the storm that Andy called our attention to earlier. It continues to look more and more concerning. So you can see here, this is the supercell that's coming together. It's one of the first. Oh my gosh, look at all these. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Who knows how many? We've got a lot of supercells developing out here. This is one of the first ones to actually mature, and it's about to produce a tornado. We've got storm chasers out in front of this one. Brad Arnold. So this is where Brad Arnold
Hey, Ryan, it's Brad. I've got the drone up in the air looking
new
at
tornado
it. It's a large,
watch has been issued.
low-hanging wall cloud. No tornado on the ground with this yet.
Okay, so Brad Arnold is right here. He's giving us a live view of this storm right now. That's what he's saying. So hopefully we'll get a view of that from his vehicle or from his drone here soon. But Brad Arnold is saying that there's nothing touching the ground yet, but boy, it's close. The rotation's really picking up, and you can see very clearly that we have a very well-defined hook here. This is the forward flank. This is the rear flank downdraft right here. This is where the warm, moist air is getting sucked into the storm. Lots of rotation right here around this part. That's where we're going to be concerned about a tornado, and that's why we just got that tornado warning. National Weather Service has issued a new tornado warning for this very storm that we were just looking at. This includes Wynn and Grant counties in Louisiana, or parishes in Louisiana. And Brad Arnold, storm chaser Brad Arnold, is smack dab in the middle of it. This is going to be in effect until 2:45 p.m. For northern Grant and southeastern Wynn parishes. Storm was spotted about 14 miles north of Colfax, moving northeast at 35 miles per hour. We've got radar indicated rotation. This is also a strong, severe thunderstorm as well. We've got golf ball size hail associated with this. You're going to want to take shelter now. Lowest floor, interior room, away from windows in a sturdy building. If you're in a mobile home, get out now. This is mainly affecting rural areas between Grant and Wynn parishes. No major population centers in there, but communities like Pacton, Zion, Jordan Hill, and Murray Junction need to be getting to shelter right now, as this is imminently about to produce a tornado. Yes, of course, Brad Arnold is there on the first tornado producing supercell of the day out here in the warm sector, because he is the tornado sniffer. And from what I can tell, there's nobody even close to him. I think it's the edge. Yeah, meteorologist Andy Hill is still drawing our attention to the correct areas several minutes before the National Weather Service issues warnings from his phone in an airport. He's probably in security right now. Still just sniffing them out. We just got a new severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado possible tag there for San Augustine counties in Texas. Let's go look at that real quick. This is also going to be for Shelby, Sabine, and yeah, those counties in Texas. Go ahead, Elijah.
Hey, Ryan, I have another Andy relay message here. Kirbyville, Texas, from either the Lake Charles or KPOE radar on the state line. The beware and good rotation exists with it. It's in front of the other supercells behind. It's in front of the other supercells behind it.
Hey, Ryan, it's Brad
Andy
again real
wants you
quick.
to see that
Cone
storm.
funnel coming down to the ground, not on the ground just yet. Got it on drone. It should be able to cross in front of the highway on us.
Okay, so Brad Arnold is telling us about the storm up there in Louisiana. Andy is drawing our attention back to the west here. Let me search here. To this storm right here, coming up towards Jasper. This is coming together quite quickly as well. This is likely about to produce a tornado if it isn't already. We're talking about the little thing popping up out in front of the main storm there. Get ready. Y'all watch out in Eclipse, Roganville, and Friendship. Now, also, let's go back and take a look at the tornado warned storm where Brad Arnold is. He's about to let us watch this thing cross the road in front of him. I believe that we've got a tornado either down or about to be down, and Brad Arnold's going to show us that as it crosses Highway 167 here near Baton, Mississippi. The environment is becoming increasingly volatile and supportive of significant tornadoes this afternoon. This is just one of many that we will be talking about today. The QLCS, the line of storms, is moving a little bit faster than maybe originally forecasted, which might undercut some of these storms a little bit sooner than originally forecasted. However, there's still, I think, this whole area right here that's completely untapped that will experience a prolonged tornado outbreak situation over the next several hours. So I'm trying to point out some good news. So far, though, everything seems to be kind of like in a worst case scenario situation. All right, our storm's moving in front of Brad now. Looks like we're about to see something go right in front of Brad here. This is a live view from near Baton, Louisiana, where Brad Arnold is. There's a rotating thunderstorm crossing the road. Not sure if we've got a tornado down, but we're about to find out because this is the rotating part right here crossing right in front of us. Definitely see some motion there. Not quite sure if we see a tornado. Looks like the rotation might be a little bit not tight enough yet. But we are under a tornado warning in Baton, Moore, Jordan Hill, and Murray Junction, and we need to be taking shelter because this is the exact kind of storm that would very quickly produce a tornado very soon. Chandra, can you tell me where that, like what storm that is pointing to? Okay, so here's another view of that. I can't find that on mine. But this is near Jenna, Louisiana. Brad Arnold's on the move. Okay, so this one, and I'm not sure. I don't have controls over this. This is pretty high up, so it can see pretty far out there. But what we're looking at here is this is where the camera is. I'm assuming it's one of these storms that we're seeing on that camera. Our tornado warned storm is way farther back over here to the west where Brad Arnold is. But still, you can see very clearly through this camera how we've got yet another supercell coming together that's going to be able to produce a tornado in the near future.
A new tornado watch has been issued.
All right, new tornado watch. Is that our PDS watch? Or was that just a false alarm? No, this is something. We just don't have any graphics or anything yet. So if you're just now tuning in, we've been discussing the possibility of a PDS tornado watch being issued here soon, and it looks like that might have just been issued. If it wasn't, though, then it will be soon. I'm just, I'm obviously watching out for it. Wow, look at this. So our big storm that we saw go through Dickinson earlier is still producing a tornado, but it's a water spout over the water here. Let me remove the radar. So this is all water, right? And this is the giant the water spout that's just to the north and west of Smith Point here. I do believe that this is going to probably come back onto land somewhere near the Anahuac National Wildlife Refuge and somewhere between Smith Point and Oak Island.
A new tornado
so we might
warning
see a new
has been
tornado
issued.
warning for this here soon. And when that happens, we will come right back here and give you the latest on it. But right now, thankfully, it's over water. It's not doing damage to any land structures here. So hopefully it fizzles out before it gets back. But here's our new tornado warning. This is another one. This is a storm that Andy called out several minutes ago. And now we've got an official tornado warning on it as it is wrapping up. Got a lot of rotation coming together here. Moving up towards Jasper and Newton. This is for Jasper and Newton counties in Texas. Take shelter immediately if you're up here near places like Roganville, Friendship, Jamestown, Shacklerville, Maddox, and Weirgate. This is a dangerous storm. What? Yeah, so I'm checking back in here on the storm over the water here. Still very impressive. Also checking back in on the storm that Brad Arnold just showed us. It looks like he's losing service every once in a while. But the storm, honestly, it doesn't look any more organized now than it did when it passed Brad, so that's good. Some other storms that are getting more organized, though, are these two small ones down here to the south and east of that, and that's actually what we can see from this HazCam here. So you can see the supercell, little baby supercell. This storm right here will likely produce a tornado at some point, and we're seeing the beginning stages of it from a tower camera thanks to HazCams. HazCams.com, I believe you can see that. There we go. Here's the tornado watch. Oh boy, it is the PDS tornado watch. This goes all the way until 9 p.m. Central. Just in case anybody is not paying attention, we are gonna sound the alarm for that. National Weather Service Storm Protection Center has issued a PDS tornado watch, which is a very rare thing. Numerous strong tornadoes expected. 2-inch size hail possible.
A new tornado
widespread
warning
wind
has been
gusts
issued.
up to 80 miles per hour likely. There's 2 million 300,000 people in the path of this incredibly deadly tornado outbreak that will unfold over the next few hours. And we've got to do everything we can to make sure that they know the severity of the situation. This is going to be a very long and a very bad night for anybody highlighted in these yellow counties here. This does include Silsbee, DeRidder, Alexandria, Monroe, and Vicksburg. Numerous strong tornadoes expected. All right. So right now's the time. Once again, text your family members or friends that live in this area. Let them know the severity of the situation. This is not your average severe weather situation. A lot of people, and trust me, like my whole life is this, right? Every day I talk about severe weather. I study it. I work in it. This is what we do. And I talk to a lot of people who are often impacted by severe weather. And the number one thing you'll hear in a situation like this is, man, I've lived in Alexandria, Louisiana my whole life. I couldn't tell you how many tornado warnings we've been under, and I'm fine. And that attitude, while valid, the people of Louisiana are incredibly strong and resilient and probably are quite brave in the face of severe weather compared to most other people. It is important to express the difference between this and most other tornado warnings that have been issued. Even if you're 60, 70 years old and you've been living in Louisiana,
a new tornado
your whole life,
watch has been issued.
There's only a handful of times maybe that you've been under a PDS tornado watch. So this is not going to be your average thing. All right. So tornado warning continues up here for Wynn and Grant counties in Louisiana. There is another tornado warning back here for Jasper and Newton counties in Texas. This is going to expire, though, in about 41 minutes. So stay vigilant up there, especially around the Newton Municipal Airport. The rotation's coming right towards you, and it's near the Temple Springs School right now. Another tornado warning was actually issued for our storm that is over the water, but it's about to come back onto land. And it's still, oh my gosh, it still looks really bad. So this is going to be coming onto land again here. We got a
new tornado watch has been
issued.
issued
Wedge going on right now north of Smith Point. It might make landfall and become a tornado again near the Anahuac National Wildlife Refuge. Am I saying that right? Hey, down here in Texas, near Oak Island, we've got the Anahuac National Wildlife Refuge. How do you pronounce that?
That's pronounced Anahuac.
Anahuac. Okay, so I was right. Thank you. So if you are in that vicinity, get ready. This might be a big tornado still as it comes back onto land here. We do have... It looks like we've got a storm chaser in that one. So we should have a visual on this soon. Anahuac. So we're going to keep a close eye on this. Somebody pull me back down here if we get caught up in some of these other storms, because we've got so many happening right now. I want to make sure that we're not just talking about one storm. We've got a lot of people watching from all over. Let's talk about everything. We got a severe thunderstorm warning for the next 9 minutes for Nacogdoches, Angelina County, Texas, Cherokee, Houston, and Rusk counties in Texas. 60-mile-per-hour winds, quarter-size hail. We got the Taylor Ranch Airport in the path of that. Additionally, we got another severe thunderstorm warning down here with the Cow Pasture Airport in the path near Warren for the next 9 minutes. Let's see here. What else we got? Another severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado possible tag for Natchitoches, Wynn, and Grant parishes in Louisiana for the next 38 minutes. And last but not least, we've got a very strong storm with 60-mile-per-hour winds and quarter-size hail moving into Zwolle, Noble, and Converse in Louisiana down here in Shelby, or I should say Sabine Parish, Louisiana. And Got another. We actually have a camera on that, a has cam, I believe. That's what this is. So this storm is being tracked by our one of the has cams over at hascams.com. And you know what else is this? Holy smokes! Look at that. You can see the whole daggone thing spinning. So this is what we call a mini supercell. And what you're watching is the amazing view from a cell tower or something of the beginning stages of what will become likely a major tornado producer at some point. Wow. Look at the whole thing spinning there. And this is not sped up. This is in real time right now. And look at this. It's this. It's this little storm right here that we're looking at. So that's going to explode into a big time tornado producing storm, I believe. Wow. That is unbelievable. So those storms are all moving up in the general direction of Clarks and Harrisonburg in Louisiana. So we're really starting to see some dangerous stuff starting to happen here with our big line of storms. You know, this is what we've been tracking all day. Big line of storms right here. But all of these little storms out in front of that line. That's
a new
what
tornado
really
watch has been issued.
Concerned about. That's what's prompted our PDS tornado watch. Okay. My goodness, this is bad, y'all. All right, Elijah or somebody, will you link me the text for that PDS tornado watch, like the SPC page? And bear with me, yeah, as is tradition, big stream, big 12-hour-long stream. I'm sick. Kid brought it home from preschool. I'm doing my best here. I'm sorry if I sniffle. We've got all the decongestants and humidifiers, and honey, tea, throat spray, everything. We're doing everything we can. But I know it can still be annoying. Go ahead, Elijah.
Hey, Ryan, quickly, the text is in the stream channel for you, but also I am relaying a message for Andy. Provincial Louisiana, west of the severe warned storm, it is unwarned. Going up to Natchitoches, according to Andy.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Elijah. And thank you, Andy. Let's go look at that. Man, it's going to start getting really confusing trying to figure out which storm Andy is talking about because there are so many close to each other that are, you know, that fit the bill here. So here's that severe thunderstorm warning. This storm right here, south and west of Natchitoches, is looking quite concerning. This is likely going to prompt a new tornado warning here soon for Natchez. And we've got a storm chaser on that storm as well. So we've got a ton of storm chasers out here. The good news is while the storms happen during the day today, we're going to be able to show you a lot of tornadoes as they start dropping out of the sky here soon. And hopefully that does a lot to get people to take this seriously and actually take shelter and all that good stuff. Let's go back to our tornado warning down here to the south and east of Houston. That's about to go back on land. The rotation still looks very concerning, but maybe slightly less so. I can't tell if we're looking at some distortion here or not. Hopefully, we're seeing some unwinding of the winds. However, that's still a big water spout producing about to be a tornado going over towards the Anahuac National Wildlife Refuge. Get ready in Oak Island and Double Bayou. Take shelter now. This is a massive wedge waterspout about to come onto land. We are in the midst of a tornado outbreak, y'all. We're at the very beginning stages of it. All right, so once again, if you're just now tuning in, we've got a PDS tornado watch that's been issued for southeast Arkansas. It's been issued for central and southwest Louisiana, southwest Mississippi, southeast Texas, And the timing is going to be between about 2:15 p.m. Until 9 p.m. Central. We expect multiple tornadoes. With some potentially intense. We're talking about EF3 or greater. We're talking about the kind of tornadoes that people will talk about for some time to come in the future. We're talking about a big deal here, okay? We're talking about damaging winds up to 80 miles per hour, large hail up to 2 inches in diameter, and the watch extends approximately 85 miles north and south of a line from Port Arthur, Texas to Natchez, Mississippi. Given this is labeled as a particularly dangerous situation, that's what PDS stands for. Anyone in these areas should cancel any plans you have to leave the house. Do not do that. Do not go anywhere. Stay home. Stay with your family. If somebody in your family's out, tell them to come home. Have a way of receiving weather warnings and review your tornado safety plan and be prepared to take shelter if conditions worsen. All right, this is going to be a long night. This is a very dangerous situation. Be ready to take shelter. All right, so let's go back and let's check in on our storm now, which is coming back onto land down here south and east of Houston. This is a storm that we've been watching for a while. This has been probably our most prominent storm of the day so far. We now have a tornado likely on land again doing damage here, but south of Oak Island in Texas. This is Chambers County in Texas. Take shelter if you're down here along Smith Point Road, especially if you're near the Pine Island School, Gordy Marsh, and all these places. Get ready, and Double Bayou as well. Very dangerous storm, big tornado ongoing right now. We'll probably see an upgrade to that warning here soon, hopefully. Yep, we're going to be here. Like right now, we're super focused in on Texas and these storms in Louisiana. I know I got a lot of people in the chat asking about Alabama. I got a lot of people asking about Mississippi. I promise we're going to talk about you later. But our job right now is to focus on where things are happening right now. It's a good thing we're not talking about you right now. And hopefully we skip over your town later, because that means that you're not going to be getting hit by the hardest part of the storms. But every once in a while, I am trying to do a broad overview of the general forecast for this evening, but it's going to get harder for me to do that the deeper we go, because there's just going to be a lot going on. You can scroll back in the video a little bit and see the last time I talked about it if you want to, because the way that we live stream allows you to do that. You can go back and look at the previous recorded parts. But it'll be a minute before I'm able to go over a forecast again. All right, so that's that. Tornado warning continues for Chambers County for 31 minutes. We'll likely see that upgraded here soon. We continue to have a tornado warning as well up here for Jasper and Newton counties in Texas. That one, the rotation on that one honestly doesn't look that bad at this moment. It's probably recycling. Additionally, all of these little supercells up here are continuing to look more and more interesting. However, none of them yet are interesting enough to prompt a tornado warning just yet. But I would just about bet that we'll at some point here see 4 or 5 of these storms, all with tornado warnings at the same time. Brett Adair's got a great view of the base of one of these storms. Wow, look at that. He's in Alexandria. He's in Pollock. I've got to search where that is. I don't even know where that is. Okay, so he's showing us this little storm right here. Look at this. See that little baby, that little blip? Never underestimate a blip, I'm telling you. You can literally see it winding up right now. You can see it about to, form into a tornado producing supercell. This is incredible. That is a very rare view right there. Once again, this is a live shot from storm chaser Brett Adair in Pollock, Louisiana, near Georgetown. All right, so they did upgrade our warning down here in Texas, down here in Chambers County to a confirmed tornado warning. We got a tornado on the ground. Jason Cooley's out there. If we can get his feed back up at some point, we do have somebody. But if we don't, I can just tell just by looking at this radar imagery, this is a massive tornado ongoing right now down here near the Anahuac National Wildlife Refuge. Go ahead, Elijah.
Hey, Ryan, I have a relay from Andy. The Toulouse, Louisiana is unwarned now, due south of Monroe a ways. You'll find it from velocity on KPOE radar.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Elijah. Man, I really thought that we would have until spring, until we had another one of these crazy outbreaks. We really need our this software that I built here to view the radar has a system built in to where people can like drop flags that I can just fly to. But of course, we haven't implemented that yet because we thought we had until March. But yeah, we're going to fly back and forth between these storms over here. We're going to continue to watch these. Watch out in Simpson and Boyce. Watch out over here in Atlanta. Watch out over there towards Winnsboro. All of these storms in Louisiana, we're going to hit them one by one right here in a moment. But I do want to make sure that we're properly announcing some of the locations that are about to be hit by this massive tornado down here in Chambers County, Texas. Once again, this is going to parallel Smith Point Road right up towards Double Bayou. Double Bayou, take shelter now. This is an incredibly dangerous, life-threatening situation. We've got our velocity couplet there, and now we have a correlation coefficient drop. So we have debris being lofted into the air. So thankfully, the vast majority of the area that we're looking at right now that's getting hit by this tornado is, I mean, it's just like a swamp, right? There's nothing down here. However, if it continues to go up this road, we might see it get into some slightly more populated areas where we've got some homesteads and stuff like this. All right. So I'm just trying to make sure that these people on Smith Point Road know that there's a massive tornado coming for them. Even, you know, we don't play favorites here. Big population, low population. We're going to focus on whatever is the most concerning looking storm. And right now, this is the deadliest looking tornado signature that we have at the moment. So if you know anybody down there by Double Bayou, tell them to run, not walk, to shelter. Urania. Okay, so now I'm going to go. Elijah, you've probably been doing that this whole time, but that's perfect. What that last message in Ryan's stream text, I can just copy and paste. All right. All right, so this is the storm that Andy was bringing our attention to right here. Let me pull this over. You can see that it's not warned. In fact, it doesn't even have a special weather statement on it right now. But this is the storm that Brett Adair was showing us live on the camera moments ago. So Andy's also looking at this from radar and indicating that this is going to be a problem here soon. We've got a lot of little cells here, and what this means is we're likely going to see a big merger happen. And those mergers will prove to either be constructive or destructive. In this environment, a lot of times they're constructive, and this will probably turn into a pretty significant supercell that's capable of producing tornadoes here soon. It's already capable, but it's going to get even more capable before too long. Also, we got to watch this storm that's going by Simpson right now. Look at this tiny little bean, little blip. You don't think much of it, but you see how it's starting to curl around down here, that little hook? This thing's got all kinds of free, open, warm air in front of it. There's nothing competing for its ingredients. This is likely going to try to produce tornadoes as it goes up towards Boyce. This right here is looking pretty concerning. We got a little bit of an upflow or an uptick in inflow near Summerfield into this storm, where the hook is really starting to become more noticeable. Near Aloha, Louisiana, this is going to go up towards Lake Lat and likely produce a tornado here soon. Guys, I'm telling you, we're about to see a ton of tornado warnings just in this one area right here. We just got a new tornado warning in Mississippi, actually. We need to go check in on that. This is Amite in Wilkinson, Mississippi. Get to shelter now in Gloucester. This is a very strong signal, rotation signal right here near Mount Pleasant and Centreville. Take shelter now. This is our first tornado warning of many that we will have today in Mississippi. Tornado warning in effect until 3:15 for parts of Wilkinson and Amite counties in Mississippi. The storm's currently over Centreville, moving northeast at 35 miles an hour. It's heading towards Gloucester, and it's radar indicated rotation. We don't have any visual confirmation yet, but you still want to get to the lowest floor and interior room of your home and stay away from windows. This is a dangerous storm. Let's go back to our big confirmed warning back here. Rotation still looks monstrous. Still got a big-time tornado ongoing right now south of Double Bayou in Texas. This is moving up towards the general Double Bayou area. Everybody on Smith Point Road needs to be taking shelter. Oh, is it Amit? Gotcha. My bad. Hey, how do you pronounce Amite, A-M-I-T-E County in Mississippi, like the locals? Is it Amite or Amit?
It's pronounced Amit County.
All right. Thank you so much. Just double checking her, making sure she knows. It's really not a big deal, I don't think, whether or not I pronounce these 100% correctly, because you guys know what I'm talking about. But out of respect and also just to avoid any confusion, I am going to try to correct myself as much as possible. So I don't mind you guys pointing it out. But I won't notice all of them. Sometimes I'm just going to butcher your town name. There's nothing any of us can do about it. Amite. Ah. All right, Brett Adair's on something here. He's on that storm that Andy is getting, he's on that storm that Andy was talking about earlier. He's got something big in front of him. Yeah, so this is a live look at a very large storm coming together here. This is one of the storms that could be producing a tornado here soon, up here north of Alexandria. In fact, it might be producing a tornado now. There's something going on in there. For those of you who are just now tuning in, we've got a tornado, a PDS tornado watch in effect right now, which is a rare thing. We don't often get that. PDS tornado watch means that it's a particularly dangerous situation. This includes Southeast Arkansas, Central and Southwest Louisiana, Southwest Mississippi, and Southeast Texas. This is going to be from now until 9 p.m. Central. The primary threats are multiple large, potentially violent tornadoes. Damaging winds up to 80 miles per hour. Make sure you have a reliable way to receive weather warnings and review your tornado safety plan now. we're already getting to where we're starting to see a lot of tornado warnings come out at once. It's hard to manage already. At some point, it's going to be even worse than this. So once again, I want to remind you, this is a good time to get everything ready now. Don't wait. Don't be scared. Be prepared. If you get caught with your pants down with a tornado that's coming for your town, like is capable today, like this storm system is capable of producing really scary tornadoes. You get caught without being prepared today, you are going to be scared, and that's going to cause you to make mistakes. It's going to cause you to go to the wrong place. It's going to cause you to not call the right people, to not get to the right place, and it could be bad. You know what I mean? However, if you prepare now, you won't be scared. You'll rather be prepared, and your odds of being okay, even in a worst-case scenario, drastically increase. What in the world has Brett got in front of him here? Let's see if we can't reach him through Zello yet. Brett, whenever you get a chance, just give us an update on what's going on out there, man. So far today, we've had about 7 or 8 tornadoes already. And we'll likely have much more than that by the end of the night. Let's go. There's also a really interesting looking storm out here near Hornbeck. So we're keeping an eye on this. We're keeping an eye on several different storms out here. The good news is, so far, all of these storms have really kind of taken their time to come together. So what's happening is we're able to spot these storms out long before they're producing a tornado. So we're doing a really good job of getting the warning out in front of these storms, whereas sometimes everything just kind of happens all at once, and you don't have that luxury. Here's one that we need to warn about. This storm right here that's just east of Simpson right now. Right now, it's just a rain shower. Okay, this will eventually go up towards Boyce and to the west of Alexandria in Louisiana. This storm looks like a tornado-producing storm in its infancy. If it's allowed to increase in strength at all, this is going to be a big problem for us as it approaches Pollock and areas farther to the north and east. Also, all of these storms we've got to watch in the same regard. Okay, all of these storms over here, I'm really concerned about areas south and east of Baton Rouge. I'm concerned about areas near Macomb and Brookhaven. And then, of course, we're already watching all of these storms, but these are all also on our radar.
How about it, Ron? This is Brett, if you have a copy.
There he is. Yeah, Brett, we're live here on YouTube. Was just looking for a little update whenever you had a chance. I know you're in quite the storm there, so just whenever you get a chance, let us know what your game plan is and what you're seeing right now and all that good stuff.
Well, we're currently traveling up Highway 165 here near the community of Alla, Louisiana, headed up toward Columbia. I think we're going to start moving back toward the east a little bit. The QLCS that's kind of taking shape that was coming through Shreveport earlier is approaching. And that cloud canopy, I think, is hampering and causing numerous cells to develop kind of in the inflow regions of some of these isolated supercells. We've seen a ton of rotation, but I think that is causing issues because they don't have time to really spin from the top down to produce tornadoes. So we're going to head on to the east a little bit here soon and try to get out in front and a little bit further away from this influence of the forcing and see what we can see. But we got a couple of intense cells around us with a severe thunderstorm warning just to the east and the west right now.
All right, so what Brett's talking about there, if what he's saying is one of the reasons why it's taken so long for these storms to get their act together, that problem that he's just explained is going to be solved very quickly once the low-level jet starts to kick in around sundown. So that's why the biggest time zone or the biggest threat period, I guess, is going to be between, probably 5 p.m. to 8 p.m. Local time out here. Now, right now, we're already in the thick of it. We've got a bunch of tornadoes. We've got a confirmed tornado on the ground right now in Chambers County, Texas. But as far as like the apex, the biggest part of this,
has been issued.
Outbreak, it'll likely happen whenever the low-level jet starts to kick in. All right, here's an observed tornado warning, another one down there in Chambers County, Texas. Let's go investigate. Of course, it's for the same storm that we've been tracking. But unfortunately now, it's moving into a slightly more populated area. So now we've got a problem in Seabreeze and Fig Ridge and Stowell over here in Texas. We've got a confirmed tornado. And this is a monster. This is a monster. We've got a very large tornado straddling Highway 1985, moving in the general direction of Seabreeze in Texas. This is Chambers County. I want to see if I can't find anything else out here. This is a very rural spot, thankfully. Yeah, so right now there's nothing out here really. There's one spot actually where there's a decent amount of, I don't know, what even is this? Like some sort of oil place? The Oyster Bayou? So like, there's nothing out here where the tornado is right now, but as it gets closer to places like Stowell, there's houses and stuff. Go ahead, Elijah.
Hey, Ryan, I have an Andy relay here. He's saying that people should watch out for the Port Arthur area, even if it's far enough ahead of time. Like, we want to give people a good heads up for a populated area. This is the sort of storm that the Storm Prediction Center would put an MCD out for, or a mesoscale discussion. The photographs are M-shaped, which means long track supercells. And this one has had a tornado or several for 2 hours now. So if you are in Port Arthur, please watch out. Andy is watching this area and is relaying that message.
All right, thank you, Elijah. So even all the way out here to Port Arthur, we need to be watching out as this dangerous storm is approaching rapidly. Big time, once again, giant tornado on the ground right now near Seabreeze, moving up towards Fig Ridge, Texas. Next up, thankfully, it's got a lot of very rural land to cross before it gets to Port Arthur. Hopefully it dwindles before it gets there, but if it doesn't, this will make it right up there. But right now it's in a pretty sparsely populated area, so that's good news. Let's go check in on some of our other newer tornado warnings that's just come out recently. Here's one. This is one that a lot of our storm chasers are on right now. You can see that in the screen or on the windows below the radar there. Pretty much all of our storm chasers at this point are on this storm. Tornado warning for Caldwell Parish, Louisiana. We also have a tornado warning continuing for Wilkinson, Mississippi. And my goodness, the rotation on it actually looks quite bad. It looks quite impressive. This is right over Gloucester right now, near the Amite County Training School, Eunice, O'Neill, Mount Olive, Zion Hill. You guys are all in the path here. Take shelter now if you haven't already. This will likely get upgraded at some point, especially if we see a correlation coefficient drop there with that storm. All right, let's go back over to Texas. Newton and Jasper County, Texas. You guys are still under a tornado warning. Get to shelter at least for the next 8 minutes. And then last but not least, our continued big bad storm down here in Texas. This is obviously our main focus right now. Holy smokes. Thank you, Back 40. Yeah, this is strong. Trammell says, what about Alabama? We're going to get there. Don't worry. Right now, we're focused on where the severe weather's happening now. It won't get into Alabama until later. We will still be with you, likely whenever it gets there, but all the storms are kind of happening in this area right now. They are going to move east, all right? So if you're in the red or the orange, and we're not talking about you yet, we will. But we've got to focus on the people that have life-threatening storms in their backyards right now. So just stay tuned. We'll relay the updates as we get closer to your town. All right, I think I'm going to turn the volume or something up on my thing because I'm not hearing the alerts when they come out. All right, our newest tornado warning is for Caldwell, Franklin, and LaSalle counties or parishes in Louisiana. Another tight area of rotation appearing here near Rosefield, moving up towards Booker T. Washington School, the both state wildlife management area, and Mason. Get ready, y'all. This is a strong storm, likely about to produce a tornado if it isn't already. Lots of storm chasers on this one as well. More supercells starting to form right around Alexandria. These will be our next tornado warnings. We've got 6 tornado warnings right now. 6 tornado warnings right now. Yeah, that newest tornado warning was Andy's last call out. So once again, he's still getting out in front of these things. Just a quick update on our confirmed tornado warning. Yep. Holy smokes. Yep. Still crazy. Still absolutely wild. And it is rain wrapped. It is rain wrapped. We've got Jason up here. I didn't realize that he was on that storm specifically. And somewhere in that big flying saucer looking thing, there is a giant tornado. And that makes it even scarier because you can't see it. It is rain wrapped. It's honestly, it looks really similar to what we saw whenever the storm went through Dickinson, right? But now the tornado we know is even bigger. All right, so this is a really bad news for our friends in Seabreeze and Fig Ridge in Texas, in Chambers County. So take shelter now if you haven't already. That big giant wall of wind and rain is concealing a massive monster tornado. All right, update on Jasper and Newton County, Texas. 4 minutes left on this tornado warning. We'll see if that continues. 34 minutes left on this tornado warning, moving up towards Clarks. Right now, the area of rotation is near Grayson. It's moving up towards Columbia, Louisiana. Bank Springs, Riverton, Hebert. You guys need to take shelter if you're over here near the Caldwell Parish Airport and the Kinney's Airstrip. Take shelter now. Bryce Shelton is on that storm, and this is a live view from him.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Okay, I heard that one. All right, new tornado warning for Caldwell County. Let's fly over to it. I'm sorry, parish. I'm going to get county and parish mixed up a million times today. So this is a new warning for Caldwell, Tallulah, and Franklin Parish in Louisiana. Winnsboro is included in this. Matt Mageria is a storm chaser out there for Live Storms Media out in front of this storm. And then honestly, all the rest of our storm chasers are pretty much on this storm right here. So we've got a good view of it, I guess you could say. Go ahead, Elijah.
Hey, Ryan, I have one quick news report. The Houston tornado, the one that we've been tracking for a very long time, it started the cross, like if it was on the ground the entire time while it was across the bay, it's been on the ground for over an hour. It was 1 hour ago, it was in the middle of the bay still, and it was on the ground before it hit the bay. GR2 does not allow me to go back far enough in radar data without actually having to go into the archives and pull them. So this has been on the ground for a very, very long time.
Wow. Thank you so much, Elijah. So this right here is the kind of storm that we thought we would see today, and we'll likely see more of these storms today. But this is like think back of this is a huge tornado. This is likely an EF2, EF3 or greater tornado doing significant damage. But thankfully, so far, it's at least since it's been on this side of the water, it's not really impacted anything. That's going to change here soon as it is approaching the town of Seabreeze right now. And then next in line, unfortunately, is Port Arthur, which was just put under a PDS tornado warning. So, wow. Weather intensity score is at a 400. That's crazy. Okay, so we have a PDS tornado warning, y'all. That is a particularly dangerous situation. This includes Port Arthur. This is a very populated area, and we need to let everybody know that major, huge, positive shout out to the National Weather Service out here for doing this, because it'll be a good hour or so before the storm gets there, maybe about 45 minutes. And if this actually does go through Port Arthur and cause damage, we've got an incredibly good
a new tornado warning has been issued
here. So if you know anybody in Port Arthur, tell them to get to shelter immediately. We've got a giant tornado on the way, and it is doing significant damage. Think of some of the biggest tornadoes. All right, think of the recent ones out here, Rolling Fork. Think of that kind of thing. Right now, we would never know because it's happening over a field, right? It's happening over a swamp. But if this hits a town, it's going to do unbelievable damage. And unfortunately, it is moving up towards Port Arthur. So take shelter now. I've got to, before we get too locked in here, because I think I'm gonna be standing here for the next 5 hours straight and not able to move. Let's give me just about a couple of minutes to go take a quick break.
Kirkwood,
We're literally
Evans,
talking about
Hickory,
2 minutes.
Slaggle, Burkeville, Stringtown, and Simpson. Please take
In the
shelter
meantime,
and stay tuned for updates.
Y'all bot will keep you updated. I'll be right back.
The National Weather Service has issued a considerable tornado warning for Chambers County, Texas. A confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado was located 7 miles southwest of Stowell, or 13 miles southwest of Hampshire, moving east at 35 miles per hour. This is a particularly dangerous situation. Take cover now. The primary threat includes a damaging tornado. You are in a life-threatening situation. Flying debris may be deadly to those without shelter. Mobile homes will be destroyed. Considerable damage to homes, businesses, and vehicles is likely, and complete destruction is possible. The tornado is expected to impact areas near Winnie and Stowell soon. Remain alert and follow safety instructions. The National Weather Service has issued an observed tornado warning for northwestern Amite County in Mississippi. At 3 p.m. Central Standard Time, a confirmed tornado was located 7 miles northeast of Gloucester, or 13 miles northwest of Liberty, moving northeast at 35 miles per hour. This is an extremely dangerous situation with a radar-confirmed tornado. The primary threat includes damaging tornadoes that can lead to flying debris, making it dangerous for those caught without shelter.
All right.
Mobile homes could be damaged or destroyed, and significant damage to roofs, windows, and vehicles is expected.
Good job, y'all bot. All right, so we're back now. I'm going to be standing here in this spot for several hours. I just want to go over everything again. PDS tornado warning is now in place. Let me just go over everything here because we're unfortunately, in a normal situation, I would just stay locked in on this one warning and we wouldn't even talk about anything else. But there are other confirmed tornadoes ongoing and we have to jump around. So I'm going to cover everything right here for Port Arthur, and then we might not make it back down here until it gets a little bit closer to Port Arthur. A dangerous tornado is on the ground right now near Stowell. It's moving east at 50 miles per hour, extremely fast. This is a particularly dangerous situation. If you're in Jefferson County in Texas, take shelter now. Your life could literally depend on it. It'll be near Hampshire and LaBelle near 310. Port Arthur potentially as soon as 315 or 320. Port Acres around 320, 325. We've got a life-threatening situation on our hands here. Flying debris will be deadly. Mobile homes are going to be completely destroyed. Damage to businesses and homes is likely, and complete destruction is possible. Get to the lowest floor, the most interior room of your home. Put as many walls between you and the outside world as possible. And this is one of those situations. If you live in Port Arthur right now, you've got time, right? You got 40, 30 minutes or so before the storm gets there. Go get a helmet out of the garage. Get the baseball helmet out. Get the bicycle helmet out. Your old football helmet. Take that with you into your safe spot. The number one way you're going to get hurt in a situation like this is wood or something falling on your head. Bring a helmet. Bring the kids' bicycle helmets. Make sure you got closed-toed shoes on, and stay with us. Go ahead and get to shelter now and stay with us until the storm is past. Here's a live video right now of a tornado forming in Amite County, Mississippi. Did he zoom out? He zoomed out. But we had a really good view of the funnel cloud there from Jordan Hall. And this is also another confirmed tornado warning. So let me come back over here and show you this. We got a tornado forming right now, right in front of us here in Mississippi in the Homochito National Forest. Okay, so a tornado is coming together right now. You can see it. It's barely making contact with the ground right now, but it is increasing. Wow, that's going to be a big one. Look at that. That whole mesocyclone is spinning around. A new tornado watch has been issued. Super fast there. Once again, this is a live look right over O'Neill in the Homochito National Forest of a tornado developing right now. And this is going to be coming up towards Bude and then eventually Little Springs. Take shelter now. If you're in Franklin or Lincoln counties in Mississippi, this is going to be a life-threatening situation for you guys as well. We've got 7 total tornado warnings, y'all. Another one over here for Winnsboro. This is Franklin, Caldwell, and Tallulah parishes in Louisiana. Take shelter. This is going to go on for the next hour, so you'll be in there for a while. Get cozy. This is radar indicated. Nothing confirmed yet. We've got another radar indicated tornado warning over here for Caldwell and Richland Parish in Louisiana. Nothing confirmed on this one either. This is the one James is on. I don't know if you guys have seen James's feed on here, but he's right on that storm right now. So yeah, our two most important storms right now are going to be this one, the confirmed tornado down here in Amite, Mississippi. And then also our PDS tornado warning in Jefferson County, Texas. And let's take a look at the velocity. Oh my God. This is insane. This is insane. And did we ever get okay, Jason Cooley, he's still with us, right? Let's put him in one of those top three. So that video feed right there is Jason. He's really close to the storm. And then Brad, he's on something as well. There's a developing tornado here near Toulouse, Louisiana. So this is a live look from Brad Arnold. Guys, I'm telling you, it's going to get a little confusing here. We've got tornadoes dropping out of the sky left and right all across portions of Texas, Mississippi, and Louisiana. We're likely going to hit a point here where we have more than 3 big tornadoes down at the same time. You can see this one coming together right here where Brad Arnold is, near Toulouse, Louisiana. Let me see here. Let me get an update from Brad. Brad, what are we looking at here? You got any idea exactly what that is?
It appears to be a lowering wall cloud. We're still a good ways away from the actual storm. It's going to pass just to the west of us. I don't see much as far as rotation on radar with this storm, but as it interacts with that line, it could do something pretty quick. I don't see really anything on the ground. I don't see any rotation with it. Lots of lightning with it, but probably just a really low lowering.
All right, thank you, Brad. This is the storm that he's on right here. It's a severe thunderstorm warning. There is some rotation. This could produce a tornado as it goes on up towards Urania and Ola. Get ready, and y'all watch out. We got to go back now to the PDS tornado warning. Oh, my God, look at this. This is insane, y'all. You can literally see the vortex hole. You can see the hole where the giant tornado is right now, coming into the Seabreeze area. So unfortunately, this is huge. This is a monster tornado going through Seabreeze right now. Let me pull up the mesoscale. I don't think I've ever seen anything like that. We've got several storm chasers that currently have wall clouds and funnel clouds. It's impossible to fit everything into the 3 cameras here. Lots of stuff is happening. Let me find Seabreeze. Thankfully, Seabreeze, very, very small area. There's not a lot out there. We've got the Auditist Alligator Farm, and that's about it. There's some oil rigs. Thank goodness, okay, because this right here is the kind of tornado that flattens a city and gets rid of it forever, okay? It's not in a city right now, so that's very good. It's moving over towards Port Arthur. The actual downtown Port Arthur area is not included in the PDS tornado warning, and that's because if this continues to be a strong tornado all the way to right here, they'll issue a new warning about at this point to get everybody on board in Port Arthur. But there's a chance that this could weaken out before it gets there, and that's what we're going to hope for, because the next 30 minutes or so, it's literally going to be going over nothing. There's nothing for it to hit except for this. What is this? A Big Hill Strategic Petroleum Reserve Site. There's actually a pretty big petroleum site here. But as far as residential and commercial stuff, there's nothing until it gets to Port Arthur. All right, so hopefully it weakens before it gets to Port Arthur. But this has been producing a tornado for a long time. We've been tracking it since it was like down here and it's went this long. It's only got this much longer to go before it gets to Port Arthur. So I would be, I would definitely be assuming that it's going to make it to Port Arthur if I lived there. The decisions that you make now, the preparations that you make now, could save your life. Don't wait until the sirens go off. Don't wait until you can see the thing. Don't wait. And by the way, we're still nowhere near the peak environmental zone here. Like that, this is there's going to be a point this evening where it is actually more favorable for tornadoes to get strong, believe it or not. Yeah, we've got a large, very dangerous tornado right now pushing towards Port Arthur. It's not there yet. We've got a lot of empty space for it to traverse before it gets there. We are hoping that it dissipates before it gets there. But if it doesn't, we've got a very, very serious situation on our hands for the folks in Port Arthur. That's why we're kind of hyper-focusing on that area. We do have 4 other tornado warnings that are currently in place, though. Okay, so we're trying to touch on all of them and not just hog on one area. So that's what we're going to do now. I'm going to go through all of these again. So come with me as we do this. First up, we continue to have a tornado warning for Franklin and Lincoln counties in Mississippi. And we continue to have a really interesting looking rotation signal here. This is the drone footage that Jordan had not too long ago that had the giant, rotating wall cloud. This is that storm. It's likely producing a tornado at this point as it moves up towards Bude and Monroe. Take shelter now. All right. So, this right here is either producing a tornado right now or it's about to. And here's a live view of that. Corey Gherkin, who is live in the Radar Omega app, is in Meadville, Mississippi, or near that anyways. Yeah, he's in Meadville, Mississippi, giving us a view of this storm continuing to come together. Once again, he's in the Radar Omega app, and he's got a drone up in the air, and this is what it looks like when a big, broad rotating mesocyclone comes together. This is a good learning experience. Let me tell you what I'm talking about here. Have you heard us talk about rotation being broad before? Whenever we look at a big, rotating storm like this, a lot of times we'll point at this and be like, the rotation's very broad, which means that there could be a smaller point of rotation in there, or the whole thing is just spinning too broadly and it's likely not producing a tornado. This is a perfect example of that, where there's a lot of spin, there's a lot of energy, but it's not focused. It's not condensed enough on one little area to produce a tornado. Now, if one or two little things change, that all of that energy, all of that broad energy could be transferred into a smaller area and produce a very strong tornado, which is what we're afraid is about to happen with this storm here that is rotating like a daggone top near Bude, Monroe, Quinton, and Shucktown in Mississippi. We got to get to shelter out here in Franklin and Lincoln County, Mississippi. We're watching the development of a tornado now. Yeah, Jordan Hall's on this same one too. Yeah, lots of scud, lots of scary looking clouds, lots of rising motion here. This is a powerful storm that is literally trying to suck all the moisture out of the ground. That's how much, upward motion there is. So this is going to produce a tornado very, very soon. And it'll happen somewhere near the town of Dick and Bude in Mississippi. Yeah, it's happening now. Once again, this is Corey Gherkin, who is live in the Radar Omega app, showing the slow but sure process of tornado genesis here with this storm that's prompting the tornado warning in Franklin and Mississippi, Franklin and Lincoln counties in Mississippi. You can see it's actually getting a little bit more. There's a little bit more motion, so that the tightening of the rotation is starting to happen now. If you're just now tuning in, this is a live look at a tornado trying to develop here near Meadville, Mississippi, near Bude. This is in Franklin and Lincoln counties in Mississippi. We're giving you a live look at this so that we encourage you to take shelter along Highway 84 out here in Franklin County. Vito, Shucktown, and Quentin, you guys are in the path. You guys need to be taking shelter as well. On top of this, we also have a bigger tornado, a much bigger tornado continuing to happen down here in Texas. We've got a PDS tornado warning for Jefferson County in Texas. This is a large tornado. We're talking about a monster tornado that has the capability to flatten neighborhoods, okay? Thankfully, right now, it is not in a neighborhood. It's in the middle of nowhere. However, it's moving towards Port Arthur, and if it doesn't weaken or if something doesn't happen here soon, we might have problems in Port Arthur within the next 20 to 30 minutes. So we want to advise everyone to take shelter in Port Arthur as soon as that warning comes out, which it might happen here soon. Brandon Kopic is also live in the Radar Omega app, and he's also around Meadville, Mississippi. And we've got, we continue to watch tornado genesis happen here. So I'm going to just leave this on the 3 view so we can watch all of this unfold. Another person that's on that tornado, I believe is Jordan. Yeah, Jordan Hall. Brandon Clement. Wow, that's coming together really quickly. Holy smokes, y'all. This is one of the better live presentations of tornado genesis you'll ever get. Super huge shout out to the Radar Omega Cyclone Port team, Corey Gherkin. Really fast moving storm overall too. Here's another wonderful view of this thing. This is live right now from a drone on that same storm. Wow. Unbelievable. All right, we're going back to the 3 view. Obviously, our storm chasers are giving us, incredible views of this thing, and we're going to continue to show you this. But just because, I do want everybody to know that just because we don't see anything making contact with the ground at this very moment, doesn't mean that even just 5 seconds from now, that's going to change. So don't go outside. Don't go try to look at it yourself. That's what we're here for. Get to shelter if you're out here in Quentin, Lucian, or Williams, especially in Franklin or Lincoln counties in Mississippi. which this is a PDS warning as well now. So once again, just in case anybody missed it, just in case anybody is, not, if your attention has diverted away, let's go ahead and ring the alarms again and announce that. We have another PDS tornado warning. We've got 2 ongoing PDS tornado warnings. One of those is now in Franklin and Lincoln counties in Mississippi, as we've got a large, damaging tornado coming together or on the ground now near Little Springs, moving up towards Quentin. One second, I'm just waiting for some stuff to load here. Okay, so if you're just now tuning in, this is our second consecutive PDS tornado warning. PDS stands for particularly dangerous situation, okay? We've got a big tornado on the ground here, and I think Corey's finally found it. I think he's honed in on it now. Holy smokes, yeah, there it is. Yeah, it's a little bit farther back in there than what we originally thought. But there, it's on the ground. It's a huge tornado, damaging tornado on the ground right now near Bude and Meadville, moving northeast at 30 miles per hour. This is a life-threatening situation. The next locations in the path are going to be McCall Creek, New Hope, Little Springs, and Vaughn. This is a big wedge tornado, damaging tornado. You got to get underground if possible. You can see the right edge of it there. It's a little hard to see, but it's there, and it's very large. You want to stay away from windows, move to the lowest floor or interior room. Mobile homes are not safe. We've got a giant tornado on the ground now in Mississippi. There is also still a big tornado on the ground in Jefferson County, Texas as well, just to keep you up to date on what's going on here. We got 2 big life-threatening tornadoes happening right now. This one's in a little bit more of a populated area. Even though it is very rural, it's closer to some towns like Quentin and Lucian. All right. So PDS tornado warning. If you're in the path, don't wait. Take cover now. Every second counts. The warning is going to go until 4 p.m. for West Central Lincoln County and East Franklin County. Let's really quickly go back and check in on our other tornado warning, our other PDS tornado warning, I should say. Oh my gosh. It's not going to stop, is it? We've still got a major tornado ongoing. As this gets dangerously close now to Port Arthur. It wouldn't surprise me if within the next little bit we saw a new tornado warning issued and maybe even a new PDS tornado warning issued that included all of Port Arthur, including West Port Arthur, Lakeview, and areas like that. So I would go ahead and start getting in my safe spot if I lived in Port Arthur, Texas. Go ahead, Elijah.
Hey, Ryan, just a very quick update on that Houston-based tornado, the one that's heading toward Port Arthur. It currently just hit the Big Hill Strategic Petroleum Reserves. That is a U.S. government oil reserves. The oil is kept underground, so the U.S. government's not losing the oil, but a lot of people in that area most likely know of that gigantic facility. So if you know where that is, the tornado is currently basically on top of it right now.
Thank you so much, Elijah. And that's another thing about these kinds of tornadoes. It's really easy to see where these are going. We talked about that oil preserve thing 30 minutes ago, as it was one of the only things out in front of this tornado, and now it's there. Now, unfortunately, we're in a similar situation, but instead of talking about an oil reserve, we're talking about a city. We're talking about the area between Port Arthur and Sabine Pass. We got to get to shelter. We got to get this whole town underground, or at least in the most interior room of their home, with as many walls between them and the outside world as possible. Take a helmet, take the mattress off the bed, do whatever you can to protect your head. It's coming. We're about to see the warning come through. I don't know when that's going to happen, but it will here shortly. Let's go back to Mississippi. All of our storm chasers that you're seeing there, these guys are all in the Mississippi storm. Go ahead, Elijah.
Hey, Ryan, I have a message from Andy. I was just told you just heard it. There is an unwarned QLCS tornado right now southwest of the KPOE radar at Fort Smith.
A new tornado watch has been issued.
South Louisiana. Just so you're aware, that is from Andy.
Okay, thank you so much, Elijah. Meteorologist Andy Hill keeping us updated. There's an unwarned tornado out there. Make sure you take shelter now near New Lano and Leesville. This is a dangerous situation for you. Big time tornado continues out here, getting ready to cross Highway 84 near Quinton and Lucian in Mississippi. This is another PDS tornado warning. People's lives are in danger here in Quinton and Lucian. Please take shelter if you haven't already. This is going to be a bad storm, to put it lightly. This is going to be a life-threatening situation. We saw a live view of it not too long ago, and you couldn't see the whole thing in the shot. Like, this is a big tree-eating monster Dixie wedge, and it's coming up towards Quinton and Lucian. Take shelter now. Also downstream, Shucktown, Williams, and Cobbs. You guys are in the path as well. Further downstream, if this one continues for any significant amount of time, we might have to be watching out in places like Beauregard and Wesson in Mississippi. Now, let's go check out our other tornado warning, which is now a confirmed tornado warning in Franklin and Madison parishes in Louisiana. This is getting ready to come into Winnsboro. Okay, Winnsboro.
A new tornado
take
warning
shelter
has been issued.
now. This is an incredibly dangerous situation. We've got a tornado on the ground. Tornado on the ground, getting ready to come into Winnsboro, Louisiana. Take shelter now. We've got damage. This is a live look at damage near the Mississippi storm. This is over there near Meadville. And as you can see, like I said, tree-eating storm. That's exactly what's happened here. Specifically, I think Brandon's location right now is closer to the Highway 98 area near, let's see here, Highway 98 near the Honchito Lake and River. That's where we're seeing this damage right now. It's just a little bit to the south and east of Meadville. But this is live. This just happened as the tornado that's moving towards Quinton and Lucian continues to move off to the north and east. This is what it's done. Brandon Kopic's running in there to see if anybody needs help. If you're just now tuning in, we've got 2 PDS tornado warnings. And then on top of that, we have 2 confirmed tornadoes warnings. Here's another one. I believe that this is the one that Andy just called out. So now we've got an official confirmed tornado warning on this at this point. Leesville, New Lano, Fort Johnson. You guys are all under tornado warnings. Fullerton. This is Vernon County, Louisiana, or Parish, Louisiana. Take shelter immediately. All right, let's go back to our big one. Still waiting on the official word from the National Weather Service down here. Are we going to see a warning issued for Port Arthur soon? It's a tough decision to make. If you issue it now and the storm does end up weakening before it gets to Port Arthur, you might have some boy who cried wolf things going on. You know how it goes with people and weathermen. Nobody likes the weathermen when we're wrong. But also, if you issue it now and a huge tornado goes right through the town, then you've potentially saved a lot more lives. The people at the National Weather Service out here have an incredibly tough job. But if you're watching this stream, you've got inside baseball. You've got inside, we're essentially we're having the same conversations and we're essentially looking at the same things as the National Weather Service, right? So, you know that at least they're considering issuing a warning for Port Arthur. And honestly, if you're watching this stream, you want to be more prepared. You want to be extra weather aware, right? So just go ahead and take shelter. Don't wait on the warning. But this thing has been going for so long, it would be honestly, it'd be a miracle right now if it just stopped in its tracks. The only good news I can think of right now in regards to this storm is it's got a little bit of a southward bearing to it that might take it just south of the town. We can't put too much faith in that. We don't know for sure, but let's hope that the tornado goes south of the town of Port Arthur. But right now, we've just got to assume that it's going to go right smack dab through the middle of it. And once again, everybody in Port Arthur, West Port Arthur, needs to be underground or in the best possible shelter that they can be in. I'm going to get the mesoscale ready here. Port Arthur. Right now, tornado is over nothing near Blind Lake. Near Blind Lake. It's not quite at Blind Lake just yet. And if it makes it to Port Arthur, if it continues on the trajectory that it's been going, it will go into Port Arthur on the side where the Chevron Phillips chemical plant is. My goodness. I mean, Port Arthur, this is just a big oil town, right? Like there's a lot of, I see Valero, Chevron, Valvoline. I see Diamond Green. I see there's just a lot of down here by the Alligator Bayou, a ton of oil refineries and reserves in the direct path of a potentially very, very large tornado. And then beyond that, some of the more residential places that could be hit by this storm that are in the path include like Welford Avenue. All right. If you know where the West Side C-Store is, that's around the part of the town where the tornado would likely enter first. So once again, we've got a big-time tornado coming into the Port Arthur, Texas area. PDS tornado warning is in effect right now for the next 10 minutes for Jefferson County, Texas. And within the next 5 minutes, I'm certain that we will see a new warning issued, and we'll just see what the severity of that is, or what the level of that is, I guess. Yeah, if you're just now tuning in, we currently have 4 tornado warnings. They're all producing tornadoes. All of these are on the ground. Let's go back to our Vernon, Louisiana storm and check in on it again. There is a storm chaser on this one, Brian Emfinger. But right now, there's not a lot to tell from radar on this one, to be honest. It's just there's a large area that could be producing tornadoes, kind of like QLCS tornadoes, moving over towards Cora and Fullerton in Louisiana. Take shelter now. More traditional-looking tornado up here near Winnsboro. This is where Nathan Moore, Storm Chaser IRL, is. If you see him down there, that's what he's looking at. We might need a refresh on our program back there, or we might have too many cameras pulled up or something. I'm noticing everything's a little everything's a little choppy. But if you see him, that's where he is. He's on this storm right now. We got a potential tornado coming through Winnsboro. Take shelter now. Additionally, we still have our PDS tornado warning in Mississippi. This tornado is now crossing over Highway 84. It's going through Lucian and McCall Creek right now. It's going to continue to go up towards Williams and Shucktown. Take shelter now. I mean, we've been hooting and hollering about these locations for hours now, it feels like. So hopefully everybody knows. Hopefully that nobody's in the dark and everybody is aware of what's going on. All I can do at this point is just keep calling out the locations and hope that people are listening. Yeah, this one's big. This one's bad. Lots of debris over here on Highway 84 and Mississippi. Yeah, this is a massive tornado that just crossed over Highway 84 here. Moving up towards Loyd Star, I'm really surprised that we haven't seen new warnings yet. We need new warnings. Loyd Star, Caseyville, Midway, new site. You guys, I mean, go ahead and take shelter. Let's not wait on the warning. It's coming. But take shelter up there in Loyd Star in Mississippi. This giant tornado is coming right for you. Same thing back here in Texas. Let's go check out this. The storm's getting closer to Port Arthur every minute. Still no warning for West Port Arthur. We're minutes away now from this coming into town. So once again, if you're watching this stream right now, your goal is to be extra weather aware, extra prepared. Get to shelter now. Let's not wait on the warning. It's coming. I promise.
A new
There it is.
PDS tornado warning
All right,
has been issued.
we got a PDS tornado warning now for Lincoln and Copiah counties in Mississippi. So they have expanded our warning now to include the places that I was just talking about: Loyd Star, Midway, new site. This also includes Beauregard, Mississippi, and Hazelhurst. So some higher population areas. Let's get everybody underground. A damaging tornado is on the ground right now. What does PDS mean? It means it's a particularly dangerous situation. It's a level above a regular tornado warning. All right, they only issue that whenever we know that there's a giant, life-threatening tornado on the ground. So in Lincoln and Copiah counties in Mississippi, we are in a life-threatening situation. This is one of the more dangerous situations you will have ever found yourself in if you live out here. It doesn't get much worse than this. We've got a large, dangerous tornado confirmed on the ground, moving northeast at 40 miles per hour. It's located near McCall Creek. This is a particularly dangerous situation. We got Caseyville, Vaughn, and Loyd Star getting hit within the next 5 to 10 minutes. We've got Wesson around 3:55, Hazelhurst around 4:10. Impacts include flying debris. Mobile homes are going to be destroyed. Major homes to damage and building are likely. Complete destruction is possible. Get to the lowest floor of your home or building, interior room, basement is the best option. Stay away from the windows. If you're in a mobile home, get out and immediately get to a more substantial shelter. Being in a mobile home during a tornado like this is almost worse than just being outside. Sounds crazy, but it's true. You're just going to get mangled up in a twisted metal rolling box. So try to get to a more substantial shelter as quickly as possible. Especially, we've got a pretty good amount of time, right? If you're in Hazelhurst right now, it could be an hour before the storm really gets there. Let's assume that it's going to be within the next 20 minutes just to add some urgency here. But it could take up to an hour for this to get all the way up there. So get to a substantial shelter. Areas that are warned here include northwestern Lincoln County, southern Copiah County, and the warning's going to go until 4:45. This is as serious as it gets, folks. You must take action. Save your life.
A new
if you take
PDS
a direct
tornado
hit
warning has been
from
issued.
one of these tornadoes today, you're not going to accidentally survive it. You have to try. All right, here we go. We have the official PDS tornado warning now for Port Arthur. It does include Port Arthur. If you were waiting on the official warning from the National Weather Service, there it is. Now, run. Don't walk to shelter. Large debris signature now visible on correlation coefficient as the storm gets closer to structures. We're starting to see things lift up into the sky here. Some of the places included in this one include West Port Arthur, obviously, Lakeview, all the way down there towards places like the lower Neches Wildlife area. This is a live view right now. Is this live? Is that on his drone right now, or is that a video recording? Do we know? Okay, yeah, this is a live view right now of the Mississippi tornado. Freddie McKinney has got his drone up in the air, and this is what the tornado looks like right now in Lincoln County, Mississippi. So this is the tornado, the PDS tornado warning that we've got right now in Lincoln and Copiah counties in Mississippi. This is a live look at what that looks like right now, as it's a massive tornado still chugging away on its way up towards Loyd Star and Midway. So he can't see it from the ground where he is, but he's got a drone up in the air, and you can see it very clearly. That's a big one. Once again, giant tree-eating tornado getting ready to come into Loyd Star, Mississippi right now. All right, let me get some mesoscale information on this as well. Loyd Star, Mississippi. Yeah, so the reason it looks like this is because he can't port in his drone directly to our live feed. So he's just got the drone up and capturing with his camera the live feed from the drone on the little device there. All right, so some places that are about to get hit by this thing include the Loyd Star Attendance Center. All right, if you know where Big Ron's Barbecue is, or the Loyd Star Attendance Center, that's about where the tornado is, or where it's on the way to right now. So get to shelter right now. It is quite rural, this area. It's going to cross Highway 550, and it's going to go up towards Midway and Browns Wells. This might, at some point, interact with Interstate 55, especially when it gets closer to Wesson. And remember, Hazelhurst, Mississippi is under this tornado warning. We need you guys to get to shelter now. Let's go back to Texas, where we have a PDS tornado warning. My goodness, we got so many daggone warnings. Okay, we've got a PDS tornado warning as our monster tornado continues to just be absolutely insane looking on radar here. Once again, I'm hoping that the biggest part of this rotation goes south of town. Like right here it is. It's kind of going in this direction. We can't go based off of hope, though. Even if we're in the far northern extent of the downtown Port Arthur area, near Groves, Lakeview, and our Treco, we need you guys to take shelter, get underground. This thing is very large, first of all, and also it can change directions. It's not going to stay in the one pretty line the whole time. The next places that will be impacted, or I should say the first places in civilization here that will likely be impacted by this storm include Big Hill Bayou Wildlife Management Area and the Riverfront Park. If you know where the Riverfront Park is, you know exactly where the tornado is about to hit. Right down there near the GT Gulfway, the Chevron Phillips Chemical Plant.
A new tornado
the Chevron
warning
plant is
has
probably
been
going to take a
issued.
direct hit here on the Pleasure Island dock, near the Valero dock and the Taylor Bayou dock. Texaco's down there as well. That's the exact area where this tornado is about to go. Right on the Texas-Louisiana border. Then we've got to be concerned about places like Pleasure Island RV Park and the Lakefront Pier C, and all of those houses on the other side of the river there. Go ahead. Was that you, Elijah? Or was that okay, all right. So yeah, take shelter in Jefferson, Orange, and Cameron in Louisiana. What was that, Chandra? Okay. All right. Lots of stuff going on. What is this? This is we've got an intermittent feed from Jason. I'm not sure what we're seeing here, but this is the storm that is coming into Port Arthur. we can't really see anything from what I can tell. So I'm going to keep that up on the 3 view. And just know it's out there. You're not going to be able to see it. It's likely rain wrapped, but it's a giant tornado getting ready to come in to the southern side of Port Arthur. Take shelter now. Back to our Mississippi storm. We've got a PDS tornado warning up here as well. And we've actually got, recently we had a live view of the tornado on the ground. I don't know if we've still got that or if they're still showing it or not. But you can, yeah, there you go. This is a live look from Freddie McKinney, who is showing us this storm. This is coming up into Loyd Star right now. Big time tornado. Coming into Loyd Star. Take shelter. This is going to go towards Beauregard. Yeah, our big storm down in Texas, the tornado is getting close to being out of the polygon. We might get another PDS tornado warning just to correct the directionality of it a little bit. Mississippi tornado has 20,000 feet debris signature. So that tornado you see right there is lifting debris 20,000 feet in the air right now. And once again, this is coming up towards Beauregard and Wesson in Mississippi. This is going to cross over Loyd Star. It'll cross over Highway or Interstate 55, likely near New Site. The debris signature is telling, once again, this giant tornado, which it's hard to tell because it's behind the trees a little bit, but I promise you that's what it is. This giant wedge tornado is lifting debris, pieces of trees and stuff, 20,000 feet in the air. Let's go back to Texas. Port Arthur, you're under a tornado warning. Once again, you're under a PDS tornado warning. We want everybody in that town to be underground. However, my guess is that the tornado is actually about right here, which is good. I think there's a good chance that this is going to miss downtown Port Arthur just to the south. We don't want it. That could not be the case, right? We don't want to come out of our safe spots. But let's hope that it goes just to the south. It's still probably going to cause some damage down there near the Chevron plant. But yeah, look, it's really close to the edge of the polygon here. We might see a new polygon issued like this. But yeah, Port Arthur, stay sheltered, at least for the next 20 to 40 minutes. And now I'm becoming increasingly concerned about our friends in Beauregard and Wesson in Mississippi. Also, I want to show you some of the other warnings that are currently in effect right now. We've got a lot going on. That's why the weather intensity score right now is so high, 401. We've got another confirmed tornado warning over here in Vernon Parish, Louisiana. And look at this. You see that right there? That's likely an ongoing tornado right now. Look at that. This is a smaller tornado, but still very dangerous, just to the north of Fullerton right now. So this is an extremely dangerous situation. Take shelter now if you haven't yet down here near Fullerton and Lookout Road in Vernon Parish in Louisiana. This is very dangerous. That little hook there tells me we've got a tornado either about to happen or currently happening. Let's check out this other warning. We got another one down here in St. Helena and East Feliciana Parish in Louisiana. Slightly less rotation with this one, but it can ramp up pretty quickly as it goes up towards Hatcherville and Coleman Town and Chipola, Louisiana. Stay sheltered if you're over there. Another tornado warning for Franklin and Madison Parish in Louisiana. That's going to go on for the next 8 minutes. Stay sheltered. All right, back down here to Port Arthur. Yeah, tornadoes still right down in here. Likely crossing now near La Pesca, near the Chevron plant, near Sabine Lake Lodge. If you know where Water Humphrey Park is, that's about where the tornado is crossing right now. It could potentially hit the Sabine Pass LNG area, and then go on over towards the Deep Bayou Landing. Once again, once this gets past Port Arthur, once it gets out over here, there's more nothing. Okay, so the Sabine National Wildlife Refuge provides us with, honestly, a couple hours of just nothing. So hopefully the downtown Port Arthur area gets spared here, and then we don't have to worry about that. But in the meantime, we still want everybody sheltered. This has been a crazy supercell. Go ahead, Elijah.
Hey Ryan, I have a y'all watch from Andy. Going forward in time for the Port Arthur storm is Hackberry and Tallulah, towards Jennings, Louisiana area. That's still far in the future, but we've seen this storm stay on the ground for a long time. We gave Port Arthur an advance over an hour ago. This storm has produced tornadoes for the last 3 hours, roughly. So that's your y'all watch from the Andy.
Thank you so much, Elijah. Meteorologist Andy Hill is still helping out, even though he's, it's Christmas. He's on his way home. He's at an airport. He might even be on a plane. I don't even know exactly where he is, but he couldn't be at his normal battle station today, but he's still able to call out some of these beforehand. So yeah, that's what's happening here. We've got currently 5 tornado warnings. 2 of those are PDS, particularly dangerous situations. We've got, on top of that, the one in Vernon Parish, Louisiana. That's a confirmed tornado on the ground. Here's a live look at Freddie. This is the PDS tornado warning in Lincoln and Copiah counties in Mississippi. We've got a live look at that tornado still in progress as it goes up towards Wesson and Interstate 55. Okay, Andy is at the airport and his flight got delayed. Here's the latest mesoscale discussion. This is crazy. Intense, long-lived tornado potential continues all the way out there towards Cameron. So, as Andy said earlier, this is the kind of storm that they issue mesoscale discussions for. And we pretty much got that right here. We just got a new tornado warning
has been issued.
Rapides and Vernon parishes in Louisiana. Let's check that out. All right, so this includes a large area to the south and west of Alexandria. This includes Woodworth, Forest Hill, Glenmora, LeCompte. I think I'm saying that right. And this also includes some airports like the Vaughn Landing Strip. This includes the Mercy Behavioral Hospital. Take shelter now. It's going to go for the next 31 minutes. I'm getting
new tornado
word
warning has been issued.
We're hearing that the fire department it has eyes on the storm in Port Arthur, the tornado in Port Arthur. It is still on the ground, so it is now likely in the vicinity of those oil businesses that we were talking about earlier. Huge shout out to Musito, thank you so much. All right, so here's the latest on that PDS tornado warning. I'm gonna go back into it here. The big rotating part of the storm has passed the river now, and it's now to the south of Port Arthur from everything that I can tell. It's past Sabine Lake, and it's now near the Sabine Pass LNG over Highway 82, heading towards the Deep Bayou Landing. So as long as the storm continues to go this way, once again, it's going to be several hours, in my opinion, before there's anything else in its path. So that's good news. If you're in Port Arthur, stay sheltered. We will probably give you the all clear here in the next 10 to 20 minutes, and let's hope that that's it. But the big tornado, which is still on the ground, is now past Sabine Lake, and it's over here on its way to the Five Lakes area. Let's go back to Mississippi. Big time. Tornado still underway here near Midway. Midway, Brownswells, and Martinsville and Beauregard are all in the path of this extremely dangerous storm. So, yeah, I think that the town of Port Arthur might have dodged a bullet. We'll wait and see what kind of damage reports we hear from this little southern part of West Port Arthur here. But once again, now, I mean, don't get me wrong. This is still an incredibly large and dangerous tornado. But now it's moving over into a very, non-populated area. It'll take about 20 to 30 minutes to go over Five Lakes and the Sabine National Wildlife Refuge. Let's hope that it dies out in that time, because the next places in line are essentially Lake Charles. Now this is way down the road here. But there are more places that this could eventually get to if it is allowed to continue that long. So if it goes all the way past Greens Lake, Five Lakes, if it goes all the way past the Hackberry Hunting Lodge, which is about 40 minutes from now, the next thing that it could hit, it could potentially make it over there to Hackberry, and then the Big Lake RV Park. So this is another early heads up for places near, Hackberry, Grand Lake, and Prairie Land. But we're going to continue to hope that this one weakens before it gets there. It's gone a long distance so far. So if it continues to go like that, there's no reason to believe that it won't eventually make it to Hackleberry and Prairieland. So we've got about 30 to 45 minutes to where we can hope that this calms down here. All right, so this is a live look from Brett Adair. Where is he at? Which storm is he on? Is this the Mississippi storm? Or... Okay. Brett's got something there. We're just trying to get an update on his location here. Brett, know you're busy. Whenever you get a chance, though, give us an update. Also on your approximate location. Okay, Brett's up here. I see now. Brett's up here in northeast Louisiana near Delhi. And this is a live look at what's going on up there. There is a tornado warning right now. Radar indicated rotation Madison, Richland, East Carroll, and Franklin parishes in Louisiana. You are all under tornado warnings. This specific area of rotation is going right up towards Altoona and Delhi. And it looks pretty nasty to me through Brett's feed. Nathan's also on that same storm there. If you're just now tuning in, we are in the middle of a tornado outbreak. We currently have 2 PDS tornado warnings. One giant tornado continues to cause problems in Texas. It just went past Port Arthur. It's going to continue to go for the next 30 minutes or so over very rural, undeveloped lands. So we've got a moment to breathe a sigh of relief. However, if it continues and it doesn't weaken or it doesn't lift or anything, it will eventually come over here towards places like Hackberry, Deatonville, and southern parts of Lake Charles. So unfortunately, we've got to keep an eye on that one as it moves into more populated areas. All right, here's the latest on the tornado warning down here in Rapides and Vernon Parish in Louisiana. We got 26 minutes left on this one. Evangeline Parish, all of you guys need to be in your safe spots. Remember, the Mercy Behavioral Hospital is in the path here. Also, tornado warning over here in St. Helena and East Feliciana Parish in Louisiana. 25 minutes left on this one as well. Take shelter now. Radar indicated rotation. PDS tornado warning continues for the next 25 minutes. Over here near Port Arthur, the big rotation area has passed Port Arthur and is now going towards Five Lakes and Stars North Canal. And we'll see if it's going to make it way over here to Prairieland and Hackberry. We're hoping that it won't. But if we've learned anything today from this storm, is it just doesn't want to give up. We've been tracking this one forever, it seems like. From down here, it's went this far. So what's to say it won't go this far? You know what I mean? So go ahead and start getting ready in places like Hackberry, Grand Lake, Moss Lake, and Burton Landing. And then, of course, we also have that PDS tornado warning continuing for our friends over here in Lincoln and Copiah counties in Mississippi. Now, this one looks a little bit less impressive now. It looks, the rotation's letting up just a little bit. This one was producing a pretty large tornado just moments ago. I don't know if it still is. Let's assume that it is, as it's about to cross Interstate 55 here. But let's hope that it's not, and we'll continue to see the degradation of this cell here. Another good sign is all of the storm chasers that were on it have abandoned it and are now moving down to the south. So I don't know if this storm won't be a problem in the future. I think that it's likely cycling, and we've got to be on our toes here in Crystal Springs and Florence, okay? We got 47,000 people without power now in Texas, about 20,000 in Louisiana. Yeah, so some places like Crystal Springs over here in Mississippi need to start getting ready. We might see a new warning for you guys here soon. Also, Georgetown area is just north of Georgetown in Mississippi. Go ahead, Elijah.
Hey Ryan, so for people, anyone who's hearing long track tornadoes or long track storms today, the storm that we were just talking about in Port Arthur, uh, presuming that it was on the ground the entire time while it was over the bay, and even to right now where it's over water right now, it would have pretty much been on the ground continuously for 2.5 hours. Now, there is a very brief chance it lifted for a scan or two, but for the most part, it was on the ground for that long. So when we are talking about long track tornadoes, we are talking about tornadoes that may not lift for 40, 50 minutes straight. So you could be hearing about the same tornado that's been on the ground an hour ago, even.
Wow. All right. Thank you, Elijah. Big time damaging tornado ongoing down here in Orange, Jefferson counties in Texas, and Cameron Parish in Louisiana. And also, I mean, we're getting close to over 100 miles, too, if it was on the ground for that entire time. So this is a long, very long track tornado. And once again, we hope that it loses steam here because we've got about 30 minutes of it being over pretty rural lands. But if it doesn't, heads up in Hackberry and southern portions of Lake Charles, that area in Louisiana. We've got another tornado warning that's going to last for the next 21 minutes in St. Helena and East Feliciana parishes in Louisiana. Looks like this one's also going through a little bit of a, recycle. But the Kaywood Plantation Airport is in the direct path. Yeah, it's got nothing stopping it. It's literally right on the Gulf. There's no storms in front of it, and it's literally just sucking up moisture and energy from the Gulf. That's why it's been able to go so long, and that's why we're concerned that it might continue to go. Yeah, this is the definition of a long tracker. Just for those of you who might just now be tuning in, we're not done. Even let's say that the Port Arthur storm dies out before it gets to Lake Charles. Not likely, but let's say it does. We've still got until 9 p.m. Central at least, where we're under this PDS tornado watch, where numerous additional strong tornadoes are expected. 2-inch hail, 80-mile-per-hour winds. So once again, this is a particularly dangerous situation. We are right in the middle of it.
A new tornado watch has been issued.
A couple updates here, and we'll go back and zoom into these warnings again. Also, for those of you who might just now be tuning in, this is what the overall risk looks like today. The areas in the red are where we expect to see the strongest storms. Now, this is also a good way to kind of show don't pay too close attention to those boundaries, because one of our biggest tornadoes today has happened right here, outside of the red and the orange. But the conditions are going to be most favorable today for tornado genesis right in here, especially after sundown, especially in Mississippi here. Whenever the sun starts to set, we're going to get a rapid increase in our low-level jet, and we're likely going to see a ton of tornadoes tonight. Make sure you have a plan in place.
Hey, Ron, Brett here, near Tallulah, Louisiana on I-20 East, moving in the general direction of Jackson. We got to get out ahead of this amble canopy if we're going to have any chance of any of these storms sustaining other than isolated QLCS-type spin-up tornadoes. That one down south of Jackson looks interesting. It's headed toward the metro, so we'll be there here very, very soon.
All right, that's an up from Brett Adair, or that's an update from Brett Adair. All right, so they've shaved off a lot of our PDS tornado warning. Now just Cameron Parish in Louisiana is holding on to that. There is still a major tornado ongoing here, and we'll likely see a new tornado warning issued soon. But it's going to be for a pretty rural area. Lone Pine, Five Lakes, all these places are in the path. And then eventually it's going to get down here towards Hackberry. And then that's when we'll start tracking it again very closely if it's still going on. Let's see here. Confirmed tornado warning continues here for 17 more minutes in Rapides and Evangeline Parish in Louisiana. And of course, we continue to watch this tornado warning up here where most of our storm chasers are in Richland, East Carroll, and Franklin Parish, Louisiana. Yeah, the little warning pop-ups, that's all warnings that are being issued as they get issued. There's nothing, we don't have it to where we can turn off the winter ones. They're just there for a couple seconds, and it doesn't interrupt it or delay the tornado ones or anything like that. So do you know? So we're compiling some information. There is some damage reports coming in. I'm sure Elijah will come in and summarize things for us soon. Should we be concerned in Lake Charles, Louisiana? Yes. Yeah, you're under a PDS tornado watch. You're in the direct line of fire for a storm that has produced several tornadoes today. The good news, I mean, if there is good news, the storm does look like at some point in its life here, it's going to try to become a little bit more outflow dominant. At this point, though, it's still very much a tornado-producing storm, and we have to assume that it's going to continue to be that way. Also, the good news is if you're in downtown Lake Charles, it looks like the rotating part of that storm would likely go a little bit farther to your south. So right now, we're just going to wait for it to make a little bit more distance, move a little bit more before we start talking about, who's going to be the next in line there. Yeah, the PDS tornado warning down there is going to continue for 14 more minutes. And then probably about 5 minutes from now, we'll see a new warning issued. And we'll see what they do with that. Tornado warning continues for 14 minutes in St. Helena and East Feliciana parishes in Louisiana. Says family in Hackberry is in the path. They're sheltered down in one place. Good, have them stay there. Obviously, they're not under a warning yet. We're hoping that the storm dissipates, but it hasn't even come close to yet. Go ahead, Elijah.
Hey Ryan, so I unfortunately have a death that I need to report. Earlier, about an hour ago, it was confirmed by the mayor of Manville, Texas, that a resident was killed by one of the tornadoes.
All right. Very unfortunate news coming in there from Elijah. Also, unfortunate imagery here from Bob Pack from one of the first places that was hit earlier down there near Caney, Texas. Looks like some significant tornado damage where he is right now. So these storms are producing damage. They are producing fatalities. And this is unfortunately something that we kind of expected today. Like, we knew that they were going to be damaging tornadoes. That's why we've been sounding the alarms and everything. But now that we're seeing the proof, right? Now that we're seeing the effects, the pictures of the damage, the pictures of the big tornadoes and stuff, hopefully now people are taking it seriously. They're getting to their safe spots. They're doing everything they need to do to not be another number that we have to mention at the end of the stream. Because if you're prepared, if you know that it's coming, if you've got a plan in place, if you know your safe spot, your odds of surviving even a worst case scenario go up exponentially. All right. We got a considerable severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado possible. New warning that just came out. Let's go fly to it. This is going to go on for the next 56 minutes. Oakdale, Glenmora, Oberlin, and Pine Prairie in Louisiana. You guys are under this warning. Got a couple minutes left on our PDS warning down here in Louisiana. Wow, it's coming together. Man, it's not gonna stop, is it? Well, to put it into perspective here, here's Lake Charles, here's Hackberry. That's the direction it's going. Man. So we've got to start thinking now in Hackberry about what we're going to do. You know, when that warning comes through, know where to take shelter, know what you're going to do. Make sure you have shoes, helmet, charged phone, tablet, and all that good stuff. This looks even stronger than it did 30 minutes ago. My goodness. Yeah, it's currently 5:20 Eastern. We've been streaming now for about 6 hours. We're probably about halfway through our coverage here as we are right in the middle of a major tornado outbreak.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
So we're going to be with you for quite some time. Bear with me as my voice is a little creaky, and you know I have to go over here and cough every once in a while. I'm battling a little bit of a cold, but we'll get through it. New tornado warning just issued. This is for East Carroll, West Carroll, Madison, Montrose, and Richland Parish in Louisiana. Take shelter now. This is going to go on for the next 54 minutes. Couple different areas of rotation in here. Biggest one's going to be north of Delhi right now, moving up towards Ips and the Bayou Meadows Airport. Rolling Fork, right now, everything seems mostly below severe limits up there. There's a special weather statement for, this part of the storm up here, but so far everything looks A-okay. That far north right now, most of the action is happening in this corridor right here. A little bit farther to the south, right in here. I am concerned about Jackson, Mississippi later, St. Joseph, Natchez, Vicksburg, Brookhaven. Once again, we still got several hours to go of our major tornado outbreak. Wow. Here's some more photos of the unfortunate damage out there near Bude, Mississippi. Once again, guys, just a reminder, you guys, without me really even talking about it, have helped us raise so far today about $1,700 for the Y'all Squad. If you want to help us raise even more, you can go to theyallsquad.org and make a tax-deductible donation to our official 501c3 nonprofit organization called the Y'all Squad, where we will very likely be going to places like Bude and other places that get hit today by tornadoes, bringing in supplies, writing checks for people who need help, and stuff like that. We've got a lot of resources on our side. Thanks to y'all. We're working on building out a big warehouse in Dallas, Texas right now. We're going to be doing Atlanta, Georgia next. We've got a big warehouse here in Pikeville and Des Moines. We got all these. We're ready to go. All right. But if you want us to be even more ready, if you want to help us really get out there and help people after big severe weather events like this, go to theyallsquad.org. Thank you. All right.
Here
we go, another PDS tornado warning. So what
issued.
they've done is they have went ahead and continued the PDS warning. All the way out to almost to Hackberry. This doesn't include Hackberry. Similar situation to what we were in with Port Arthur earlier. They're going to wait. They're going to wait until right before the storm gets there to make the decision to, include the town, which is at this point not a bad idea. But hey, listen, if you're watching this right now, if you're in Hackberry, especially if you're on the southwestern side down here near the high school or the recreation area, just know that within 50 minutes, the strongest tornado that we've seen today likely is going to be barreling down on you. You've got 50 minutes to get everything together. Get your shoes on. All right. Put your helmet on. Pack a go bag. Put a bunch of stuff in a bag that you would normally take with you on a trip, and just be ready. Get your phones charged, tablets charged. Go ahead and get cozy in your safe spot. Storm's going to be there in about 50 minutes. This has the potential to be a large, violent tornado by the time it gets there that has the ability to completely destroy homes. Okay? This is a serious situation. We're going to be watching it with you. Up until it gets to Hackberry, it's not, there's not much going on. There's not much in its path. So let's hope that it fizzles out over there. But, at this point, there's no reason in even talking about that because it's proven that it's just going to keep going. Most of the action so far today has been in Mississippi and Texas, with a little bit more in Texas, I think. Yeah, so we're concerned about y'all. Pretty much all the spaces between Lake Charles and Cameron here. All right, let's check in on another warning. Confirmed tornado warning continues just for the next 3 minutes for Woodworth and Glenmora. Stay sheltered for those 3 minutes, and then we'll tell you what to do next. Copiah County, Mississippi is now under a tornado warning. The PDS tag's been dropped. This storm is fizzling out a little bit, thankfully. But now our focus is kind of shifting down here to this storm in St. Helena and East Feliciana Parish in Louisiana. This might be our next big one that comes up towards Magnolia. Get ready. Another tornado warning continues for 3 minutes over here for Delhi. 48 minutes. We're going to continue to see a tornado warning in effect for Oak Grove Forest, Lake Providence, Epes. I'm not sure how you say it. That storm, like the storm that's prompting that tornado warning, will likely eventually go up towards Rolling Fork. But right now we're fine in Rolling Fork. The storm that's closest to Rolling Fork, like if you're hearing thunder and stuff right now, it's below severe limits. But if this one right here continues its more northern trajectory, it could go up in that direction. So don't freak out or nothing, but keep your eyes on the radar here.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
New tornado warning. And this is an extension of the tornado that we were talking about. This looks like our next big one. This is now including Gillsburg, Huron, Glading, Peoria, Mixon, and Terry's Creek in Mississippi. You're going to want to take shelter now. Take shelter now if you haven't already. Yep, you've got a really good heads up over there in Hackberry. I mean, this is just a really dangerous storm coming for you. And you've got a lot of time to prepare. This is an incredible kind of situation. It reminds me of Mayfield. Okay, the Mayfield, Kentucky tornado. We were telling people an hour or two before the tornado got there. You know what I mean? And when the tornadoes are really big like this and associated in this type of storm structure, you can do that. So you've got a really good opportunity here to take advantage of this and get super prepared in Hackberry. It's coming. It's tried to weaken now 80 million times. It's not going to do it. It's getting stronger even right now. All right, so if you're just now tuning in, we do have an extremely dangerous tornado on the ground right now. It just went past Port Arthur, just to the south. Now it's located 7 miles west of Sabine Wildlife Refuge. It's moving east at 30 miles per hour. This is a particularly dangerous situation. It's life-threatening. This is going to hit the Sabine Wildlife Refuge at around, well, honestly, right now. And if you're in the path, you need to take shelter immediately. Get to the lowest floor, interior room of a sturdy building. Mobile homes are not safe. Get out now. Flying debris will be deadly.
A new tornado warning
destruction
has been
along
issued.
the tornado's path. So speaking of Hackberry, talking about, we've got probably 40 minutes now before the tornado's there. Can you get to a neighbor's house? Can you get to Granny's house down the street? Maybe that's something to consider when you've got this much lead time. If you're in a mobile home, okay, if you're in a mobile home, if you've already got a substantial shelter, there's no need to evacuate, all right? But specifically talking to people with mobile homes, you've got to figure out a more substantial shelter to get to. Seeing lots of damage reports coming in from all around Caney, Texas. Let's go check in on that newest warning, by the way. I forgot to go click on it here. Here's that newest one. It includes Tallulah. Mississippi. This is for Madison, East Carroll, and Franklin Parish in Louisiana. And it's going to be for Issaquena and Warren counties in Mississippi. Hey, Nick, thanks for becoming a member. All right, so a tornado warning is in effect for parts of northeast Louisiana here until 5:30. There's a dangerous storm near Bakers moving northeast at 45 miles an hour. Quarter-sized hail is also going to be a problem with this storm. We expect it to be over there near Waverly and Tyndall around 4:35, Tallulah 4:40, Mansford and Sondimer around 4:45, Omega around 4:50. Get to a safe spot now. Mobile homes are not safe. Stay tuned. Raza. Huge shout out to Raza. Thank you for the very generous super chat. Active Gamer. What does the weather intensity score mean? That's just a number, a parameter score that tells us how active the weather is currently. So the higher the number, the more warnings, the more chasers, the more storm reports that are coming in. The lower the number, maybe the less that's happening. So it's just there's no high or low end. It doesn't go below zero, but there's no cap. It's just all of these different factors that go into the weather world are, each thing is assigned a point value, and the more of those that stack up, the higher the score. It's just a way to give our team the ability to kind of understand on a broad scale how active the weather currently is in the United States. And 310 is high. It's usually about an 8. All right, let's go check in on that tornado warning down here in Mississippi. We've got a pretty strong storm approaching Magnolia, Mississippi. We need you guys to take shelter in Huron and Gillsburg. We also need you guys to take shelter a little bit farther to the north and west over here in Tallulah and Richmond. If you haven't already, this is going to go for 55 more minutes. And then the PDS tornado warning down here for Cameron Parish, Louisiana continues for the next 45 minutes. So right now, we've got a lot of activity out there. Don't get me wrong. We've got a ton of activity. But we're in a little bit of a lull where we might have a chance to kind of answer some questions here in the chat before things start picking back up. So that's what I'm going to do real quick. How high is 310? How often does it go up to 310? This is the first time I've ever seen it that high. But we've only been doing this for the past 6 months. The weather intensity score did not exist during the Mayfield tornado outbreak, Rolling Fork, or any of that. So we're still trying to understand exactly what the numbers mean. And like, honestly, I probably shouldn't even put it up there, but I figure it's an interesting way to keep an eye on what's going on. We use it internally here to make decisions. Ryan, I'm from Dilley, Texas. We are between San Antonio and Laredo. How come the wind is blowing so hard from the south? Just a big weather system driving this thing. I'll show you the satellite. Lots of people impacted. Lots of strong winds all across this corridor. Very strong winds coming out of the Gulf out in front. Very strong winds aloft with the trough here ejecting off to the north and east. So it's just a large weather system that's impacting everyone. And strong winds back here in Texas are a big part of that. Go ahead, Elijah.
Hey Ryan, so I have a partial damage report now. I won't do a full one because there is a lot of damage that has happened, and I'm still trying to get exact towns, kind of get information. But near Bude, Mississippi, there is at least one brick home that is pretty much completely destroyed. I don't know exactly how tall it is, but the debris, there is no walls left standing on it completely. And right next to it, there is an entire grove of trees that have been completely snapped. Probably based on the photo, I would guess 80% snappage across the entire grove. So that TDS tornado we had was an extremely strong tornado, as we knew from the debris being lofted roughly 20,000 feet earlier.
A new
Thank you
tornado
so much,
watch has been
Elijah.
issued.
We've had some incredibly strong tornadoes today, as expected. We expect the threat to continue at least until 9 p.m., the main threat. And then, I mean, still a really strong continued threat with the QLCS tornadoes will go on well into the overnight period. So it's going to go on for quite some time here. Buckle in, especially if you're in Mississippi and western portions of Alabama. We're not quite done in Louisiana yet either, though. So we're going to keep you updated on that. Let's see here. Huge shout out to David WX. Thank you for the very generous super chat. Thanks to Daniel for becoming a member. And DK Jetson. You are in a little bit of a pretty dangerous spot this evening. Just make sure you're staying tuned here or with your local weather service to get warning updates, okay? There's nothing else I can tell you. We're not really forecasting at this point. We're now casting. All right, we're waiting on the storms to form. And we're giving you real-time updates on what's happening now and what's going to happen in the next 30 to 40 minutes. Talking about what's going to happen 5 hours from now, this close to the actual thing happening, there's not a lot of science to it. Yeah, there's going to be more severe weather tomorrow, like east of the Appalachian Mountains. It's not looking right now like it's going to be as intense as what we're seeing today, but of course, we'll update you if that changes. The only thing that reminds me about December 10th with this particular system is that long track supercell, and even it is, I mean, it's wildly different from the Mayfield storm in its dynamics and the reasons why it's been able to go so long. But yeah, this is definitely a very impactful event for sure. I'm just glad that storm hasn't hit a bunch of towns in the same way that the Mayfield storm did. No, don't get me wrong, it's caused damage, and it's going to be a long cleanup for the people that have been impacted. But we've avoided a major population center being flattened, which that kind of storm can do that, you know. Pab, thank you for that. Josh, gusts as high as 81 miles per hour. Yeah, so things are getting gnarly all up and down this line. We're going to see strong winds potentially up here in northern Mississippi tonight too, for sure. Most of the strongest winds will be reserved for areas farther to the south. But yeah, there's going to be some severe weather even up there in portions of Tennessee tonight, but not quite like what we're dealing with down here. All right, so our big tornado down here in Texas or Louisiana now is about 34 minutes out from getting to the Hackberry area. We've still got a chance to weaken a little bit before it gets there. So let's hope that happens. One thing that I am noticing, you see this little line right here. Let me pull this out. The tornado's back here, right? And you see this little line right here. If this cool air push can kind of decouple the warm air inflow from that tornado, there might be a moment here where we actually see the tornado try to weaken. This line right here is rain-cooled air pushing out like this. This is the warm, moist air that's needed to continue the tornado. You see how far away they are? Now, another thing that can happen is like they can just maintain this distance and it's able to draw in just enough to continue the tornado, which is what it's been doing so far. But if you want to see the tornado not continue, you're going to root for this line to go faster than the tornado, essentially. Right now, it's definitely still sustaining tornado genesis, and it's still producing a big tornado right there over the National Wildlife Refuge. Next in line is the Highway 27 corridor south of Hackberry near Callicasu Lake. In Louisiana, Callicasu Lake near Hackberry. How do you say that like the locals?
That's Calcasieu Lake near
Oh, yeah, I knew
Hackberry,
that.
Louisiana.
Dude, I've said that like a million times. I feel so dumb now. Thank you. All right. You guys are the next in line to receive this. But once again, we're about 30 minutes out before it gets there. So we'll see what happens. Whenever the rotation gets about right here, we'll probably see a new polygon issued. And we'll see if they continue that PDS warning or if they go with a radar indicated. We'll see. Hey, thank you, Paulette. And thank you, everybody that went over to the Y'all Squad. Looks like we're closing in on about $4,000 raised. Really appreciate it. Remember, as we go through the rest of the afternoon and evening, we are expecting more. We still got a long ways to go here. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to go through all these storms that we haven't talked about a lot while we wait on some more updates from the tornado warn storm. We've got a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado down here in Tennessee, Franklin, Tallulah, and Concordia Parish in Louisiana. That's going to be moving up towards Newellton with some 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and half-dollar size hail. We also have a severe thunderstorm warning back here in Texas for Silsbee. The strong winds associated with this are getting ready to move into Robertson. So make sure you guys are ready for that. Additionally, big-time severe weather warning up here for Alexandria. So we've got some 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and penny-sized hail happening now in Alexandria. And that'll continue for the next little bit. This warning is about to be allowed to expire. Then, just to the south of that, we got a considerable severe thunderstorm warning for places like Fenton, Kinder, Elton, and Welsh in Louisiana. This includes Calcasieu and Beauregard parishes in Louisiana. This is going to be for 70-mile-per-hour winds. Another considerable severe thunderstorm warning just to the north of that. This is also for 70-mile-per-hour winds. This is getting ready to move into the Pine Prairie and Oberlin area in Louisiana. Get ready up there near the Cheneyville landing strip. That's all of our severe thunderstorm warnings. Now, tornado warnings. Continue to have a tornado warning for the next 44 minutes for Tallulah. Storm chaser Nathan Moore is on that storm. I'll show you his camera right now. This is what it looks like. Ooh, what the heck? Okay, this is what it looks like in Tallulah, Louisiana. This is the tornado warned storm. He's out in front of it. He's looking for a tornado. From what I can tell so far, he hasn't found one. That's good news, but we still want to stay in our safe spots. All right, next in line. Up here a little bit farther to the north, we got a tornado warning for the Lake Providence area. Now, the rotation with this one has let up a little bit, but there is enough of it there to where we might see a new tornado warning issued here for Rolling Fork, Lake Providence, and Cary, and Marysville, and all these places. So get ready for that. This definitely doesn't look like a repeat of the Rolling Fork situation from a couple of years ago, but it is a dangerous storm, and we want to take it seriously, and I want to give you guys a heads up here. All right, and then last but not least, our PDS tornado warning continues. And my goodness, this is the first time I've looked at the velocity and not said, "Oh my gosh." Yeah, so exactly like I was talking about. This line right here, this rain-cooled air, has pushed out in front of the tornadic circulation, choking off the warm Gulf air from getting to the tornado. So the tornado has dissipated. And that happened very fast. How long is that going to last? I don't know. We still need to be in our safe spots around Hackberry. We'll let you know when it's time to come out. That storm, we don't trust that storm. We don't want to pretend like it's not going to be a problem for the rest of the night. That's definitely one of the longest lasting tornadoes that we've ever covered here on the channel. That was nuts. Let me take this moment to go get myself something to drink. I'll be right back. I recommend you guys do the same thing as we have a brief period of time where we might have a little bit of a lull in activity here.
In Mansford and Sondheimer around 4:45 p.m.
In the meantime,
by 4:50 p.m., the storm could
here's
affect
Yalba.
Omega and Alsatia. Other areas such as Richmond might also be impacted. In terms of critical points of interest in the warning area, there are 3 airports that could be affected: Omega Landing Strip, Gustafson Airport, and 4B Ranch Airport. These facilities should take all necessary precautions to safeguard aircraft and personnel. Additionally, several educational institutions are in the path of the storm: Louisiana Technical College Tallulah Campus, Northeast Louisiana Marine Institute School, and Tallulah Academy Delta Christian School. These schools should ensure all students and staff are in a safe, secure location until the warning is lifted. While there are no hospitals, malls, or other significant venues specifically mentioned in the warning area, it is imperative for everyone in the path of this storm to seek shelter immediately and remain alert to further updates from local authorities. Remember, safety is paramount during such events. Ensure you are in a sturdy structure, away from windows, and preferably in a basement or an interior room without windows. Stay tuned to local news for continuous updates as this situation develops. Let's check in with Connor Croft, who is currently streaming live from Wesson, Mississippi. He's live on YouTube. The National Weather Service has issued a tornado warning for north central Cameron Parish in Louisiana. At 4:48 p.m. Central Standard Time, a tornado was located over Sabine National Wildlife Refuge and is moving east at 30 miles per hour. This is a very dangerous situation. The tornado is accompanied by quarter-size hail. If you are in the path of this storm, seek shelter immediately. Flying debris can pose a serious threat to those without adequate protection. Mobile homes may be damaged.
Hey, Ryan. So there is a lot of damage in the Port Arthur area. So even though we talked about the tornado just barely missing the actual town of Port Arthur, there was extremely strong winds that had hit Port Arthur. So even around downtown and even to the north of Port Arthur, there is a lot of damage that occurred. RVs were flipped, trailer homes were flipped. The emergency management over there is, for the most part, kind of, this is probably the best term to say it, in chaos right now. they're not understanding, exactly where they need to go because there's so much damage across the town. So I think there was a lot of straight line winds associated with this storm that was producing the tornado, to the point where the entire town equivalently got hit by a tornado, even if it wasn't the big tornado. So there is just a lot of damage that occurred around Port Arthur from the winds.
All right. Thank you, Elijah, for that update. A lot of damage around Port Arthur. So we're going to keep you updated on that. Anything you hear, Elijah, you can't interrupt too much. Just let us know as it comes in. Because at this point, we just witnessed 2 huge tornadoes, and the way it usually works is, somebody will tell somebody that there's a tornado coming, and then share my stream with them. And then like you're on the phone with them and they're in Port Arthur or wherever it is, and then that town gets hit, and then maybe they've lost power, and maybe you don't hear from them for a moment. And then like we have to move on to the next town. And I just want to make sure that we keep talking about Port Arthur and all these places that we've been talking about to make sure everybody's updated. But of course, it takes a while for some of the really good, high quality information to come in. And anyways, what I was saying when I came back over here and I was muted, Y'allbot, that thing that you were just watching, for those of you who don't know, that is on 24/7. It does basically what I'm doing here, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, on the Ryan Hall Y'all Extra channel. You can subscribe to it, go tune in whenever you want. If there's a severe thunderstorm warning ever, it zooms in and it tells you about it, and it does that. So pretty cool. It's something that we've been working on here. Yeah, but like another thing that I said is you can't take my job just yet, Y'allbot. Because even though we've got that, and even though we've been working on that, it's not going to change anything about what we normally do on big outbreaks, on big days like this. We're always going to go live, and do it this way, because this is still way better. Meteorologist Andy Hill, everybody coming together like this, is in my opinion the best way of doing severe weather coverage. But all of us can't be here 24/7. So that's where the AI comes in. Okay, so let's go ahead and get an update on all these warnings, okay? Here's the tornado warning for Tallulah. The storm is about to make it into Tallulah right now. We've still got Nathan Moore out there on that storm, so you can see his feed down there. That's what it looks like out in front of the storm. I don't necessarily see a very convincing signature for a tornado, but there is a tornado warning for the next 35 minutes. Take shelter now. A dangerous storm was spotted near Sondimer and about 7 miles west of Tallulah. It's moving pretty fast to the northeast at 45 miles per hour. Radar indicated rotation. Flying debris is a danger. Some places in the path include Mansford, Omega, Soundimer, Richmond, and what is that? Alsatia. Get to shelter now. It's not an app. The Y'allbot thing it's a YouTube channel. Just go. It's the Ryan Hall Y'all Extra channel. All right. So our other tornado warning. This is, by the way, we no longer have a PDS tornado warning, but we still do have a tornado warning, and we have a very strong storm capable of producing a tornado about to go over the highway here south of Hackberry, near Highway 27, Joe Dugas Road. So we want everybody in Hackberry to stay in their safe spots, but I would say about 15 minutes from now, we might be able to give you the all clear. We continue to have a tornado warning over here in Amite County, Mississippi. Honestly, right now, this is probably the most impressive looking one, as we do have a pretty tight rotation here. It's side lobe, but definitely a big mesocyclone coming together as it approaches Macomb. We've got Corey Gherkin storm chasing up there in Macomb on the Radar Omega app. Jordan Hall is up there as well. So we'll have a good view of this one as it comes into Macomb, okay? Macomb, you're not under a tornado warning yet, but you could be soon. Same thing for you guys up there in Rolling Fork. We'll see what they do with this storm that's coming over Lake Providence right now. Pretty strong rotation, honestly. It's very broad. I don't see any signs of an imminent tornado, but this looks like something the National Weather Service would typically issue a warning for. So I'd be looking out for the sirens in the general Cary vicinity of Mississippi. Yeah, things are going to continue to be quite intense over the next little bit. Let me give you an idea, but just based off the latest models of what I think the rest of the night might look like.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
So I think we've still got a good chance of seeing supercellular storms popping up out in front of this main line like we've been seeing all the way up until 7 or 8 p.m. Eastern. It's currently 6 p.m., so we've got 2 hours left of that. And then we're going to have a monster mega QLCS line going through Mississippi, starting around 8 or 9 p.m. Eastern, and that's going to last well into about 1 a.m. It'll make it into western Alabama. I don't know how long we'll be live through that progression because it's not going to stop. It's not going to stop, you know, and then start back tomorrow. Like this is just going to keep going all the way until it exits the coast. We might have to take a brief break and then come back for some more coverage tomorrow, depending on what the probabilities look like tomorrow. But we will at least be here until the storms clear the moderate risk area. And if you don't know what I'm talking about with the moderate risk, let me show you. This is the moderate risk. All right, so the big red area here, that's where we expect the worst weather to be. Right now, the storms are basically halfway through it, kind of about like that. So when the storms get over here, we will likely call it a night. And then, once again, if the probabilities are high enough, if it looks like we're going to have significant severe weather tomorrow, we might be back tomorrow. But right now, it looks like it's going to be a more subdued day. So let's hope that that trend continues. Hey, huge shout out to Bob Long. Wow, Brandon Clement's got a really good video of the tornado. I'm retweeting it. We've had some major tornadoes today. The forecast has been spot on. I think so far, though, we've mitigated a lot of risk with the advanced warnings. And also, I think we've lucked out a little bit with some of the larger population centers not taking a direct hit yet. I don't want to speak too soon because, once again, we're only halfway through this thing. But let's hope that trend continues. And we did get a new tornado warning, by the way, for Rolling Fork, Issaquena, East Carroll, Sharkey, Warren, Yazoo, Washington, and Humphreys counties in Mississippi is now under a tornado warning for some radar-indicated rotation. We don't have any visual confirmation or any confidence really that there's an actual tornado on the ground. It just looks like one could come from this severe thunderstorm. So we're ringing the alarm bells just in case. So go ahead and take shelter. In and around Lake Providence. Loves learning. Thanks for becoming a member. Let's take a closer look at that storm, actually, that's coming into the Rolling Fork area. Yeah, there's quite a bit of concerning amount of rotation down here. And also, I don't like the kink that we see in the line there. This is going to allow for some rotation to kind of become dominant, I think, right in this area near Tallulah, that's southeast of Lake Providence. So we'll have to watch out. We are under a tornado warning, so we need you in your safe spots, especially in places like Fittler, Cary, Issaquena, Blanton, and onward. This is a dangerous storm. Some places in the path include the Nix Flying Service Airport. We've got the Lake Providence Senior High School in there, Holly Bluff. Leroy Percy Game Park is in there as well. At this point, we have 4 tornado warnings right now. Gaming with Jamie, thank you for that. Yeah, I'm starting to see some more imagery of the damage too. Some significant damage down there in Porter, Texas. Just in case any of you missed it, this is some of the damage that we saw earlier from Corey Gherkin down there near Bude, Mississippi. There's a lot of places that look similar to this right now. But the reason why we haven't seen like a huge response and like a huge amount of images come in, similar to like a Rolling Fork or a Mayfield or something like that, is just simply because the larger tornado sizes happen to correspond with more rural areas. So that's the one way that I guess that we're ahead today, if you can count it that way. But yeah, there's still a lot of people out there that need help, and I do want to thank you once again for everybody that's went to the y'allsquad.org and donated. We've raised almost $5,000 today for these people. We've got Storm Chaser Caleb Beecham in Florida right now. We've got our new guy in Dallas, Daniel. These guys are just ready to go help. They're ready to go drop off supplies, and if you want to help them do that, you can go make a tax-deductible donation over at the y'allsquad.org. to our nonprofit organization. Help us get to 10,000 at least for the folks that might be impacted at some point today. Hopefully, we don't have any more major structural damage. But unfortunately, it's looking like it could be possible. Here's the latest on the tornado warning that does include Rolling Fork. 53 minutes to go. Radar indicated rotation is still there, and it still looks quite impressive, if I say so myself. So yeah, pretty concerning look there. If you're in Cary specifically, consider taking shelter now. Yeah, it's definitely ramping up. It's not, I mean, it's not like imminent just yet, but it's certainly concerning. Go ahead, Elijah.
Hey Ryan, so I do have a damage report from the Porter Heights tornado from earlier today that we covered on stream. Most of that tornado damage appears to be on the north side of Porter Heights. It was probably 100 to 200 yards wide, and it did hit the town. Thankfully, the damage from what I've seen is not super significant. A lot of the debris we saw in the air was a lot of shingles that were lifted into the air and small tree branches as well. But for the most part, Porter Heights, they actually had located everyone. Search and rescue was complete within about 30 minutes. And only one person was injured in the Porter Heights tornado, which traveled about 10 miles on the ground.
All right. Thank you, Elijah. Update on some of the damage reports coming in. Drew Whitfield, shout out to you. Thanks for the 5 gifted. Steven has been here for 34 months, man. Thank you for that. If you're just now tuning in, we're continuing our coverage on the severe weather and tornado outbreak that's ongoing right now. In my opinion, we're in between the 2 rounds, right? We had round 1, and that was really impactful. We had a couple of massive tornadoes, lots of damage reports coming in now. We're just kind of waiting and relaying those as they come in. We've got 3 tornado warnings right now. None of them are quite as imminent as what we were seeing earlier, but they're still important, and we're still relaying that information to you as it comes in. But we're also just trying to, fill in some space here with some updates and some generalized forecasts. And also I'm trying to answer as many questions as possible here in the chat before we get back into hyper-focus mode as the weather intensity score starts to rise once again. Kathy, thank you so much. John K., thank you for the very generous contribution to the nonprofit. $500 donated to the Y'all Squad. Everybody should say shout out to John K. All right. Once again, if you're just now tuning in, we are in the middle of this outbreak. I want to show you the outlook again. This is our moderate risk here. It includes Jackson, Mississippi.
A new tornado warning
and
has been
it
issued.
also includes a 15% hatched risk of tornadoes, EF2 or greater tornadoes possible, all up and down the red area here. And the storms haven't even made it to most of the red area in Mississippi and Alabama yet. So still got a long ways to go. All right, we got what do we got here? An observed tornado warning. Let's zoom in on it real quick. We got a radar confirmed tornado here south of Bunkie. We've got a really strong line of storms. This is a QLCS tornado coming right up into the St. Louis and DeGeneres area of Louisiana. Take shelter if you haven't already. There is a chaser out here near Immaculata or LeBeau, Louisiana. So we might be able to give you a view of that here before too long. But yeah, take shelter down here in Whiteville, Debusion, Lemoyne, Big Cane, Taterville, Immaculata. That's awesome. You got Taterville right next to Immaculata. That is the Deep South for you. Palmetto, Waxia, and then Sambo, all in the path of this storm. Now, a lot of times these QLCS tornadoes are small and they're brief. However, the reason why the warning is so long and so large here is because it is very likely that if this storm has successfully produced one QLCS tornado, which just means a tornado that happens inside of a linear segment of a storm, then it's probably going to produce multiple. So even if we see the signature for this tornado, if we see it go away before it gets tomorrow, it could produce another one before it gets to Taterville. Okay, so everybody needs to take shelter now. QLCS stands for quasi-linear convective system. And oh boy, we've got another one of those coming together here. Quite good. This is a really strong signal for a tornado right now, just to the west of Cary. In Mississippi. This is coming up towards Rolling Fork. No confirmation yet, but this looks like like a potential tornado trying to come down here just to the west of Cary. So take shelter in Ergemont, Rolling Fork, and Cary, out here in Issaquena, Sharkey, and Humphreys counties. Go ahead. Was that you, Elijah, or was that okay? The lights just keep faking me out. Yeah, so take shelter up here. Unfortunately, this is like this looks quite convincing here. Nothing on the correlation coefficient yet. We don't have any debris that we can see. But you can see very clearly this little kink right here. That's where we would expect to see the tornado, right in there. Yeah, take shelter if you're out there in Yazoo County, Mississippi as well. You're included in this.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We got a new tornado warning here. Let's go fly down there and check it out. This is going to be for our storm that we were talking about earlier near Macomb. This is where most of our storm chasers are. And it's looking like it's going to go to the west of Macomb and Summit now. It's still rotating quite handily. And it's going to now move up towards the I-55 corridor near Bogue, Cheeto. I think I'm saying that right. So get ready to take shelter up there. But in the immediate future, we need Tangipahoa, Summit, and Johnson Station in Mississippi to take shelter right now. Crystal M, thank you so much.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
New tornado warning. This is for that same storm. But this one goes out for the next 58 minutes. So Brookhaven, you guys are included in this. Tornado warning for Lawrence, Copiah, Simpson, and Lincoln counties in Mississippi for the next hour. Take shelter if you're up there in Monticello, Wesson, Brookhaven, Woolworth, Mississippi. It'll take a while for it to get up there to New Hebron, for example, but it will get there. And this is one of those storms that we're concerned about. The closer this line gets to it, the more likely it is that this is going to try to take a last-minute big-time uptick and try to produce a big tornado here. Confirmed tornado warning continues down here for St. Landry, Avoyelles, Evangeline parishes for the next 27 minutes. Next places that need to be getting to their safe spot quite quickly, if you haven't gotten there already, include Morrow, Lemoyne, and Debusion. There's also a pretty concerning looking area of rotation just to the south of Tallulah as well. A little bit, it's not quite exactly that intense. This is a little bit of interference going on here, but still lots of rotation, lots of inflow coming into that storm. We might have to watch the Mound and Vicksburg areas. Y'all get ready. This storm right here is coming to you. You ever like to see a little hook like that on a day like today? The rotation in the Rolling Fork storm has let up a little bit, but it's still there, and it's still something I wouldn't let my guard down. If you're in Urgemont, Choctaw Landing, or Rolling Fork, stay in your safe spots, okay? Corey Gherkin, who is live on the Radar Omega app, is showing us some drone footage from the storm down there near Summit, Mississippi. We've got something going on out there. I don't know if that's quite a tornado that we're seeing or not, but this is from the cell near Macomb. So it's definitely something that we should watch. Something's going on out there, that's for sure. We do have a much more intense looking signature on velocity now, so this very well could be a tornado. It's dark, it's hard to see, but yeah, we make sure you're getting into your safe spot in Johnson Station and Wilkinson if you haven't gotten there already.
Hey Ryan, this is Brad. Just letting you know that we'll be on that storm that's north of Macomb here in about 20-30 minutes. Just a heads up.
Was his volume really low, or is that just me? I barely heard that.
Hey Ryan, this is Brad. Just letting you know that we'll be on that storm that's north of Macomb here in about 20-30 minutes. Just a heads up.
All right, so Brad's going to be on that storm that we're watching here. So we're going to keep up with him. He's driving down the road. You can see him there. Heavy D sent this in on Twitter. This is Liverpool, Texas, about 3 hours ago. A car on a house. Go ahead, Elijah.
Hey Ryan, so I learned some more information about the Bude, Mississippi PDS tornado we had earlier. So based on some of the damage that we have, this tornado hit a very, very low population area, and it mostly hit a forest. The damage that we retweeted earlier that I thought was a house was not a house, but a church. It was a brick church that was completely destroyed. But around that church, there is around 10 houses total, and then the closest 2 miles. So it is an extremely low population area that is heavily wooded. So thankfully, most of that debris we were seeing in the air on radar was actually just trees, not structures being hit, thankfully.
All right. Thank you, Elijah. Somebody said tornadoes in December. Once again, this is quite normal for this time of year. This is a higher end event, but certainly not out of place. Tornado season down here in places like Louisiana and Mississippi and Alabama starts in November, and it goes all the way through the end of May.
A new tornado watch has been issued.
It'd be a little weirder the farther north you go. You know, the Mayfield situation was a little weird. The big tornado outbreak that happened right after Mayfield in Iowa, that was a little weird. But down here, this is the kind of weather we would expect. It's on the higher end, don't get me wrong, but go ahead, Elijah.
Hey Ryan, Andy is currently not available. He is flying. However, this is an analyst relay. There is an unwarned tornado ongoing just south of the LCH radar in Louisiana.
All right. Thank you, Elijah. So we're looking at the Lake Charles radar here. Now we got a lot of people up here watching. And right there's what we're talking about near Gibbstown. Take shelter out here if you haven't already. This is a tornado possible severe thunderstorm warning. So you are under a warning. But if you're in Gibbstown, you might want to take extra precautions if you haven't gotten to your safe spot yet, okay? We've got currently 7 severe thunderstorm warnings and 5 tornado warnings. One of the more recent severe thunderstorm warnings was issued for the area just south of Rolling Fork down here for Eagle Bend. We're looking at 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts coming in here and quarter-size hail. And then this morning right here has just got about 3 minutes left on it, but we're about to see some 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts move through places like Jennings, Louisiana. Most recent tornado warning is going to be our one for Brookhaven and Wesson, Mississippi over here. It's got 48 minutes left on that. Stay sheltered for the next 48 minutes. And now
A new
We've got a
PDS tornado warning
warning.
has been issued.
So, immaculate call out from our analysts who spotted this one before it was warned. Now we've got a PDS tornado warning for Gibbstown. And there it is. Once again, that's how we know. We've got a big tornado crossing Highway 27 right now near Gibbstown in Louisiana. Take shelter now. This is going to go right over Pintail Drive. Beyond that, it'll go over there towards Lake Misere, Lacine National Wildlife Refuge, Big Burns. And yeah, once it's still in a fairly rural spot. Once it gets past Gibbstown, there's not much out there. But everybody in Cameron, Louisiana, that parish, we should probably consider taking shelter right now, especially if you're close to the Lacasine National Wildlife Refuge. So another PDS tornado warning today. And this is theoretically or technically the same storm that caused most of the other PDS warnings today. So that's really interesting. Yeah, somebody asked about Lake Charles. Once this line is past you, the worst of the severe weather threat is over for today. There is still going to be more storms, but the vast majority of the action is going to be in front of this line right here. There's still going to be more storms, though, so don't let your guard down. Yeah, Gibbstown's pretty small. I don't think there's much of anything there, which is good news. Once again, these big tornadoes, they're doing a good job of dodging towns today. We need more of that. New severe thunderstorm that was just issued is a large one. This is for a lot of different areas. Wilkinson County, Baton Rouge Parish, Amite County, Concordia Parish, West Feliciana Parish. All these places are under a severe thunderstorm warning for the next 46 minutes. We're talking about 60-mile-per-hour winds and penny-sized hail. Storm's moving fast at about 50 miles per hour, moving straight east. Winds are going to be about 60 miles per hour when they come through. New Roads, Jackson, St. Francisville, Centreville, Livonia, all you guys are in the direct path. Get inside now and away from windows. About 55,000 people included in that warning. Going to need coffee. Yeah, we've got it covered. Back there, did y'all see Andy's message from Drew? Okay. Ryan's going to need a new voice. It's so unfortunate. Those of you who only ever see me during these live streams, you probably think I'm just
A
constantly
new
losing my
tornado
voice,
watch has
constantly
been
sick.
issued.
but it just happens to happen right around the time we need to do a live stream. I don't know. It's not caused by the live stream. I get sick before the live stream starts. It's just literally like clockwork. I start sniffling. I'm like, oh, wait, where's the tornado outbreak? It's getting ready to happen. And then here we are. Which this one's not nearly as bad as the last one, so we're good. Paranormal Quest, thanks for the 10 gifted. Everybody say thank you to them, and congrats to all the free members out there. A lot of people are asking for me to go check in on the warning up there near Rolling Fork, so that's what I'm going to do. Right now in Rolling Fork, you've got a bad storm going on. We've got some strong winds moving through, but the tornadic part of the storm is past Rolling Fork now. And in fact, the whole entire storm looks less impressive now for a potential tornado than it did. So I don't think that we've got a tornado in Rolling Fork. We've just got a really strong storm. Stay sheltered for the next 27 minutes, and we can put this behind us. The worst looking storm I think we've got right now is the one down here south of Brookhaven in Mississippi, and then, of course, our PDS storm down here in Louisiana. Still got a large area of rotation here approaching the Lacassine National Wildlife Refuge. Ryan Tucker, thank you so much for the very generous super chat. Look at the lightning in front of Brad here. Brad's on his way to that storm that does have the tornado warning in Brookhaven. So we'll see a live view from him down there pretty soon. Yeah, a debris ball. Ryan Hall, the tornado sniffler. Brad's the tornado sniffer. I'm the tornado sniffler. One of these days, we'll have a live stream. I'll be healthy and not sniffling. I promise. Stay subscribed. You never know when it's going to happen.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
New tornado warning. Let's go fly to it real quick. There it is. West Feliciana, Point Coupe, Wilkinson, and Concordia. All these counties and parishes in Louisiana and Mississippi are under a tornado warning for the next 39 minutes. Velocity shows a decent area of rotation down here south of Simmsport near Jacoby, moving towards Ennis and Bachelor. Take shelter now. This is a photo taken from a good friend of ours, Will, Tornado TRX on YouTube, of the tornado earlier that we were tracking in Mississippi. Take a look at this. So this is that same one that I think we were looking at through Freddie's. This might have been Will's drone that we were watching through Freddie's stream. So everybody go follow Will's and subscribe to him on YouTube. Tornado TRX. Hey, thank you, Brittany. Brandon, thanks for the 5 gifted. Ryan, thanks for the very generous super chat. Says, here from Texas, Storm Chasers. We're out of it. It's been a day. Thanks, Ryan and crew, for the coverage. Yeah, Texas, for the most part, is done for the day, for sure. The only and honestly, most of Louisiana is also done. We're still waiting on the storms to get there in Lafayette and Baton Rouge and New Orleans and places like that. And the places I'm most concerned about now are out in front of this line near Jackson. So we've still got a few more hours to go, but yeah, Texas is done. Looks like our rotation on this PDS tornado warning is picking back up again. Large debris signature still evident here. Potentially some debris fallout out in front of that. This is a big tornado that went near Gibbstown. There's not much over there near Gibbstown, and there's not much over here where it is now. But if it continues on its trajectory, it might go up here and impact the town of Lowry, Louisiana. So we need you guys to take shelter now. Go ahead. Never mind. The lights are just going crazy today. By the way, huge shout out over on the allsquad.org. Jimmy Coppinger with a big $1,000 dono, bringing us up to close to $7,000 raised today. Once again, our goal is $10,000. We're going to send people out with big box trucks full of supplies in the coming days to go deliver to people who need them. Couldn't do that kind of stuff without you, and you can donate to our nonprofit over on the allsquad.org. You don't have to, but it helps. Checking in on our other warning over here for Concordia, Wilkinson, and West Feliciana over here in Mississippi and Louisiana. There is a couple of parks in the path here that we need to make sure everybody knows about. The Tunica Hills State Wildlife Management Area. Also an airport. The Solitude Airstrip is in the path of this potential tornado. Take shelter now if you're in that area. Additionally, we still have a big warning over here in Louisiana. This is where most of our storm chasers are. A lot of the storm chaser live feeds that you're seeing right now are from around here. And we've got a potential tornado in Lawrence, Copiah, and Lincoln counties in Mississippi. This is going to continue for the next 30 minutes or so. Monticello, take shelter now. St. Landry Parish, Louisiana, is also under a tornado warning. This used to be a confirmed tornado warning, but they've removed that tag. This is now a radar indicated. And last but not least, we continue to have our PDS tornado warning. Large tornado right here where this big hook is, ongoing right now. Look at that. Rear flank downdraft. Rain-cooled air coming out like this. Warm air wrapping in around it. You can see it so clearly there. Tornado is going to be right in that area somewhere. Thank goodness there's not much there for it to hit. We're watching out for you guys in Lake Arthur and Guiden, out in front of this thing. We'll let you know if there's a need to take shelter here soon. Yeah, the rest of our tornado warnings right now are radar indicated. Highway 84, there is a storm that's capable of producing a tornado getting ready to cross Highway 84 here near East Lincoln. This is probably our most concerning looking storm right now. The Shady Creek Acres Airport is in the path here. I would say that this could be producing a tornado right now. So get ready over there along Highway 84, or is that an interstate? No, that's Highway 84 near Fair River. Very strong storm capable of producing a tornado moving right towards you. This is the storm that Brad Arnold's going to be near here soon. You guys care if I test something out real quick?
Hey there. I've got a real. Hey there.
Oh my gosh. Okay, never mind. If you're just now tuning in, we are continuing our coverage of a major tornado outbreak that's ongoing right now. We do have a PDS tornado warning back there in Louisiana. It's going to go on for the next 14 minutes. I'm a little bit more concerned right now about this specific storm in Mississippi because it's got such a strong rotation signature on it here. About 31 minutes left on this warning. Some storm chasers are right in front of it here, so we should get some sort of confirmation within the next little bit. Brandon Kopic's on it. We've got him pulled up. Corey Gherkin's on it. We got all these guys up, and we're watching. Get Freddie McKinney up there. But yeah, we might get a confirmed warning from this here soon, as that is really starting to ramp up.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, we just got a new tornado warning. That's going to be over here for our QLCS, our linear convective system. This is going to include Amite, Wilkinson counties in Mississippi, Woodville, Centreville, Gloucester, and Liberty. Every time I look over at the chat, people are talking about how I'm mispronouncing stuff. Am I doing that badly? You guys know what I'm talking about, though. That's the main thing. That's what matters most.
Ho, ho, ho! Happy holiday!
Sorry, I'm trying to work something out here. It's not going to work, though. Yeah, sorry. That was a misclick. Shout out to everybody that tuned into our Santa tracker. We still got a direct line of communication with them, even right now. Yeah, so this, honestly, I would be surprised if this storm right here is not producing a tornado and it's about to cross over Highway 84 here. Once again, some storm chasers are literally right in front of it, so we'll see what they report. But if this is down, it's going to go up towards Woolworth next. Yeah, here's that warning over here for Centreville and Gloucester for the next 41 minutes. We also have a warning that's continuing for the next 11 minutes up here in Issaquah, Sharkey, Yazoo, and Humphreys counties in Mississippi. This is not looking... This looks like it's going to be allowed to expire in about 11 minutes and we'll be done. Okay, so we're not seeing any major rotation signatures over here anymore. And if we are, honestly, we're probably going to get a new warning over here for Silver City. We're pretty much done in the Rolling Fork area is what I'm trying to say. But get ready for some potentially damaging winds out there in Greenwood as 60-mile-per-hour winds are going to be moving through over the next 55 minutes. That also includes Yazoo City. I don't know how to pronounce your name, but thank you, Radis, for the super chat. Go ahead, Elijah.
Hey Ryan, I now have an Andy relay. There is a tornado ongoing near Brookhaven, Mississippi. It is in one of those tornado warnings, but it has not been upgraded by the National Weather Service yet. But there is a debris signature.
Okay, they actually just upgraded it. So here we got it now. A confirmed tornado is on the ground here, crossing over Highway 84 near Fair River. So this is the one that we've been tracking. We've been assuming that there's probably a tornado down with this for a while. Now we've got the official confirmation from the National Weather Service. Get to shelter in NOLA, Rosella, Woolworth, and Sontag and Wanilla in
A new tornado watch has been issued.
This is a very dangerous storm, and it is confirmed on the ground. But anyways, Radis, thank you for that. Vitamin C. Oh, yeah, we've been doing vitamin C, IV, all of the, like everything that you could possibly think of to keep me from getting sick. We've been doing it. We pulled out all the stops. So I'd hate to see how bad off I'd be if I didn't do all that. It's part of having a 3-year-old in preschool, I reckon. Yes. All right, so we got a confirmed tornado warning here for Copiah, Simpson, Lawrence, and Lincoln counties in Mississippi. We also have a PDS tornado warning continuing for Cameron Parish in Louisiana. On top of that, we've got 38 minutes left on our Amite and Wilkinson County tornado warning up here for places like Woodville and Centreville. You guys need to remain in your safe spots as well. The one I'm watching closest right now has got to be this one up here in Mississippi. This looks like our biggest tornado right now. It just crossed right over Stephen McElroy. I wonder if anybody's heard from that guy. I know we don't have his live feed, but does he got Twitter or anything? Oh, yeah, we got the vitamin D out the wazoo. I'm telling you guys, I'm not, like, you know, it's just bad luck. I take care of myself best I can. Chad, will you give out a shout out to my wife? Yeah. Kara, shout out to you. Thank you for being here. Yeah. And also, huge shout out to, I got a 3-year-old and a 1-year-old today. Today is my son Otto's. This is his first birthday. December 28th. Otto turned 1 year old today. He's just about to go to sleep, so I got that in just in time. I told him before I left the house, but you know. Yeah, so we've got a live feed of a bunch of storm chasers on this storm. I'm not seeing anything just yet, but I'm telling you, inside of that rain, we've got ourselves a big tornado likely doing damage over here near Falls River. Or Fair River, sorry. So Nola and Rosella would be next in line. Y'all get ready. Velocity on our PDS warning over here looks lackluster now, so they'll probably allow that to expire in the next 5 minutes. So I'm going to be focusing on our more prominent storm right now over here in Mississippi. Really need everybody in the Monticello and Brookhaven region to be paying attention to this one. Alex, Max and I are friends. So yeah, it's all no problem, Alex. I tell you what, he probably doesn't have a stuffy nose right now, that's for sure. Timmy, thanks for being here for 12 months. We got a new severe thunderstorm warnings. You guys want to fly over to that one? This is going to be for Guidon and Kaplan, Intercoastal City and the White Lake Wetlands State Conservation Area, Vermilion and Cameron Parish in Louisiana. We've got 60-mile-per-hour winds on the way. And quarter-size hail. Let's see here. Mo, Kaplan, Abbeville, Guidon, several other communities are in the path. Get inside now.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
And yeah, that's pretty much it for that. It's going to take place over the next 1 hour and 4 minutes. And now we've got a new tornado warning to fly to. Let's go. We currently have 5 active tornado warnings. Our newest one's going to be for a potential QLCS tornado in this big mess of velocities over here between Woodville and Wilkinson. This is for Amite and Wilkinson County in Mississippi. 33 minutes from now, it's going to be allowed to expire. But for now, we got to get to shelter in Gloucester, Centreville, and Liberty. Take shelter now. New severe thunderstorm warning. Let's go check it out. This is a big one. This includes Jackson, Mississippi. Hines, Claiborne, Warren, Copiah, Simpson, Rankin, Madison. All these counties in Mississippi. Also, we've got a tornado warning here. I don't know if we've shown this one yet. This was issued just moments ago. This is for this area of rotation right here. It includes Rocky Springs. It includes Raymond and Edwards. It doesn't quite make it to Jackson. But this storm is moving in the general direction of Jackson, okay? So get ready for that. Diane, thank you. Holly, why are there so many Halls on your team? Are you not related? Yeah, we're not related. Chris Hall, Zach Hall, Jordan Hall, Ryan Hall, Andy Hill. Just one letter off. None of us are related other than through the atmosphere and our love for weather. I don't know what it is. But yeah, take shelter out here in Warren, Claiborne, and Hines counties in Mississippi. We also have a considerable severe thunderstorm warning now. 70-mile-per-hour winds coming into Jackson, Louisiana. What's QLCS? QLCS is a quasi-linear convective system. Tornado. So it's just essentially a part of... so like, let me show you. This is a supercell, right? Let me refresh. Let me show you the whole national radar here. This is a discrete supercell producing a tornado, right? That's what that is. And then you see this big line back here. This is a linear system. But they also produce tornadoes, even though they're not like supercellular in nature. We refer to the tornadoes that spawn out of these linear segments as QLCS tornadoes. It's quasi-linear convective systems, and they can produce tornadoes. So that if you see a tornado in here, sometimes it can be an embedded supercell, but a lot of times it's just a spin-up QLCS tornado. And then the supercells out in front are usually your bigger ones and the ones that cause more damage. Let me test out our let's test out YallBot here and see how it does on that question. Just to see if, like, for those kind of questions, I can rest my voice a little bit. I don't know if it'll be able to handle it or not, though. YallBot, can you hear me?
Loud and clear, Ryan.
Hey,
Ready
can
to
you
go.
explain to the audience what a QLCS tornado is?
Absolutely, Ryan. A QLCS tornado, which stands for quasi-linear convective system, forms along a line of storms or a squall line. These tornadoes can develop quickly and might not last long, but they can still be quite dangerous. Unlike the more classic supercell tornadoes, QLCS tornadoes are often harder to detect, making them a serious threat during severe weather events. They can produce damaging winds and sudden tornadoes with little warning. Back to you, Ryan.
Wow, you did a really, really good job. Thank you.
Thank you, Ryan. I'm here to help. Let me know if there's anything else you need. Back to you, Ryan.
Okay, so yeah. I hope you guys don't mind. I might use that a little bit to give myself time to rest my voice, because we're probably going to be here for a little bit. Obviously, we're not going to let it talk the whole time, but that was honestly, that was great. What was that, Chandra? I didn't catch it. Oh wow, yeah, this is a live view right now from near Vicksburg, Mississippi. Wow. Yeah, so this is the big storm coming through Vicksburg right now. There is a tornado warning for just to the south of Interstate 20 here, just to the south of that bridge. Strong storms likely trying to produce a tornado there near Ukiah. But even outside of the tornado warned area in Vicksburg, we've got a very strong, severe thunderstorm moving through right now. These kinds of conditions are going to be expected in Redwood, Flowers, and even places like Bentonia over the next little bit. Yeah, this is insane. Yeah, this is from the Mississippi Department of Transportation. This is located on I-20 at the Mississippi River Bridge. So that is also what we can expect in Jackson. And we have a lot of traffic cameras in and around Jackson, Mississippi as well. So we'll be able to watch this come in as a very intense storm is sweeping through now. Man, we're going to have a big problem with widespread damaging winds, I think. This squall line's really starting to look nasty. Tons of QLCS tornadoes and 70 to 80 mile per hour winds are going to be possible in Jackson, Philadelphia, Meridian, Hattiesburg, Laurel tonight.
An important weather update has been issued.
Night for the folks of Mississippi. Thankfully, we're not seeing a lot of supercellular activity out in front of the line. Hopefully that continues, but we do have this one big supercell right here with a tornado on the ground right now. It's moving up towards Sontag and Wanilla, Oma, and Cowanville. Michelle Capers, thanks for the $500 dono to our nonprofit. We're up over $7,000 now on the y'allsquad.org. Suzanne Williams, shout out to you. Jeff Lyles, thank you. Feather Sketch says, I share a birthday with Otto. That's awesome. Thank you for that. Here's another mesoscale discussion from the Storm Prediction Center. Tornado and wind threat continues. This is going to include New Orleans. We might see a new tornado watch at some point tonight for Slidell and New Orleans. We'll be here with you guys through that. Brian Staker, a huge shout out to you. Thank you so much for the generous super chat. Excuse me. The severe threat is increasing out in front of this line. I'm really concerned about our folks here right in this area. Jackson, Mississippi, Brookhaven, Hazelhurst, Carthage. This is it. This big line coming through right here is going to cause a lot of problems. And this right here is a big spin-up tornado ongoing right now. Let me show you the details on that. Look at this. You see that kink right there? I'll tell you one of the reasons why we're seeing so much lightning activity in Vicksburg. It's because this is probably more of like a, I mean, this is a QLCS tornado, but we've got almost an embedded supercellular structure here. Very strong storm. Vicksburg, you're up there in the top part of it, getting all the hail and the rain and the incredible lightning show. That uptick in lightning indicates that the base of the storm continues to get stronger. We're seeing probably a tornado on the ground right now, just north of Rocky Springs. So y'all take shelter in Edwards and Raymond in Mississippi. It's going to get gnarly out there. Yeah, what is that? Is that an unidentified floating object right there? Yeah, it's got to be a boat or something, right?
An important weather update has been issued.
I don't know. Yeah, we're continuing to watch this line right here that's moving over towards Jackson, Mississippi. We've got a really strong portion of the storm that's trying to produce a tornado. Hopefully everybody gets to shelter, especially down there toward the Joe Sanford Field Airport. And then this is now a confirmed tornado warning down here near Centreville. We've got a confirmed tornado radar, a confirmed tornado moving into Centreville now in Mississippi. Take shelter now. They've just upgraded this not too long ago. Centreville, Gloucester, we've been calling out these locations for a while, but now's your time to take shelter. If you haven't already, also Liberty, Mississippi, take shelter now. B.E. Smith says, I just shared the stream with my coworkers. You're absolutely saving lives right now. They all have relatives in the danger zone. Thank you, B.E. Smith, for sharing us. That's the only way we're able to reach more people. Give me just a second here. I'm trying to sort something out here.
Ho, ho, ho! Happy holidays!
Sorry about that. All right, if you're just now tuning in, we do have this confirmed tornado warning for Centreville. Hopefully everybody's in their safe spots. We also have a really intense storm over here. It's not a confirmed tornado warning yet, which is surprising. But we've got a really strong signature for a potential tornado moving up here towards New Hebron in Mississippi. We want you guys to take shelter now. Yeah, I keep accidentally hitting the Santa Claus.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Santa Claus. That's my bad. All right, we just got a new tornado warning. This includes Mendenhall now in Mississippi. So this is an extension of our warning that we were just talking about. This is a storm that I'm really concerned about, okay? If this is able to maintain its supercellular structure all the way up until this thing comes up and slams up into it, this is going to have a lot of time to produce a big tornado. And it's the exact kind of storm that would try to do that. So get ready in Mendenhall. Take shelter now if you haven't already. We've got the Simpson General Hospital in the path. Let everybody at that hospital know we've got a potential dangerous situation unfolding here. What happened? Did the PDS watch expire? No, PDS watch is still with us. All right, here comes
A new tornado warning has been issued.
This one's going to be up to the north of our existing one here. And I want you to look at what's happening. This is really interesting, actually. We've got a slew of tornado warnings here up and down this line. This whole line at some point might have a tornado warning associated with it. But look at all these little appendages coming off of this thing. We've got all kinds of little supercells, essentially little rotating parts of the line that are capable of producing tornadoes. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 potential tornadoes trying to come down right here east of Vicksburg. So we're going to start to see the National Weather Service issue these precautionary tornado warnings out ahead of that. And like this is different, right? Whenever we were tracking the big supercellular tornadoes, you could see them coming from 100 miles away, and we knew exactly where they were and all that stuff. With this, it's different. There's a tornado. There could be a tornado here right now. 5 minutes from now, there's one down here. 10 minutes from now, there's one up here. And like, there's really no science to pointing them out on radar until they're like really big. Some of them do get big. So everybody in the warning zone, whether there's a little velocity couplet right over you or not, needs to take shelter, as there's going to be strong winds, 60, 70 mile per hour winds, regardless of whether or not there's a tornado. That'll cause damage. That can knock down trees onto your house. But also, odds are somebody in here is going to get hit by a tornado. So take shelter. So please take these warnings seriously as they come out. Did Andy make it home safely? Last I heard, I think he's landed. I don't know if he's made it home yet. Yeah, but Andy's been chiming into the stream today from airports, from security, from in the air. Well, I don't think from in the air, but you know. Severe weather threat is increasing out here just to the east of this line. Give me just one more second here. I'm going to do this.
A new tornado warning
there's
has
another
been
tornado
issued.
warning. Let's check in on it first. And once again, it's the same thing. They're going to daggone line this whole line with tornado warnings. We need a tornado warning like this, essentially. Because every single part of this line is going to be capable of producing tornadoes. We got 1, 2, 3 areas I see off the top of my, like just off first glance, that could be producing tornadoes. This includes Lincoln, Franklin, Jefferson, and Copiah counties in Mississippi. Get ready in Hazelhurst, Bude. Like these are some places that were already hit today. Another round's coming in. Thankfully, this will be the last round. Go ahead, Elijah.
Hey Ryan, in the Stream Text channel, there is a video from the Storm Prediction Center in the similar format that the National Hurricane Center does.
Amazing. Let's watch that.
Storms that are ongoing across.
Oh. I don't know if you guys can hear that.
Emily Thornton here at the Storm Prediction Center in Norman, Oklahoma, where we continue to monitor severe storms that are ongoing across portions of the southeast this evening.
I can't turn it up any more than that. How's the volume on that? Let me know. We can? Okay, cool. I'll restart it.
Meteorologist Emily Thornton here at the Storm Prediction Center in Norman, Oklahoma, where we continue to monitor severe storms that are ongoing across portions of the southeast this evening. We currently have a particularly dangerous situation tornado watch that is going until 9 p.m. CST across portions of Louisiana, Mississippi, and Arkansas. The tornado risk will likely extend into the evening and overnight across portions of Mississippi and Alabama. Along with the tornado risk, there also remains the risk for damaging winds and hail. Have multiple ways to receive warnings, especially when you're going to bed this evening. Be sure to have the NOAA weather radio turned on, your wireless emergency alerts turned on, and stay tuned to the local media for more warning information.
All right, sweet. I'm glad that they're doing that. We talked about, during hurricane season, the National Hurricane Center did a really good job of going live and doing briefings and stuff, and it was just nice to hear from them in that way. You know what I mean? So hopefully we get more of that. All right, what the heck was I doing? I was doing something. Oh, yeah, I need to take care of one more thing, so we're going to get y'all bot's opinion on this. One second, y'all.
Sure thing, Ryan. Attention everyone, we have an important update regarding the weather in central and northern Mississippi. The National Weather Service's Storm Prediction Center has issued a mesoscale discussion, number 2307, at 6:04 p.m. Central Standard Time today, December 28th. The severe weather threat linked to Tornado Watch 720 is still ongoing, and it's expected to increase as we move into the evening hours. Central and northern Mississippi should be on high alert for tornadoes and damaging winds. The Tornado Watch area will be expanded eastward and northward. Stay safe and keep an eye on the weather updates. Back to you, Ryan.
Hey, did they mention anything in that about the expansion of the watch continuing the particularly dangerous situation part, or no?
The discussion did mention that the Tornado Watch area will be expanded eastward and northward, but it did not specifically mention a particularly dangerous situation. However, the threat of tornadoes and damaging winds is emphasized, so it's important to stay vigilant. Back to you, Ryan.
All right. So it looks like we're going to get an expansion of the Tornado Watch to the north and to the east. My guess is that Tupelo might be included in that. Starkville, and then maybe even over there towards Philadelphia, Meridian, that area. If you're just now tuning in, we're just compiling some information. We're going to relay some updates on these warnings right now. We were just taking a quick moment there to collect ourselves, and here we go. I'm going to go through all 6 of the tornado warnings and give you the latest on them, all right? Here we go. Starting with this one. Tornado warning continues for the next 37 minutes for Lincoln, Franklin, Jefferson, and Copiah counties in Mississippi. We've got a tornado and quarter-size hail. Whoa, is that real? The storm's moving at 70 miles per hour. Wow. I don't know. Is that right? The storm's moving fast. Here, let's ask.
A tornado warning has been issued by the National...
How fast is that storm moving?
The storm is moving northeast at 70 miles per hour. Back to you, Ryan.
All right. Anyways, so yeah, we've got a fast-moving line of storms here producing strong winds and maybe ripping across there at 70 miles per hour towards Brookhaven and Hazelhurst, okay? So this is a fast-moving linear storm. It's also closing in on Jackson as well. This dangerous storm is going to be near McCall Creek, Caseyville, and Union Church around 6:20 p.m. Central.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Let's see here. This one's even farther south. Once again, they're painting that whole line, essentially, with tornado warnings. This one includes Macomb again. It includes Kentwood and Magnolia. 50 minutes from now, this will be allowed to expire. We got Pike, St. Helena, Amite, and Tangipahoa Parish in Louisiana. Real quick, how do you pronounce the Tangipahoa Parish in Louisiana?
It's pronounced Tangipahoa Parish. Back to you, Ryan.
Seems wrong, but I'll take it. Some places in the path here include the Hearst Landing Strip, Piker 2 Airport, the Beecham Memorial Hospital, also the OW Memorial Elementary School. Get ready. Storm's coming. Potential spin-up tornadoes. Go ahead, Elijah.
Hey, Ryan. So I just noticed this. The National Weather Service has now put the entirety of the Memphis metro under a flash flood warning. So we may get some people coming in from Memphis to the stream. So I wanted to relay that. There was 1.1 million people in that flash flood warning.
Wow. Thank you, Elijah. Flash flooding ongoing in Memphis. That's going to be Crendenton County, Arkansas, DeSoto County, Mississippi, and Shelby County, Tennessee. We've got a flash flood warning until 9:30 p.m. We've already seen 2 to 3 inches of rain, and another 1 to 2 inches are going to be possible. Street flooding, creeks are overflowing, and you're going to watch for flooded underpasses as well, especially in downtown Memphis. Bartlett's in that warning as well. Germantown and Collierville. Turn around, don't drown, stay off flooded roads, use extra caution because it's night. And this is radar indicated flash flooding. We haven't received any major reports yet, but that could change. And the rain's going to continue for a little while longer at least, so more flooding is expected. We're up to seven tornado warnings right now. The farthest south one right now is for Vermilion and Acadia Parish in Louisiana. This is going to be hitting the Liner Park here soon. Take shelter if you haven't already. Hinds County, Mississippi remains under a tornado warning for the next 17 minutes. The Joe Stanford Airport is in the path. And yeah, that's pretty much all the tornado warnings. It's been about 10 minutes since we've checked in on this one. We got 47 minutes left on the Yazoo, Sharkey, and Hinds County tornado warning to the north of Jackson. This includes Yazoo City, We are going to watch that storm roll in via our traffic cameras. We've got a lot of little kinks, a lot of little areas of rotation. Like this, for example, might be producing a tornado right here near Champion Hill, but we're going to have a lot of those all up and down this line tonight. Just assume that the whole thing's capable of producing a tornado, okay? On top of that, we got a big considerable severe thunderstorm warning, 70-mile-per-hour winds and penny-sized hail. Moving into Macomb now. Get ready. Go ahead, Elijah.
Hey Ryan, this is an analyst relay. There is an ongoing tornado with the Shivers, Mississippi tornado warning. That is the storm ahead of the line.
Okay, thank you. All right, so we're going to go to our super cellular storm out here. And once again, we've been watching this one for a while, and we continue to be concerned about it. Mendenhall needs to be in their safe spot. D-Low needs to be in their safe spot. This is Simpson and Rankin counties in Mississippi. Take shelter now. Really hard to see, but it looks like we might get a radar indicated or radar confirmed tornado warning here for Mendenhall here soon. If not, there's still a tornado warning and we still need to be in our safe spot. And I'm telling y'all, we got to watch this one really closely, because anytime you get a rogue supercell like this out in front of a fast-moving line, right before the line catches up with the storm, there's usually a pretty good chance that it ramps up and tries to produce a big tornado. It's what happened with the Barnsdall supercell from earlier this year, if you guys remember that. Not sure if the exact same thing's going to happen here, but it's something that we have to keep in mind.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Yep, they upgraded this to a confirmed tornado warning, and now we've got a new tornado warning farther north for Canton, Mississippi. This is for Madison, Yazoo, and Hinds County. This is going to go on for 60 minutes. Take shelter now, especially if you are near the Select Specialty Hospital or the Magnolia Speech School for the Deaf. You guys are in the direct path. Let's go ahead and get as many cameras as we can close to this line as it's coming in. We got a bunch to choose from around Jackson. We got one in Macomb. All right, we got a new tornado watch. It is not a PDS tornado watch, but it does go all the way until 2 a.m. Central Sunday. Several tornadoes likely. Ping pong size hail possible, 80 mile per hour winds. This includes New Orleans, Gulfport, and Pensacola. So get ready for a long night down there in that region. Once again, this is not going to stop. This is going to continue to produce severe weather through the night. We'll get a little bit of break in the morning, and then things are going to spark back up again tomorrow during the day east of the Appalachians. And we still have hours left for this main event. We're starting to hear some reports of major flooding in Memphis. Once again, you guys are under a severe a flash flood warning in Memphis. 2 to 3 inches of rain have already fallen. A couple more on the way. Thank you, Allie. One second. I'm gonna I'm gonna try to, because I know that we've got a while left. I'm gonna try to extend my voice as much as possible here. So I'm gonna let Y'allbot tell us about this new watch. 1 second.
A new tornado watch has been issued.
Attention, everyone. A tornado watch has been issued by the NWS Storm Prediction Center for parts of southern Alabama, the western Florida Panhandle, southeast Louisiana, southern Mississippi, and coastal waters. This watch is in effect from 6:30 p.m. tonight until 2 a.m. Central Standard Time, Sunday morning. Key points to note: there's a high likelihood of tornadoes, with a moderate chance of them being EF2 or stronger. Severe wind likelihood is high, with gusts possibly reaching 80 miles per hour. There's a moderate chance of severe hail, up to 2 inches in diameter. Be prepared and stay alert for further updates and possible warnings. Back to you, Ryan.
Y'allbot, I need 1 more minute. Why don't you give us some more information?
Sure, here's a quick recap. A tornado watch has been issued for southern Alabama, the western Florida Panhandle, southeast Louisiana, southern Mississippi, and nearby coastal waters until 2 a.m. Central Standard Time. Severe weather is likely, including high chances of tornadoes, with some potentially strong, damaging winds reaching up to 80 miles per hour and large hail up to 1.5 inches in diameter. Stay vigilant and be prepared to take shelter if necessary. Keep an eye on the weather and stay safe. Back to you, Ryan.
All right.
A new tornado warning has been
issued.
issued.
Our latest tornado warning. Another one was just issued. We've got 9 active now. This one includes Jackson, which hopefully we're getting a bunch of... we've got a bunch of cameras in the Jackson area, so we'll be able to show you that storm come in as it does. But we've also got storm chasers out here on some of these storms, so we're starting to see Brad Arnold and Corey pop up. So Jackson, take shelter if you're in Jackson. If you're in Richland, Florence, any of these areas, this is Rankin, Simpson, Copiah, and Madison counties in Mississippi. Take shelter in Brandon. And yeah, literally, the whole line has a tornado warning, essentially. We still have a confirmed tornado warning for Simpson and Rankin counties in Mississippi. This is moving up towards Mendenhall. We have a confirmed tornado warning now for the Yazoo City warning. That the tornadic circulation is likely past Yazoo at this point, but it's still a very strong storm, and now we're really concerned about Scotland, Midway, and Benton. Tornado warning continues for Edwards for the next 5 minutes. Way down here in Louisiana, this one's going to expire in about 5 minutes for Kaplan. And then Lincoln and Jefferson and Copiah counties, this part of the warning right here is probably going to be allowed to expire soon, as well as they've issued a replacement for it out in front. Go ahead, Elijah.
Hey, Ryan, there is a brief QLCS spin-up tornado near Crystal Springs, Mississippi.
All right, thank you so much, Elijah. We are probably experiencing several spin-up tornadoes right now along this line. Let's inspect the entire thing, and I'll show you what I'm talking about. First of all, the confirmed tornado warning continues for Mendenhall. The rotating part of the storm is moving into town now. Hopefully everybody's in their safe spot. Everett, you're next. Now, also, we're just going to start at the top of this line. And we could have a tornado right in here, moving up towards Kearney Park. Let me move that right in here. Get ready in Kearney Park. Could be a tornado trying to form right there. Additionally, just to the north and west of Crystal Springs, this is the one that was just brought to our attention. This is a dangerous storm. It's getting ready to cross Interstate 55. The crazy thing is, you know, if there's somebody not paying attention out there, this could definitely catch them by surprise. If you're driving down Interstate 55, you see the lightning in the distance, but like, okay, I don't know how far away that is. It's just out of nowhere. You're going to get hit by a very strong storm, and then inside of the rain, there's going to be a tornado maybe. So hopefully everybody between Terry and Crystal Springs is aware of the dangerous storm coming in. Right there it is. Tornado ongoing. Moving on down the line, we might have something down here near Martinsville and Hazelhurst. Take shelter in Georgetown. It's coming for you next. South and east of Brookhaven. There's some rotation there. This is why we have a tornado warning in place. A larger area of rotation trying to come together near Bogue Cheeto, moving towards Enterprise. Take shelter. Macomb and Magnolia, you guys are under a tornado warning as well. This whole line is getting ready to overtake Interstate 55. Interstate 55 is the most dangerous place on earth right now, I'd say. Holy smokes. We've got 9 tornado warnings. They're all touching Interstate 55 in some way. Ryan, you think the storm by Mobile is looking bad? I haven't got a chance to look at that one yet. Yeah, so there's actually a pretty large rotation signature here. This is going to be a storm that we really have to watch as it comes ashore near Dauphin Island here. Mobile, Alabama, watch out. Big time storm coming out in front of this system. We're going to have to watch that closely. All right, we got another upgraded warning. This is now a confirmed tornado warning for Jackson, Mississippi. Once again, right here near Crystal Springs, this is the part of the line that's producing a tornado right now. It's just about to cross Interstate 55. We've got a traffic camera here. Is 378 one that we've got pulled up? Chandra? Jeremy?
A new tornado watch has been issued.
No, 378. Jordan, thank you for that. I know we've got a lot of rain happening in Memphis right now. And you guys are under a flash flood warning. All right, once again, we got a confirmed tornado down here north of Crystal Springs. There is a traffic camera on Interstate 55 right in front of the thing. But it looks like the power might be out at that location. We'll see. If it is out there, guys, try 722. Yeah, now move those up into 1-2. Move those up into the first and second slots. So if you're just now tuning in, we've got a tornado warning here for Jackson. Jackson, Mississippi is under a tornado warning. It's a confirmed tornado warning. We've got a damaging tornado going on right now. It's about to cross over Interstate 55. My guys in the back room, please keep checking 378 and make sure that it doesn't come up, because that's literally where the tornado is going to cross the road. I would try to just restart. That doesn't help. Is it in one of the other tabs? You might want to try File Clear All. But anyways, if you're tuning in, we're trying to show you a visual of this, but also we can tell on radar very clearly that it's right here south of Terry, moving up towards Bernard, Sinai, Clear Branch, and Florence. Here's a look farther north at the storm coming into Jackson right now. Once again, Jackson, Mississippi is under a confirmed tornado warning for the next hour. This will go all the way past Brandon. All right, y'all bot. My voice needs you. Give us an overview here.
We have several confirmed tornado warnings in effect across Mississippi and parts of Louisiana. Simpson, Rankin, Yazoo,
This is
Madison,
intense right here.
Pike, Amite,
Chandler,
Copiah,
if there's any-
Lincoln, and Lawrence counties in Mississippi, along with St. Helena and Tangipahoa parishes in Louisiana, are under warnings set to expire in about 26 minutes. Another warning for Rankin, Hinds, Simpson, and Copiah counties is in effect for about 56 more minutes. There's also a tornado warning for Lincoln, Copiah, and Franklin counties expiring in about 11 minutes. Residents in these areas should seek shelter immediately and stay tuned for updates. Back to you,
A
Ryan.
new tornado watch has been issued.
Y'all, guys, what we're looking at here, this live view of the severe thunderstorm coming into Jackson, this is Interstate 20 near Clinton. So the conditions that we're seeing here, we're going to continue to see that in Westchester Hills and Garden Park within the next 2 minutes or so. Just got a new severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado possible tag. Let's go over there and check it out real quick. Radar indicated 60-mile-per-hour winds coming up into Tallulah, Lexington, and Baton. Get inside. Yep, and the area to the north of Jackson is still under a tornado warning as well. This includes Canton. This includes Scotland and Vaughan. The entire line has every single segment of this line has a confirmed tornado down right now, essentially. Okay. Another new severe thunderstorm warning just came in. Man, we're up to 8 severe thunderstorm warnings now. This is going to be for our storm down here near Mobile that we've been concerned about. Big times, 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts coming into Dauphin Islands, Alabama Port. Get ready. Still watching this tornado warning for Madison, Yazoo, and Hinds counties. Also, a little bit of the warning still exists over here for Simpson County, Mississippi. They might allow that to expire. We got a confirmed tornado warning for Jackson, Mississippi, and Brandon. This is Hinds, Simpson, and Copiah and Rankin counties in Mississippi. Confirmed tornado warning as well for Brookhaven, or areas just east of there near Woolworth. Take shelter if you're in Lincoln or Lawrence counties in Mississippi. Another confirmed tornado warning in Magnolia. This camera right here is about to get hit as well. I'll paste it in. Yeah, so every one of these is a confirmed warning except for this northern one, essentially. Lots of tornadoes down on the ground right now in this line. If you're anywhere in front of this line, including in Jackson, Mississippi, you are in a very dangerous spot. Most concerning area right now is still down here to the east of Terry. And Chandra back there, look at 30, 259, 78. All of these are right here on the western side of Jackson.
We've got several confirmed tornado warnings here, Ryan. First,
Trying to
Yazoo,
preserve the
Mississippi
voice.
has a confirmed warning expiring in 20 minutes. Then there's a cluster of warnings for Pike, Mississippi, St. Helena, Louisiana, Amite, Mississippi, and Tangipahoa, Louisiana, also expiring in 20 minutes. There's another in Copiah, Lincoln, and Lawrence counties in Mississippi, and a longer warning for Rankin, Hinds, Simpson, and Copiah counties expiring in 50 minutes. Finally, there's a tornado warning for Madison, Yazoo, and Hinds counties in Mississippi expiring in 35 minutes. Folks in these areas should take immediate precautions. Back to you, Ryan.
All right, thank you. We're going to tour all the warnings here, starting with the confirmed warning in Jackson, Mississippi. We've got cameras up now to show you that as it comes in. This is going to be a strong storm in Jackson and Brandon and all of Hinds, Simpson, and Copiah County. So I just want to make sure you guys know what it's going to look like as it comes in. Don't be outside. Don't be trying to drive around. This is going to be a really bad storm coming through here. Stitch, thank you. QLCS nighttime tornadoes are scary. They're fast moving. This line's moving at like 70 miles an hour. It is extremely intense, that's for sure. SR7 Girl, thank you for that. I'm so incredibly grateful for the Ryan Hall, y'all, and team. Thank you. Thanks for being here. Thanks for the support. We've been streaming now for 8 hours and 21 minutes. We've had a lot of tornadoes today. Vermilion and Iberia parishes in Louisiana are now under a severe thunderstorm warning. We currently have 7 active tornado warnings. 4 of those are confirmed. The confirmed ones are in Yazoo, Pike, Helena, Lincoln, Lawrence, Copiah, Rankin, Simpson, those counties in Mississippi. How many of you have been here for the entire 8 hours?
Hey, Ryan, it's Brad. We've got a power flash just to the west of Puckett, Mississippi.
All right, let's make sure we get Brad Arnold up. Go ahead and put him in 1. Brad Arnold's chiming in. He's got a power flash out there in front of him. So Brad is getting ready to receive the line here. This is the confirmed tornado warning that's coming through Jackson right now.
Has been issued.
Brandon's going to take it on. Or, I'm sorry, Brad. We're hearing that a lot of the Mississippi
A
counties
new tornado
don't have active
warning
scanners
has
or
been
quiet
issued
on the feed, so there's not a lot of damage reports coming in right now, but certainly there are. The damage is happening all along this line, undoubtedly. Got 8 tornado warnings now. That newest one's going to be down here just to the east of Baton Rouge. Livingston and East Baton Rouge Parish in Louisiana, you're under a tornado warning. Sage Specialty Hospital's in the path.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Make that 9. Another new tornado warning was just issued for Lexington, Durant, and West. In Mississippi, this is Tallulah, Holmes, and Carroll and Yazoo counties in Mississippi. The C.A. Moore Airport's in the path. So, yeah, we've got 9 active tornado warnings right now. And we did get an update from the Storm Prediction Center. I will show you that as soon as I get a graphic, or as soon as I get a better graphic. Just wait just a minute. Tornado warning for Holmes, Tallulah, Carroll, and Yazoo County. Seek shelter now. We've got another new mesoscale discussion that's just come out. And as soon as I get a graphic on that, I will share that with you as well.
An important weather update has been issued.
Chad says, I'm in Mobile, and this is scary. Let's go check on that storm in Mobile. There is a severe thunderstorm warning just to the south of Mobile. The big part of the storm still way to your south. No tornadic threat at the current moment, but that could change. There is a lot of broad rotation down here. We're going to be watching the Mobile area for a while tonight. Checking in on the confirmed tornado warning down here in Magnolia, Pike, Helena, that area. It's still in effect. We got 11 minutes to go here. 11 minutes to go on this one as well. That's Hazelhurst and Brookhaven. You're in the clear. Monticello, Georgetown, and Mendenhall. That's where I'd be concerned now. Jackson, the storm's coming through Jackson right now. And you can see that pretty clearly here through Corey Gherkin's live feed streaming from Radar Omega. He's specifically down there near Monticello, Mississippi. So he's a little bit to the south of Jackson, but still a very intense storm going through. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to see some power outages out here near Jackson, that's for sure. All right, we've got a complete update on the Storm Prediction Center's outlook. Still got a moderate risk from right where the line is right now all the way through eastern parts of Alabama or western parts of Alabama. So we're going to be tracking these storms at least until they cross the border here, and then things should start to calm down a little bit.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Mobile and Baldwin counties in Alabama now under a tornado warning. For the next 40 minutes, we've got a pretty strong area of rotation coming together here near Alabama Port and Huron Bay, moving up towards Mont Louis and Bellefontaine. Not quite up to Mobile yet, but this one's going to be a pretty interesting one to watch. This is like one big giant cell here. It'll be interesting to see how it interacts with the very favorable environment that it's entering. Mobile, be on lookout. Yeah, we're up to 7,500 raised. Thanks for going to the Y'all Squad. The entire moderate risk is still 15% hatched. All right, y'all bot's going to tell us about this latest mesoscale discussion here.
Here's the latest, Ryan. The Storm Prediction Center has issued Mesoscale Discussion 2308, covering central and northern Alabama and extreme southern Tennessee. A tornado watch is likely to be issued later this evening. The discussion notes a strengthening low-level jet across Mississippi into Middle Tennessee. Intense low-level warm advection is contributing to scattered convection along the Mississippi-Alabama border. Dew points in the lower 60s are moving north, supporting the potential for severe weather despite weak surface-based buoyancy. The main concern is the longevity of the upstream squall line and scattered warm advection storms due to intense shear. A new tornado watch is likely to be issued downstream soon. Stay tuned for more updates. Back to you, Ryan.
Thank you so much. One second, I got to click another button here that might make Santa Okay, never mind. All right. If you're just now tuning in, the line of storms that's producing these tornadoes, the confirmed tornado warning that we had issued for Jackson, that part of the storm is about to move into Brandon. It's kind of paralleling Interstate 20 here, so take shelter if you haven't already.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
New tornado warning. My goodness, we're up to 10 now. 10 tornado warnings. This is going to be for Leake, Madison, and Tallulah counties in Mississippi. This includes Carthage and Cauquisco. We've got the Tallulah County Coliseum in the path here. We've got Carthage Junior High School in the path, Redbud, Springs Park, and the bicycle-only campground at milepost 160. Get ready. Strong storm capable of producing 60 to 70 mile per hour winds and tornadoes is coming in over the next 1 hour and 5 minutes. Ooh. Yeah, it's very active right now. We've got 10 tornado warnings. The weather intensity score is as high as we've seen it today. And basically what's happening is we've just got this giant line of storms. Let me show you a better picture of this. We've got this giant line of storms right here that's just sparking a bunch of little tornadoes all up and down it, causing damage. Moving through Jackson, now it's going to continue to move to the east.
All right. Let's address some of your questions and comments. Gail Van S., our thoughts are with everyone affected by these storms. Stay safe and vigilant. GS Pro 205, I'll check on Brandon, Mississippi. Currently, there's a confirmed tornado warning for Rankin County, where Brandon is located. It's vital to stay alert and follow local warnings. Donnie Boy, Louisiana is experiencing some severe weather, especially in the southern part. Keep an eye on warnings and updates. Prepper Rabbit, the discussion mentions extreme southern Tennessee, so areas close to the Alabama border should be on alert.
Go ahead, Elijah.
Hey Ryan, I have an analyst relay here. So there is a new debris signature just to the north of the KDGX radar. It's already in the confirmed tornado warning, but it is a brand new circulation and a brand new tornado than what was originally warned.
Thank you so much. We're going to go check that out now. So this area is already under a confirmed tornado warning. But we've got a new area of rotation to really hone in on here, and that's going to be right here near Mill Creek. Near Harbor View. Take shelter now if you're downstream here near Sunrise Point and New Fannin. We've got a tornado on the ground coming up towards you. This is also going to go up towards the Mach 1 Jet Airport. So yeah, take shelter if you're out here anywhere in the path here. We've got Florence, Richland, Monterey, Pearl, all these areas that are in the path. Specifically north of Brandon now, we've got an area of interest near Langford. Moving up towards Goshen
A new tornado
Springs
warning
that we are
has
concerned
been
about.
issued.
There's a new tornado warning. We're back up to 10. This one includes Walthall County, Mississippi, Washington, Louisiana, Pike County, Mississippi, and Tangipahoa Parish, Louisiana. Pretty strong storm with a couple areas of potential tornado genesis ongoing right now. Get ready down here in Dillon and Lair. Strong storm capable of producing a tornado. Tylertown, Franklinton, take shelter now. And yeah, I'm starting to lose the the voice a little bit. So I'm going to be relying on y'all about a little bit. I'm putting y'all's questions in here and seeing how it does, okay? Give me just a second. I'll be all right. I'm going to go through the warnings again.
Garrett in Greenwood, MS, your area is experiencing intense thunderstorms. While I don't have a specific tornado warning for Greenwood at the moment, it's crucial to stay alert as conditions can change rapidly. Everyone in the area should monitor local warnings and be prepared to take shelter if needed. Lunar R, thanks for sharing that picture on Twitter. We'll check it out for more details on the tornado in Port Arthur. Tuttybug in South Mobile, it sounds like you're really getting hit hard. Stay indoors and away from windows. Back to you, Ryan.
Thank you, y'all bot. Speaking of Mobile, let's go check back in on that tornado warning, shall we? Velocity continues to look concerning down here near Heron Bay, Alabama port. Y'all get ready. Very strong storm coming in. Capable of producing a tornado. We've got radar indicated rotation. Monlouis, Faustinus, Smithport. Y'all should be in your safe spots right now. We do not have a warning, a tornado warning that goes all the way to Mobile yet, but this storm will make it up there. We're down to 2 confirmed tornado warnings. This is one of them, the one that just went through Jackson. 28 minutes left on this. The tornado's still down near Langford there. And then just to the north of that, we've got 10 minutes or so left on the Canton storm. So things, the line is calmed down a little bit here, but it could just be pulsing. Don't let your guard down. Anybody under a severe thunderstorm or tornado warning right now needs to be taking shelter. And keep the chat going. If y'all bot's able to answer your question, it will. I promise y'all next time we do this live stream, I'm not going to be sick. I'm going to figure out a way to never get sick again. I can't be sick. This is crazy. Let's see. Here's
a new tornado warning has been issued.
Smith and Simpson, Mississippi, those counties in Mississippi. Let's go check that out. That's a radar indicated rotation. It does include Raleigh, Mize, Taylorsville, and McGee. That's going to include the Smith County Airport and also the Simpson General Hospital. So take shelter if you're in those areas. Here comes another one. How about you over there in Rankin, Smith, and Leake counties? Harold Field, Scott Central Elementary School over there near Forest, and the I-20 corridor west of Newton, all under a tornado warning now.
Ryan, Thanks for all your comments and well wishes, folks. Let's get you some updates on the severe weather. Starting with Smith County, Raleigh, Mississippi, where tornado sirens have gone off. It's crucial to stay alert and seek shelter immediately. For those of you in Slidell, Louisiana, the outlook shows a risk of severe weather, so stay tuned for more updates. Cantonment, Florida residents are understandably concerned. The storm's strength will determine the impact, so keep a close eye on warnings. Winona, Mississippi, and Lafayette, Louisiana, both need to stay vigilant as severe weather is likely. Back to you, Ryan.
Thank you. Let's go in here and take a look at the Mendenhall storm. Up close and personal, pretty concerning looking area of convergence coming together here. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw a tornado come together near Mendenhall and Delow, and then move over towards Everett and Martinville and Upton. Y'all get ready. It's coming. You are under a tornado warning for the next, 55 minutes. Lots of Tennessee people worried. There's not a lot to worry about right now in Tennessee. We do have some strong storms out there, but nothing severe. The biggest problem in Tennessee right now is going to be the flash flooding ongoing around Memphis. The rain is going to just continue to decrease in intensity over the next couple of hours before it completely stops. So the worst of the weather is over in Memphis. Most of the severe weather is well to the south as well. There is a slight chance that some severe weather will make it into the southern Tennessee area later tonight. But for the most part, all of the action is going to stay to your south. Yeah, I'll try that, Kenzie. Thank you, Novar. I thank you, Makes Me Smile for the gifted. Thank you, Michelle Lee, for being here for 17 months. Here's an update from Y'allbot.
Attention, everyone. Here's a public severe weather outlook from the NWS Storm Prediction Center in Norman. Oklahoma issued at 7:15 p.m. CST on Saturday, December 28th, 2024. Severe thunderstorms are expected over parts of the Gulf Coast states this evening and overnight. The locations affected include central and southern Mississippi, western and central Alabama, and southeast Louisiana. Hazards include widespread damaging winds, some reaching hurricane force, several tornadoes with a few potentially intense, and isolated large hail. Be prepared, especially for tornadoes at night, which can be fast-moving and difficult to see. Stay tuned to NOAA Weather Radio, weather.gov, or other media for watches and warnings. If a tornado warning is issued for your area, move to a place of safety immediately. Back to you, Ryan.
So the good news is that prefrontal kind of supercellular storm didn't really mature. Plum cooked, bulls. I'm fighting over here. The thing is, I don't feel that bad. It's just, I've been sitting here talking for 9 hours, so it's starting to, you know what I mean? You guys can probably tell more now. The good news is I do think we're probably past the biggest part of the event, but we still got a long ways to go here. Plum cooked. We still do have 2 confirmed tornado warnings. One in Madison, one in Rankin County, Mississippi. Go ahead, Elijah.
Hey Ryan, so I do have a damage report. The Storm Prediction Center has noted this as a wind report, not a tornado report. This occurred about 5 miles south of the Porter Heights tornado that we covered earlier on the stream. The state of Texas SOC indicates 80 homes with major or destroyed damage in the Porter, Texas area. 10 people were transported to the hospital in various conditions. So it looks like straight line winds caused extreme damage to houses just south of one of the tornadoes we covered earlier, because they noted 80 homes were damaged or destroyed from winds, not tornadoes.
Okay. Thank you so much, Elijah, for that information. New severe thunderstorm warning. This is south and east of Baton Rouge. I'm concerned about this area for flash flooding as well. If you're down here in Ascension, Livingston, James, Assumption, East Baton Rouge, Iberville, or West Baton Rouge Parish in Louisiana, we got a strong storm capable of producing 60-mile-an-hour winds and penny-sized hail coming in. And also, it looks like it's going to be training there for a while. So we could see flooding for sure. My goal for 2025 is to never get sick on stream. We're going to hire a daggone doctor that they're going to sit here next to me. They're going to hook me up to whatever I need. It's crazy, y'all. If you're just now tuning in, we do have a couple of confirmed tornado warnings. Let's get you up to date on those, and then I'll probably let y'all answer some more questions from the chat, so go ahead and leave those.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
That. We'll also update you on that newest warning there. The confirmed warning for Madison and Yazoo counties, the one over there near Canton, that's going to be allowed to expire here soon. Also, the one for Brandon, you guys are in the clear in Brandon and Jackson, that's going to be expired here soon. So we almost have no confirmed tornado warnings, but we have a ton of radar indicated tornado warnings, like the new one that just came out for Bassfield, Prentice, Collins, and Mount Olive in Mississippi. This is Jefferson Davis and Covington counties in Mississippi. This is going to go on for the next 1 hour and 2 minutes.
Let's get to those updates. For everyone in Mobile, Alabama, the severe weather threat is ongoing, so remain vigilant for any warnings. In Columbia, South Carolina, the weather is calmer for now, but always be prepared for changes. Summit and Macomb, Mississippi, should stay alert as severe weather remains a threat. Over in Yazoo County, Mississippi, and Pearl, Mississippi, the severe threat is still ongoing, so continue to monitor the situation closely. For Daphne, Alabama, and Scott County, Mississippi, keep an eye out for any new developments. And in Baton Rouge, Louisiana, storms are currently active, so stay weather aware. Back to you, Ryan. Yeah, Ryan. To add to that, we've got critical updates on tornado warnings. First, for eastern Simpson and Smith counties in Mississippi, a tornado warning is in effect until 8:15 p.m. CST. A dangerous storm near Mendenhall is moving northeast at 65 miles
A
per
new
hour.
tornado watch
Points
has been
of
issued.
interest include Smith County Airport, Patients' Choice Medical Center, Simpson General Hospital, and several schools like Mendenhall Elementary. Another tornado warning is issued for Covington and Jefferson Davis counties until 8:30 p.m. CST. A severe storm near Prentiss is moving northeast at 45 miles per hour. Points of interest here include local schools.
All right. So y'all bot's doing pretty good. I'm happy with how far that's come. But yeah, we're continuing to watch all these tornado warnings here. We currently have 8. We currently have a tornado warning in Jefferson, Davis, and Covington counties in Mississippi. We just got a new severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado possible tag down there in Livingston, Walthall, and St. Tammany Parish. So y'all get ready for that. This tornado warning that's getting ready to move into Carthage is going to continue for the next 44 minutes. Leake, Madison, and Tallulah counties in Mississippi are the ones included in that. We got the Covington County Vocational Technical Center under the gun for potential, impacts from this tornadic storm. Still see a pretty significant little bump, probably something trying to produce a tornado there north and east of Mendenhall as well. This is Simpson and Smith counties in Mississippi. We've got a pretty strong storm capable of producing a tornado moving up towards the Bineville National Forest. We do have the Covington County Vocational Technical Center in the path there. Just got a new warning for Carroll County, Mississippi, Montgomery County, Webster County. We've got a tornado or a severe thunderstorm warning with 60-mile-per-hour winds and a potential tornado possible moving in. Christina says, I'm a kindergarten teacher, and I can confirm all the kids were sick the last week before Christmas.
Hey, Ryan, it's Brad.
We're doing all right. Gosh, Brad, your volume's real low. What was that, Brad? Go ahead. Well, it is for me. You guys can hear him just fine, right?
Yeah, I was going to let you know, watching that circulation, we've got a circulation to our north that looks really good. This whole line, as you can see, and I know you're covering it, the whole line has got circulations all around it. We're really going to target the one that's to the east and northeast of Mendenhall. We're headed to Forest, Mississippi right now. May have to go a little bit further east than that, but we're going to play a cat and mouse game with the line. As long as it's jagged and got some kinks in it, tornado potential remains very high with this.
Thank you, Brad, for the update. Thank you, Brian. Yeah, we've tried all the tips and tricks, man. Lemon, honey, tea, all the sprays. All the different kind of decongestants, sauna. We're still here. Got 7 tornado warnings right now. No confirmed tornado warnings. So these are all going to be your radar indicated. I don't know, is Ryan Carty or John Pusolo or any of these guys available?
A new tornado warning has been issued.
They're storm chasers out in front of these some of the stronger parts of the storm. Also, we should probably be watching Hattiesburg and getting ready over there. MDOT 345s in Collins might be able to show us something. I want to check in on our storm. Near Mobile, because the tornado warning was allowed to expire, but I still think it looks quite interesting. Wow, look at this. So once again, the part of the storm that was trying to produce a tornado over here got decoupled from the warm inflow. You can see that these winds right here are driving that warm inflow away, kind of choking it off. But it looks to me like the inflow has actually found a new partner and has kind of recycled up right here. There might be a new tornado trying to form here over in the Mobile Bay. That would be pretty unfortunate. If it continued to link up like that, we might see a new tornado warning issued for areas south and east of Mobile, Alabama. Go ahead, Elijah.
Hey, Ryan. Kenzie retweeted it already, but we can show it on stream. Chris Weather Chasing has some tornado damage, a short video clip of it. At that area, there is one person still missing, but 2 survivors have already been found.
Thank you, Elijah. Once again, this is from Chris Weather Chasing. Just showing us some of the damage out there. This is in Natchez, Mississippi. 2 survivors, 1 still missing. So as you can see, lots of areas experiencing damage tonight. There are tons of towns that have scenes like this. There's a lot of people who are homeless tonight that warrant this morning. So it's a really unfortunate situation. I think we've done a really good job forecasting this. I think we did everything we could to get the word out. But of course, still, you can't stop a tornado from tearing down a house, no matter how well you forecast it. Yet you can't do that yet. So that is that's where we are, and once again, that's one of the reasons why we have the Y'all Squad. We've raised $8,000 today, thanks to you guys going over to the y'allsquad.org. If you want to go over there and submit a tax-deductible donation, it's going to go straight to people like this who have lost everything today. And it's going to get there fast. We try to fill the gap between FEMA and insurance and all that crap. No red tape, no bull crap, just people helping people. And that's what's awesome about the Y'all Squad, and it wouldn't be possible without you. So thank you for allowing us to do that. Yeah, we've got the Halls cough drops. We got Ricola. Jenny, thank you. We've got 8 ongoing tornado warnings here. And we've got snow in Colorado. Check it out. Major snowstorm ongoing in Colorado. Did anybody watch the Y'allbot channel during this? Did it handle the massive amount of warnings? Sorry, back room. I'm going to turn it back up. All right, y'all?
60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and quarter-size hail. Expect hail damage to vehicles and wind damage to roofs, siding,
we're going to
and
listen
trees.
to Y'allbot for just a couple more seconds.
Areas in the storm's path
right
include
back.
Holly Springs, Kokomo, Columbia, and Morgantown around 7:45 p.m. Central Standard Time, Goss around 7:50 p.m. Central Standard Time, and improve Bunker Hill and Sumrall shortly thereafter. Please take immediate action to ensure your safety. Let's check in on the tornado warning for Choctaw County, northeastern Tallulah County, and southeastern Montgomery County in Mississippi. The National Weather Service in Jackson has issued this warning due to a severe thunderstorm.
When do you think this line will start to weaken? It'll start to weaken here soon, honestly. So we're about 20 minutes away from being past the peak time frame. So from 9 p.m. Eastern on, the storms will only weaken. Now, does that mean that it's over? No, we're going to continue to see tornadoes and stuff throughout the day, I think, or throughout the night.
You need to take immediate action. Flying debris from this storm poses a serious risk, especially if you're outdoors or in a mobile home. Damage to roofs, windows, vehicles, and trees is likely. Please find a sturdy shelter now. A basement or an interior room on the lowest floor of a building offers the best protection. Stay tuned for updates and remain alert for any changing conditions over the next.
Elijah, did you have something?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah. So if you scroll up a moment in the stream text channel, there is a map from the Storm Prediction Center. And speaking of snow, that map really shows the kind of 4 areas that we're actually getting reports today. So you can actually see where all the snow reports are. You can actually see where our storm system reports are. And you can see where various reports are across the U.S. coming in right now.
All right. Thank you, Elijah. So, yeah. Lots of snow back here. West of Denver, up there in Idaho, Wyoming. Lots of hail and wind and tornadoes down here. And some freezing rain, some snow and ice up in the Northeast. So it's a pretty active weather day across the country. That also plays into the weather intensity score being so high. All these winter storm warnings and stuff play into that. But obviously the main driving factor is the tornado warnings.
All right, Ryan, here's the rundown. We've got multiple tornado warnings ongoing. In Mississippi, Lawrence and Jefferson Davis counties have a warning expiring in about 16 minutes. Tallulah, Holmes, and Carroll counties are also under a warning until the same time. Leake, Madison, and Tallulah have a bit longer, expiring in 31 minutes. And there's a warning for Walthall and Marion counties in Mississippi, and Washington Parish in Louisiana, also expiring in 16 minutes. There's another tornado warning for Smith and Simpson counties and for Scott and Leake counties, both expiring in 31 minutes. Jefferson Davis and Covington counties have a warning until 46 minutes from now. Lastly, Choctaw, Montgomery, and Tallulah counties are under a warning until the same time. We also have several tornado watches in effect, with varying expiration times, and several severe thunderstorm warnings across Mississippi, Louisiana, and Alabama. Additionally, there's a flash flood warning for Crittenden County in Arkansas and DeSoto County in Mississippi, including Shelby County in Tennessee, expiring in 1 hour and 46 minutes. And finally, a special weather statement for Tippah, Benton, Alcorn, and Union counties in Mississippi, and Hardeman and McNairy counties in Tennessee, expiring in about 16 minutes. Back to you, Ryan.
Oh, thanks for pointing that out, y'all bot. For all of our folks in Tennessee, let's go check out that special weather statement because I know y'all are interested. There is 40-mile-per-hour wind gusts getting ready to move into Ripley, Corinth, and Boonville. This is mostly in Mississippi, but also a tiny part of Tennessee up here near Pocahontas is going to be impacted as well. Our newest tornado warning is up here for Choctaw, Montgomery, Tallulah counties in Mississippi. That's going to last for the next 44 minutes. How many warnings have there been tonight? I actually don't know. There's been a lot. There's currently 8 right now. Hey, by the way, this tornado warning right here down here in Mississippi. Let me show you this up close. Right near the town, Bassfield. We've got a pretty decent convergence signature here. It's a little bit contaminated, but this is definitely something I would watch out for, especially as this goes over towards Seminary, Mississippi. This would be our next big one that we need to watch for, I think. It's still part of that line, but it's got a little bit more of a supercellular structure to it. It kind of looks like it's the tail end of the line, and then now these are like multicellular parts. See what I'm talking about? This is the line. Cell. So this has the opportunity to become a larger tornado producer by itself as it moves towards Seminary. So get ready. You could say something similar about this right here near the Bineville National Forest. This is more a part of the line, but there's still a very concerning area of rotation right here that we've got to keep an eye on. So honestly, it's the southern part of this line that I'm most concerned about at this point. Definitely got to be watching out for this right here coming into Taylorsville. Joshua, thank you for that. Once again, if you're just now tuning in, this is a kind of a look at what some of the damage looks like out there today. This is in Mississippi.
Ryan, here's a rundown of the most interesting events we've seen today. At 14:20, a weak tornado was caught on video 4 miles northeast of Oretta, Beauregard Parish, Louisiana. At 16:40, in Waller County, Texas, a tornado caused damage in a mobile home park near Katy, flipping cars. At 16:43, Dermott, Arkansas, reported 1.25-inch hail. At 18:08, a tornado near Porter Heights, Texas, heavily damaged mobile homes and a brick house, with the East Montgomery Fire Department also hit. At 19:40, in Galveston County, Texas, multiple homes were damaged around the Dickinson area. At 20:26, a tornado near Anahuac, Texas, threw a car near Smith Point, with possible injuries reported. At 21:24, in Franklin County, Mississippi, a citizen was trapped in a house due to tornado damage, resulting in 1 injury. At 20:50, tornado-caused tree damage was reported in Lincoln County, Mississippi. These are just some of the significant events from today. Back to you, Ryan.
Given everything that you've learned so far, do you think the moderate risk was warranted for today?
Given the reports we've seen, including multiple tornadoes causing significant damage, large hail, and strong wind reports, the moderate risk designation seems warranted. The level of severe weather activity, including tornadoes with notable impacts on structures and reports of injuries, aligns with the criteria for a moderate risk level. This classification typically anticipates widespread severe weather with several tornadoes, some potentially strong, which aligns with today's events. Back to you, Ryan.
So if you're just now tuning in, we're rounding into 9 hours and 20 minutes of severe weather coverage. Earlier, I would say about 4 hours into the stream, we had a couple of very large and destructive tornadoes. Right now, we've got a lot of tornadoes and tornado-producing storms, but thankfully none of them are producing big tornadoes. That could change.
Hey, Ryan, it's Brad. Let me know when you get a second.
Excuse me. Go ahead, Brad.
Hey, Ryan, we are sitting, we're not sitting, driving east. We're going to stop in Newton, Mississippi, watching that kink in the line south of Forest, Mississippi. It looks very, very ominous. Might be a tornado in progress. Just going to sit here for just a second and see. We're kind of playing a game of cat and mouse with it. See if it can do anything. We want to let you know we're about to be in Newton, Mississippi, and we're going to let it come hit us pretty much.
All right, that's an update from Brad. He's still out there working on trying to get us some ground truth on what's going on with some of these storms. So hats off to Brad. He's been on top of it today. Somebody in chat said, "Careful, Ryan. Y'allbot's going to take your job. Y'allbot never gets sick." Yeah, I mean,
A new
that's
tornado
true.
warning has been issued.
You don't have to listen to Y'allbot sniffle. Let's see. Lamar, Pearl River, Washington, Marion counties in Mississippi. You guys are now under a tornado warning. Brand new tornado warning. This is going to go on for 51 minutes. How many people do we have watching right now in Varnado and Poplarville? If you are watching, this is your time. It's your time to shine. Everybody's going to get a turn. It's your turn. Take shelter. Thankfully, I don't see any part of this particular part of the line that's sticking out to me as like an especially dangerous looking tornado producer. But the storm is strong and it is capable of producing a tornado, so we need you to get shelter now. This includes the Poplarville Pearl River County Airport and the Poplarville Career Development Center. Yeah, I control Y'allbot to an extent, so I can program a cold into Y'allbot if it starts, you know, being too much of a competitor. One day when I'm not sick. Special weather statement for Calhoun, Chickasaw, and Yalobusha counties in Mississippi. Once again, this is a picture earlier of the big tornado we covered. Freddie McKinney had this on his stream. This is from Will, Tornado TRX. One of the bigger tornadoes we saw today that was clear and easy to see. Pretty sure the Port Arthur tornado was larger than this, but it was shrouded in rain. You couldn't really see it. I will keep.
A new tornado warning has been
Jasper
issued.
and Newton counties in Mississippi. This one's going to go on for the next 1 hour and 3 minutes. Take shelter now. We've got the Rosefield Airport in there and the Central Mississippi Residential Hospital in there as well. Go ahead, Elijah.
Hey Ryan, so I have a damage update from Rankin County, Mississippi,
A
which
new
is on the
tornado
east side
warning
of
has been
Jackson.
issued.
The Rankin County EMS reported that they found a very clear tornado debris path, but I will quote them, not real wide, not real bad. And there is a report that just came in also on the National Weather Service database of a roof collapsed on a home, which was reported by emergency managers. And this is just north of Brandon, just to the east of Jackson. So a tornado did occur there, but thankfully, based on the EMS, it sounds like it is not really bad, and it was not real wide.
Thank you so much, Elijah, for that update. Not real bad, not real wide. That's what we like to hear. Watch out down there near Clear Springs. Once again, in Mississippi, pretty dangerous looking storm coming in. The line is definitely getting more linear. How else can I explain it? There's less very obvious kinks. There's less very obvious areas where spin-up tornadoes are trying to happen. So that's good, but we don't know how long that's going to continue. So we're going to continue to monitor this here as the storms approach Philadelphia, Meridian, Laurel, and Hattiesburg. I don't know what happened with the lights there. We currently have a weather intensity score of 402 as we are up to 11 total tornado warnings. A couple of those are just getting ready to expire, though.
A new tornado watch has been issued.
Thank you. No, I'm not in the danger zone. We're good up here where I am. Yeah. Okay. So a bunch of the warnings were just allowed to expire. We've got 8 actual active tornado warnings. Honestly, 3 or 4 of those are probably about to expire as well. The 2 warnings that we have right now that are still, or the 3 warnings that we have right now that are still in front of the storms are the warning right here for Philadelphia and the warning for Newton, Mississippi. We've also got one down here for Poplarville that we need to keep an eye on. Additionally, they re-warned this storm down here in south and east of Mobile for Baldwin County, Alabama, 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and penny-sized hail possible. So we're watching that one still, but for the most part, things are kind of tame with that storm. So if we get a mass expiration spree here of these warnings, these right here, the WIS might drop down below 200 for the first time since we started the stream, I think. Yeah, things are dying down a little bit. That's good. What is WIS looking for? What's WIS looking at for information? So it looks at all the active tornado warnings. It looks at how much time is left on those tornado warnings. It looks at if it's an observed PDS warning. It looks at all the severe thunderstorm warnings and other warnings as well. It looks at watches and mesoscale discussions and how many chasers are currently live and how many storm reports are coming in within the last hour. It looks at all that kind of stuff. And it runs it all through an algorithm. And it spits out a number that helps us contextualize how busy or how, I guess, intense the weather currently is across the country. During a snowstorm, it can get above 100, and during a big snowstorm, like a blizzard, it could probably get up in the multiple hundreds. And it's just, it's an internal tool that we use here we everything that we do involves weather on a national scale. And I think it's just a cool parameter to include in the stream to give you guys context of how busy things are now. And like whenever we're live for 10 hours, today we've been live for 9.5 hours so far. Whenever we're live for 10 hours, let's say you tune in 5 hours ago and you tune back in now, it kind of immediately gives you context of, okay, 5 hours ago when there was this PDS tornado warning, the score was 450, now it's 320. So it's obviously still really busy out there, but you know what I'm saying? Without having to sit there and try to figure it out, it gives you a quick glance of how intense the weather is. It's more useful to my team, but I figured I'd share it with you guys anyways. It's a interesting product. Yeah, we've had a decent-sized tornado outbreak today, as expected. Forecast was incredibly good, I think. Nailed it, Storm Prediction Center. And everybody else involved. It's amazing how good the weather forecasts are nowadays. $74,000 people are without power right now in Mississippi, 69K in Louisiana.
not even storm chasers.
Hey Ryan, I was just going to let you know I'm watching your live stream right now, and I saw some people that were thinking that we were stopping to eat. We are not stopping to eat. This is just the parking lot that we're going to intercept this line in. It's the only place up on a hill that we have a good view of it. So we're in a McDonald's parking lot right now. We're not eating a Big Mac. Trust me.
Oh, why not? What do you got against Big Macs?
Man, I got nothing against Big Macs. I'm still waiting on one of your viewers to come throw some hamburgers in my window. Been waiting on a couple of years on that one.
Brad Arnold's out there, still trying to sniff him out there in Lawrence, Mississippi. I wonder if this button still works. Nope. When's the next Outlook? It'll be a while. We just got one. Didn't we? Next Outlook, next day one Outlook isn't for another 4 hours. Hey, huge shout out to you, Molly. And you, SWB. Thanks for your 10th super chat there. I appreciate y'all for being so generous and awesome. Thanks for sticking with me. Hopefully, we continue to see some of these warnings continue to drop off here. Slowly but surely, it's bound to happen. Before that happens, though, I mean, we still got an ongoing serious situation for our folks out here in Philadelphia, Mississippi. Take shelter from Pearl River to Philadelphia. The Choctaw Emergency Management camera, we got to have that one up. Where's my camera operators at, Bulls? Check the stream text. Let's put that camera up if we can, if it's not already up. Let's see. Goodness. Go ahead, Elijah.
Hey, Ryan. So the U.S. Department of Agriculture has a few bald eagle cameras, as we all know. And I just posted a link to a clip that someone got of one of them that was live during the storms passing through, and an eagle was struggling but did survive in the nest while protecting her eggs.
Wow. Thank you, Elijah. Amazing stuff. This is in Boyce, Louisiana earlier. 70-mile-per-hour winds. Handled it like a champ. Kelly Smith, thank you for the super chat. Any advice on how to combine an interest in meteorology and a degree in data science? Do what I do. That's basically what we do here. Yeah, or come work for me. we need some classically trained coders around here. I'm a very passionate programmer, but not very technically skilled. we need some help. Hey, we just got a new severe thunderstorm warning for Jones, Mississippi. That's going to be a tornado possible tag. So this is interesting because it's the first part of this line that's been warned not as a tornado warning. So Laurel County, Mississippi, or I'm sorry, Jones County, Mississippi, this includes the town of Laurel. You're under a severe thunderstorm warning now for the next hour. Tornado possible. It is not a tornado warning. So we might see that trend continue. Also, back room. Here's another camera that's going to be hit here soon. I don't know if it's already up there or not. New tornado watch.
A new tornado watch has been issued.
Thanks for sticking it out with us, Ryan, and being here while you're sick. Don't thank me. This is where I want to be. This is, I've worked really hard to be able to to do this as my job, and this is exactly what I want to do. And I appreciate you for allowing me to do it. And I'm sorry you've had to listen to me sniffle and stuff tonight. Hopefully, going forward, this won't be a problem. But yeah, that new tornado watch includes about 2.5 million people up there in Alabama, Tuscaloosa, Birmingham, Russellville. This is Spann country. James Spann is going to be up late tonight, 4 a.m. This is going to go until 4 a.m. Central. Sean Everett says you need to implement oranges into your life. Y'all think, what do you guys think I do? Think I don't have any vitamin C, no vitamin D? Sometimes your kid gets sick and there's nothing you can do about it. You know what?
A new tornado
All right, we
warning
got a new
has been
tornado
issued.
warning. So literally inside of the new severe thunderstorm warning that we just talked about, we were so excited about it not being a tornado warning. They just went ahead and painted half of it as a tornado warning. So now you are under a tornado warning in Ellisville and Laurel as a rotating part of the storm is getting ready to come through. We do have a camera in Laurel. We got one also in Choctaw, Mississippi as well. It's getting slammed by the strong storm that's going through up there near Philadelphia right now. Hyper King, it's already been done. we've got everything in me that you can do. But I appreciate you. Liz the Vampire, thank you for being a slight risker. This is an intense storm going through Philadelphia, Mississippi right now. Yeah, lots of people are sick right now. It's going around everywhere. You sound like Rob Pitts when you're sick. I don't know who that is. Do I want to know? You think the new watch will go over Northwest Georgia? Northwest Georgia at some point will be under a watch tonight. I don't think it'll be a tornado watch. Self, we do HTML, CSS, JavaScript, Python, whatever it takes. A well-versed, wide array of a big stack is helpful. Laurel, Mississippi. Yeah, you guys are under a tornado warning. We've got a camera in Laurel, Mississippi, watching the storm come in there in the number 2 slot. Has cams. We've also got a camera in Hattiesburg, it seems. Score's 291. It was 400 and something not too long ago. So you can see we are on the downtrend a little bit here. The event is nowhere near over, though.
A new tornado watch has been issued.
Kazaki says, too bad. I'm just starting to go to school for that, Ryan. If you haven't found anyone before I graduate, I'm game. Yeah, for sure. Like, it's honestly being a computer science major that is also extremely interested in or also educated in meteorology is probably a rare thing. It's probably not like a highly contested, like there's probably not a lot of people to choose from there. So you're very valuable to me. So we'll wait on you. How about that? Currently have 6 tornado warnings, and we're just waiting on some updates here. I'm going to go through all of them again and give you the summaries, but no major updates on any of them right now. Just the same as when I first announced them, so that's why we're not relaying any information. But I promise you, as soon as new information comes in, we will let you know. So you're feeling a little under the weather? Yeah. Yeah, for sure. Wakaofo, y'all should make an app. We've considered it, but what we're working on here, We spend most of our days at work here coding, believe it or not. And what we're working on are our internal apps that we can use to make these streams better and to be able to help keep people safe in a more efficient way. Once we get really good at that and we don't need to, do any more of that, we might do something. But right now, there's already so many good ones out there. So you've got, Radar Scope, which is a good radar app, and Radar Omega, which we're super grateful for Radar Omega today. A lot of these cameras are on their Cyclone Port network, and you guys have access to them in your app.
Hey, Ryan, we may have a large tornado on the ground right here.
And then a new one that I really like is WeatherWise, weatherwise.app. And that one's completely free. All right, if I heard that correctly, Brad says he's got a tornado down, but I don't see his camera. Let's put Brad up. Brad, you know your approximate location? I can't see your marker right now. Are you in Newton?
Yeah, we're in Newton.
All right. So Brad's saying that he's got a tornado here, somewhere near Newton. And actually, there's two areas. Oh, goodness. There's two areas that I'm super interested in, right here and right here. Brad's closer to this one, so we might have he's saying he's seeing a tornado in front of him right now near Calhoun and Poplar Springs, moving up towards Hickory. So we need to be watching that. John Pusillo and Hascams25 and Brad Arnold here, as they are right around this area where Brad says he's got a tornado. We need to keep Laurel, Mississippi up. And then I'm also concerned about this area of rotation a little bit farther to the south, approaching Fook, Gridley, and the Masonite Corporation Game Refuge. So two really good-looking areas of rotation right here, capable of producing big-time tornadoes. Here's a tower cam from Hascams also that shows an ominous looking storm out in the distance, and this will be moving into Amory soon. And somebody holler at me if we get a clear view of that on Brad's feed. I'll throw it up full. Yeah, these two little spots right here are troublemakers.
Ryan, try to get a visual of it again. Large tornado on the ground, headed towards Hickory. We're on the highway headed east right now towards that town as well, just paralleling it.
All right, we've got a live view here from Storm Chaser Brad Arnold, who's saying that we've got he's seen a tornado on the ground near Poplar Springs moving up towards Hickory. Take shelter now. This is going to be in the I-20 corridor between Newton, Hickory, and Chunky. You are under a tornado warning. This is in Jasper and Newton County. Brad Arnold's going to try to give us a visual of it right now. Additionally, just to the south of that, there's another potential tornado on the ground near Gridley, moving over towards Paulding. Yeah, we're just we're watching Brad's feed here, seeing if we can see anything. It's going to be hard because it's so late. But just so you know, we are talking about the tornado warning here in Jasper and Newton. This is a radar indicated tornado warning. We don't have an official update to a confirmed just yet, but we trust that Brad Arnold definitely saw something out there, as he's been doing this for a long time. So definitely heed the warning if you're out there in Newton County, Mississippi. Another tornado warning is going to continue for Chickasaw and Pontotoc counties, or Pontotoc County in Mississippi. Rotations moving up towards Loyd and New Liberty. Looks pretty gnarly there. A little bit of a bookend vortex. Also, back room, we should probably be paying attention to some of the traffic cameras near Starkville as strong storm is approaching there. And the Hazcam in Mabin, Mississippi. Number 7. Huge shout out to Sophia. Everybody say thank you to Sophia. That's an incredibly generous super chat, $400. Get a good allergist. I lived 40 miles from you, and I kept bronchitis until he helped me. You know, that's one thing that I haven't tried. Maybe there's something to that. We'll add it to the list of things that we will do to achieve my goal of not being sick during any of the streams in 2025. And if you've heard me talk about it, we've got a plan to stream about 50% more in 2025. So we're going to go live for more events. So we've got to we got to make sure I just don't get sick all year next year. It is possible. There's been many years in my life where I haven't gotten sick, but I didn't have a 3-year-old and a 1-year-old. You know what I'm saying? So we're going to throw everything at it. And I really do appreciate that, Sophia. My neighbor. Everybody say thank you to Sophia. If it wasn't for people like her, we'd probably have to get a bunch of commercials on here. And it'd be a big old mess. Nobody likes commercials. New tornado warning for Clay County and Octavia County, Mississippi. I gotta ask. In Mississippi, over here next to Clay County, the Octavia County, Mississippi. What's the correct way to pronounce that for our folks? Pretend like you're from Starkville. How do you pronounce that?
All right, Ryan. If you're in Starkville, Mississippi, you'd likely pronounce it Octibbeha. So Octibbeha County would be Octibbeha County. Back to you, Ryan.
Is that right? That don't sound right.
If you're talking about Yazoo City in Mississippi.
Octibbeha? Okay, it's half of the people in the chat are like, yeah, they got it right. And the other half are like, nope, that's not right. Brad's still on this area of rotation up here on I-20. Let's check in and see what's going on there. Do you need an IT engineer on your team? I don't think we need that as much as we need somebody who has experience building software. Because what I'm doing here and what we've done here is we've taught ourselves how to code, right? And we've built a bunch of software, and it's really useful. It's awesome. It's state of the art, because it's really niche stuff. Like nobody else is doing it. It helps us do our jobs really well. But because we're not, we've taught ourselves over the past 7 months. We're not experts. Some of them are buggy. Some of them are only 80% finished. We just need that professional touch to maintain the code. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, we are looking for developers, stuff like that. We've got an incredible view from the Laurel, Mississippi Hazcam here of the storm coming in. Quite ominous. Yeah, let's go back to Brad. He's got something going on in front of him. Once again, we've got a pretty obvious area of rotation near his location, near Newton. But it's definitely shrouded in rain there near Hickory. More, honestly, in my opinion, a more profound area of rotation to the south of that near Rose Hill. That's moving up towards Enterprise, so y'all get ready. And then in Laurel, Mississippi, you guys are about to get hit by a really strong storm too. There is a tornado warning. Velocity doesn't look that impressive right now, but we've got a really good view of the ominous looking storm coming in right now. Just got a new tornado warning.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
This one's going to go all the way out to the border with Alabama. Meridian, Mississippi is included in this. This is Clark and Kemper counties in Mississippi for the next hour. Take shelter.
Hey, Ryan, power just went out where we are.
So Brad Arnold is near Hickory, Mississippi, and he's going through a big storm right now. This same storm is the one that's getting ready to come into Meridian, and this is what sparked the tornado warning for you guys. Lots of storm chasers like Brandon Kopic are in Meridian right now, awaiting the line of storms to hit them. Hey, thank you, Captain Crunch. Barry. Oil Medic. I would check the Y'all Squad website for that. Yeah, I think even locals pronounce it differently. Some people pronounce it Octibiha. Some people pronounce it another way. It's no big deal. The point is that you guys know what I'm talking about. That's what we're really trying to do here, is just get the information out as quickly as possible.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
No, we had a lot of bad tornadoes today. Lots of damaged homes, some fatalities, lots of injuries. It's been a long day. We've been streaming now for 10 hours. We are approaching the end of our coverage, but honestly, as long as the weather intensity scores plumb over 200, I don't feel comfortable calling it quits here. Yeah, there's also a tornado warning down here for St. Tammany Parish, Pearl River. It's a similar situation as the rest of them. We've got a line of storms coming through with a little bit of rotation. It could spin up a tornado at any time. Severe thunderstorms going to be moving in over the next 39 minutes. Take shelter in case there's a tornado. Marcus, tell him I said 7 threes. Yeah, some places in the path on this specific warning is places like the Money Hill Golf Course, Little Pearl Elementary. Y'all need to be taking shelter if you're near those places.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Another tornado warning. This one includes Macon, Mississippi, Brooksville, and Shuqualak. How do you pronounce Shuqualak, Mississippi, south of Macon?
That town near McGee, Mississippi, is pronounced
not McGee. South of Macon, Shuqualak.
The town south of Macon, Mississippi, is pronounced Shuqualak. Back to you, Ryan.
Shuqualak. All right, thank you. Okay, so yeah, this includes Shuqualak, Brooksville, Knoxville County, Mississippi. This is there's a warning for the next 52 minutes. It's Sugarlock. It's Sugarlock. I've heard that. Man, I'm just going to stop trying. Sugarlock. Well, Hascam's number 8, or whoever this is right here in front of this one. Hascams.com. Old Brett Adair runs that site. It's where we're getting a lot of these cameras from right now. Super awesome site. There's just a lot of really good people in the weather industry doing a lot of really cool things, and we're just trying to put them all together to help you be as informed as possible. Pontotoc, Chickasaw, Calhoun, and Lee counties in Mississippi are now under a severe thunderstorm warning. Tupelo, by the way, that's actually for you. Just to your south and west, this storm's coming up. It's going to bring about 60-mile-per-hour winds, quarter-size hail, and a potential tornado. We ain't quite there yet. All right. Just keep it up somewhere to where you can see it, and because it's going to get hit by a storm. Oh, James Spann says, just a reminder, if we got to go live for severe weather coverage on ABC 3340, you can still watch the rest of the Alamo Bowl on the ESPN app or on a phone or tablet. So once you get into your safe spot and you're protected from that tornado, you can go right back into football mode. That's something that the TV guys have to deal with a lot. People getting plumb mad. What? Ebenezer, I think that you'll be fine. It'll get a little wild later tonight, but nothing crazy like what we're seeing right now. Go ahead, Elijah.
Hey, Ryan. So that very long track tornado, I do have a couple of damage points. So you could pull up that map and I could go through them because this thing was on the ground for at least roughly 120 miles. So this map puts into perspective some of the different damage points there. So starting from the left, hold on, map was just updating again. Starting from the left, multiple homes were destroyed near Alvin, Texas, that is south of Houston. In Dickinson, which is around League City there, multiple homes were also damaged. Going to the Bay Area, a roof was damaged on a home. And then several RVs were blown over as well. Right when the tornado crossed the bay, because we believe it was on the ground or on the water surface the whole time, right as it got to the other side, a car was thrown by the tornado, and there were possibly injuries from that. I don't have any other information on that specific car, though. Going to the next one over, multiple power lines were downed across Highway 124. Continuing on in that gas area, we talked about the oil reserves earlier on the stream. A vehicle was actually caught in by the tornado. Someone was inside, and there was an injury from that. And then that red dot over Port Arthur I added that because of the sheer damage around Port Arthur itself. So this storm tracked a very long distance, and it even continued into Louisiana, but it was over a lot of marsh area. So there's no damage reports directly yet for the Louisiana side. However, the National Weather Service will be surveying that very long track in the next few days. I don't know if they will have that surveyed in even one day. It might take them multiple days because of how long tracked it was.
All right, thank you, Elijah, for breaking this down for us. This is probably the biggest tornado that we tracked today. Is definitely the longest tracked, and lots of damage reports coming in. Thankfully, though, once again, it did miss a lot of the bigger targets, but it did also do a lot of damage. All right, this is a live look from Starkville. How many people we got watching from Starkville? Oops. Oh, I think it just, oh, no, never mind. Strong storm coming in now. Very strong storm, actually. Tornado warning is in effect. This is what it's like right now in Starkville. This is, what is this, 460. There's more cameras down the line that might show similar stuff as the storm moves in. But this is what you can expect in Hickory Grove Estates later, within a couple of minutes, and then also Artesia as well. Excuse me. Hey, good idea, Cindy. Good idea. All right, let's go on down the line here. Things are getting plumb wild out there. Put all the Starkville cameras in. Let's watch it happen from every angle. We've got eyes all over Starkville. You can't go anywhere in Starkville without the y'all eye on you. No, but for real, a big storm's moving in. This is probably the strongest part of the line, actually, in terms of just straight line winds, especially the part that's getting ready to come up into Artesia and Crawford. You guys need to get ready for a severe thunderstorm. Yeah. Oh, yeah, this is what I'm talking about. Great job, camera crew. Seriously, this is a big-time storm coming through Starkville right now. I'm surprised we still have power. Honestly, this is a live look near Mississippi State University. Once again, downstream, you can expect similar conditions here within the next couple of minutes in Rocky Hill, Osborne, Sessoms, Hickory Grove Estates, and Mayhew. Wow. So also a pretty similar scene will probably be saw in Crawford and Brooksville within the next 10 or 15 minutes or so. Yeah, that's the one I've got up. Yeah, so this camera is literally right in the middle of downtown Starkville. We got another one out here a little bit farther to the east showing some similar stuff. Tornado warning continues for the next 45 minutes or so. Yeah, why are people driving in this? I will never know. They definitely knew it was coming. We've been hooting and hollering all day. And it's not just me, the local weather guys have too. Yeah, so this storm's going to continue to go on up towards Columbus, Mississippi as well. You're probably going to see something quite similar to that down here in Meridian over the next little bit. But it's quick hitting. It'll be, it's probably a 10, 15-minute storm, and then you're done for the night. Hey, Bulls, we're just a couple $100 away from crossing over $10,000 raised today for the Y'all Squad. Also, we're getting reports that there's a raccoon watching us right now.
Hey, Ryan, it's Brad. Let me know when you get a second.
Go ahead, Brad.
Hey, I was going to let you know Zach is getting kind of tired, and we're going to swap driving. So I'll be driving here. We're going to keep pushing east. We're going to try to get in front of this line. There's still kinks, especially down by Whitman, that I'm watching. We're going to try to get east of it on Interstate 20. But just want to let you know we're swapping up drivers. So if I don't have to fly back immediately, if you send me something, that's the reason why.
All right, thank you, Brad. I don't know what's going on there. I'm having a hard time hearing through the chaser comms. I need to put that in my earpiece, I think. Comes through the speakers right now. We've got
a new tornado watch has been issued.
6 tornado warnings right now. None of those are confirmed. They're all radar indicated, okay? Production room. The next city we're going to be able to see get hit is Tupelo. Lots of options up there. No problem, Brittany. Thank you. Here's an incredible loop from WX Kobold of the crazy storm that we saw earlier that produced a tornado for over 100 miles.
An important weather update has been issued.
Your Covington County, Mississippi is not under any sort of warning right now. So you're fine. James Spann is live on ABC. We're down to 5 tornado warnings. One of those is in Jones County, Mississippi. Another one's going to be in Clay. Clark, Kemper, St. Tammany Parish, Louisiana is still under a tornado warning, but that one's going to be allowed to expire pretty soon, I believe. Pearl River, stay in your safe spots just in case. So far, we've received about 17 tornado reports, 33 wind reports, total 60 reports. That number will increase. Considerable severe thunderstorm warning. That's the first one of those we've seen for a minute. And it's in Alabama. So good call, in my opinion, from the National Weather Service over there. I guess this is Birmingham. For issuing the considerable severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado possible tag on it. Hopefully what they'll do is they'll issue smaller tornado warnings for the little spin-ups that happen. But yeah, I think that blanketing the line with tornado warnings at this point probably is no longer going to do any good. It was a good call. It was a good move when the line was a little bit more intense, but now I think we're definitely transitioning into a more widespread damaging wind system for sure. $70-mile-per-hour winds. Some places in the path are going to be Demopolis, Livingston, Utah, York, Aliceville, Gordo, Reform, Carrollton, Pickensville, Cuba, Forkland, Bolagie, Union, Gainesville, Memphis, Alabama, and McCullen. Montgomery, Alabama is not included in that, no. There's a lot of trees down in Mississippi. Anywhere this line's going through, it's knocking down all the trees, apparently. Kyle, yes. Root. That's what I need right now, for sure. Wow. Tupelo's quiet right now. Yeah, the storm that's going through Tupelo is not as strong as the one that went through Starkville, but it's still quite strong. Clarksville, Tennessee is going to be fine. Yeah, just some rain. Go ahead, Elijah.
Hey Ryan, this is a news thing that everyone in Alabama understands. This is not a drill. James Spann's jacket is off.
Uh-oh. Thank you, Elijah. It's off. He's in his suspenders. He's live. It's 9 p.m. Central. He's going to be there for a while. But that's what James Spann does. That's why y'all love him. My prediction, though, is James Spann. He is approaching retirement age. I just about bet my bottom dollar he comes to social media and does what I'm doing here. When he's done working at the TV station, I guarantee it. And I'm looking forward to it. James Spann's obviously a big inspiration of mine. I know you guys all love him down there. Thank y'all for the kind words. Weather intensity score is down to 220. I believe we peaked out today around 415 or something like that. So definitely an all-time high for the past 6 months that we've been doing this. Yeah, I'll check in on that, Felicia. So you're still in front of the storms there in Pass Christian, Mississippi, near Gulfport. There's a pretty strong line of storms coming towards you. I would say it'll arrive in about an hour, maybe 45 minutes. There is a tornado warning near Pikeville. I don't know if this will have a tornado warning when it approaches you, but it's definitely going to be a strong storm whenever it gets there within the next 45 minutes. That tornado warning was just allowed to expire, actually. So just be ready. It'll be over quite quickly. Probably by midnight or so, the bulk of the severe weather is going to be moved past you. There is a flash flood warning in New Orleans. And you know who would love to tell us more about that? All by. Give me just a second.
We've got an urgent update here, Ryan. The National Weather Service in New Orleans has issued a flash flood warning for several parishes in southeastern Louisiana, including northwestern Jefferson, Orleans, northwestern Plaquemines, west central St. Bernard, and north central St. Charles, until 12:15 a.m. CST. At 9:03 p.m., Doppler radar showed thunderstorms producing heavy rain, with between 0.5 and 1 inch already fallen. They expect an additional 1 to 2.5 inches, so flash flooding is either happening or imminent. This warning impacts a number of areas, including New Orleans, Metairie, and Harvey. Residents should be cautious around small creeks, urban areas, and roads that may flood quickly. That's the latest on this flash flood warning. Back to you, Ryan.
Thank you, y'all. Bye. Huntsville, Alabama. Yeah, not a lot going on in Huntsville. There's probably some stronger storms that'll make it there in a couple hours. Kentucky's fine. Here's a larger view of the overall weather system. All of this, these are strong storms. Specifically, this part right here is going to be severe tonight. We're talking about heavy rain and gusty winds in this sector. We're talking about really heavy rain and occasionally damaging winds down here. The most severe part's going to be right here, though. Back up in here, we're talking about just some rain, really. And all of this is going to be moving in these directions. So the low pressure system's back here. Cold front's coming in like this. Warm front somewhere out here like this. Warm sector, still warm. But the cold front's going to come through and pull all that moisture up into the clouds and make it rain. Tomorrow, it is going to storm again. Slight risk of severe weather over here. So tomorrow we've got severe storms expected in the Mid-Atlantic and the Ohio Valley. Main threats are going to be damaging winds and a few tornadoes, especially in from South Carolina into North Florida. I don't think tornadoes are going to be a big problem in North Carolina or Virginia. Some hail can't be ruled out. These are going to be fast-moving storms. The highest risk is going to be right there in South Carolina to North Florida. So right in here, if we were to, whatever reason, get an enhanced risk, it would look something like this. We're going to have lines of storms moving quickly, isolated strong storms, heavy rain at times. It doesn't look like it's going to be quite as intense as what we saw today, to put it short, to put it lightly. So here we go, another new severe thunderstorm warning, not tornado warning for portions of Alabama. Choctaw, Marengo, and Clark and Wayne counties. And yeah, winter weather advisories are going out. We got a lot of snow happening right now. For example, in Colorado, this is what it looks like right now. And we just got a new tornado warning not too long ago for up here in Monroe County, Mississippi. We do have a camera in here. It's up there. It's the Amory, Mississippi one there. It's already up. Wow, you can see the lightning really starting to pick up there. So yeah, tornado warning for Monroe County, Mississippi. Amory, you're included in this. There's a broad area of rotation coming up towards places like Rye Field, Aberdeen Elementary School, the Newberger Park. And we're going to watch it roll in together through the hascams.com live camera. I don't know if we'll get another big lightning strike like that, but we just had a really intense one. Yeah, this will be a really strong storm as it goes through Amory. Yeah, there it is. No, I don't think Amory will have to deal with anything like that. But a heck of a light show is underway, that's for sure. Rubies, thank you for that. Study sets, thank you. Pretty low chance there. It's just a strong storm. Am I going to stream tomorrow? I mean, we'll know more whenever there's a new update. But right now, it looks like it'll be one of those situations where at most we're on standby mode and we go live if there's a bunch of stuff that goes down. But even that, we haven't quite met that criteria yet. But if we need to, we will. If I can make it, if I can. Clay, thanks for becoming a member. Louisville, Kentucky's fine. Weather intensity score is about to drop below 200 for the first time in over 8 hours. We've been streaming now for about 11 hours straight. Here's a quick update on a summary of what's happened today.
For those just tuning in, here's a quick recap of recent severe weather events. Tornadoes were reported in Louisiana, Texas, and Mississippi, causing damage in areas like Loretta, LA, and Dermott, AR. Notably, there was significant damage in Montgomery County, TX, with mobile homes destroyed and injuries reported. Large hail, up to baseball size, fell in some areas, particularly in Dermott, AR. Wind damage, including downed trees and power lines, was widespread. Stay tuned for more updates and stay safe out there. Back to you, Ryan.
How many tornado reports were there?
There were 19 tornado reports across Louisiana, Texas, Arkansas, and Mississippi.
What's the tornado report that stands out the most to you?
One of the most notable tornado reports came from Montgomery County, Texas, at 5:08 p.m. The tornado there caused heavy damage to mobile homes, completely removed the roof of a brick home, and impacted the East Montgomery Fire Department. This highlights the severity of the storms in the area. Back to you, Ryan.
Which state had the most reports?
Texas had the most reports, with numerous tornado sightings and damage incidents across various counties, including Montgomery, Harris, and Galveston. These reports included significant damage to homes, vehicles, and infrastructure. Back to you, Ryan.
We're watching a big storm come into Amory now. A lot of our tornado warnings here in Mississippi are about to expire. Most of the storms are about to exit Mississippi completely. We're about to start to focus on western portions of Alabama for a little while. Excuse me, sorry.
Hey, Rod, it's Brad. When you get a second.
Go ahead.
Hey, just wanted to let you know that Zach and I switched up driving, so I'm driving now. I was able to get through that line, so we are through it on Interstate 20, headed up towards the Tuscaloosa area, and we're going to try to stay in front of this line of tornadic circulations as long as we can. So as long as you're on air, we are out here, so just want to let you know.
Thank you, Brad. Let's check out that latest warning. This also is for Amory. This is just for the severe thunderstorm portion of it. 60-mile-an-hour winds and quarter-sized hail.
A new tornado watch has been issued.
We're down to 4 tornado warnings. We've got 6 severe thunderstorm warnings. And just a heads up, we have been streaming now for about 11 hours. So at most, we're going to go an hour more before we have to call it quits. So we want to make sure we can archive the stream. YouTube won't let you keep it if you go over 12 hours for some reason. Rome, Georgia, there's going to be some storms early in the morning, but nothing crazy. Nothing too wild. Zachary, it's obviously you're struggling and sick, but you've been pushing through. You and your team do great work. Thank you, Zach. I appreciate that. Yeah, we're pushing through here. I apologize for being so sniffly. Once again, this is where I want to be. I love doing this. This is exactly where I, you don't have to thank me. It's just thanks for putting up with my stuffy nose. I know it can be annoying. I'm going to try to do a video tomorrow. I don't know if it'll be possible. But at the end, right before we end this stream, we'll go over tomorrow's risk real quickly once again. Monica, another one. Ryan, you really need to start taking vitamin C, D, and zinc. I've been doing that for years, Bulls. Counties in this new severe thunderstorm warning. Let's go look at it. It's for more southern areas. Chatham is in that. Milltree, Silas. Get ready. We're down to 3 warnings. Tyler, thank you for the very generous super chat. Thanks for what you do, Ryan. Keep everyone aware. I've also got the sniffles and a bad cough. The pain is real. Tyler, thank you for the kind words and for the very awesome support. You didn't have to do that. Shout out to Tyler. Yeah, so we're going to continue here for a little while longer. Once again, we're at 11 hours. We can't go longer than an hour, so we're going to start wrapping it up here soon. Obviously, I've got to stop talking at some point, or I'm going to lose my voice for several days. There's a chance we might need to be back here tomorrow at some point, so I want to preserve my energy a little bit. The good news is the storms are going to continue to decrease in intensity, but there's still going to be a lot of storms in
A
Alabama
new tornado
tonight,
warning
okay? Like,
has
there we
been
go.
issued.
We just got a tornado warning in Lamar County, Alabama. There's going to be tornado warnings all night, okay? It's not going to stop. Unfortunately, I am human, and I can't stay here 24/7. But you know who can? You know who can?
Eastern Alabama,
You know
and
who's going to be up
southeastern
tonight?
Mississippi. This warning is in effect for
At
the
6
next few
a.m.
hours and includes areas such as southwestern
Still
Choctaw
relaying
County,
the latest warnings.
northwestern Washington County in
Y'all
Alabama, as well as
You know
Wayne
who's gonna
and
be up
northern
at
Greene counties in Mississippi. At this
6 a.m.
time,
tomorrow
severe
morning, and the
thunderstorms
next
have been
morning, and the
detected
next morning,
along a
and forever and
line
infinity,
stretching from northeast of Mill
relaying
Creek
whatever warnings
to
are currently
northwest
out
of
there.
Clara
Y'all
to,
bot.
and continuing to the west of
So I would
Buckatuna
highly
and east of
recommend you guys
Richton.
going over to this channel
These
right
storms
here,
are
Ryan Hall,
advancing
y'all
eastward
extra,
at a speed of 30
subscribing,
miles per hour. The
and
primary
staying
threat
tuned
from
over
these
here.
thunderstorms
It's
is
the
wind
same app.
gusts reaching up
It's my
to
same
60
radar
miles per
software that
hour.
y'all bots using.
Such winds can cause considerable damage, including harm to roofs.
And as soon as there's a tornado warning, y'all bot will tell you about it, and it's never going to stop 24/7. Y'all bot never sleeps.
To stay indoors and away from windows. Secure any loose outdoor items and prepare for potential power outages. Please remain alert and follow any further instructions from local authorities. Stay safe and take these warnings seriously as the situation develops. The National Weather Service has issued a tornado warning for Lamar County in west central Alabama. This warning is in effect until 10 p.m. Central Standard Time. At 9:27 p.m., a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located near Bedford, moving northeast at 70 miles per hour.
Up there in Huntsville, by the way, thank you, Robert. Thank you so much. Huntsville, there's going to be some strong storms in about 2 or 3 hours. I'm expecting some gusty winds, maybe some damaging winds. But for the most part, it's going to be a quick hitting storm. You might even sleep through it, to be honest. Go ahead, Elijah.
Hey Ryan, so earlier we mentioned that, there was a lot of trees downed across Mississippi. Well, either the Jones or Jasper County dispatcher actually just said this phrase to a recent report. I don't know what to tell you. We're getting nonstop reports of trees and power lines down. So this line is basically just taking down a lot of trees and a lot of power lines with it as it's going across the state of Mississippi.
Absolutely. Thank you, Elijah. Yeah, there's just this thing's going to be a tree eater as it goes down the line here, and it's going to continue to cause problems for a long time tonight. And we are going to continue to have some tornado warnings like we just saw there for Lamar County, Alabama. Get ready if you're near the Vernon Consolidated School. You got to take shelter. So here's what I'm going to do. I think that we're down almost below 150 on the weather intensity score now, and my voice has just about had it. So we're going to send y'all over to Y'allbot. Just stay where you are. Don't leave. You're automatically going to get teleported over to the 24/7 stream. What was that, Chandra? In Lamar County? Once again, we got one tornado warning at this moment. It's for Lamar County. We need everybody in that county to take shelter, including Soligent and Beaverton. But we're going to let Y'all Bot take over for the rest of the night. Thank you guys so much for being here. Thank you for going over to the y'allsquad.org and donating. And I might see you tomorrow. And next time we're together for 12 hours like this. No sniffles. All right. All right. Thank you guys. Good night.